Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for another day of the SCA Upper Division this time around. It is MLP Dota on Gen X5. John, welcome back, sir. We're here for the tiebreakers. How the hell are you feeling? Unmute your mic, sir. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, John's got mic problems. He's under pressure. Regardless of that, welcome to the tiebreakers. I'll wait till John has fixed his...
that's my bad. It was in push to talk for some reason. I'm feeling hyped, very excited. Not excited about the Discord issue popping up second time in a row, but this is pretty exciting. Three-way tie, Boom Esports, Omega, and OB.Neon. One of these teams will have to get demoted into the lower div. And it's just such a shock. OB.Neon could not get that win in their series, unfortunately, and here we are, three-way tie, best of ones, until we find out who's going to go on top. So every single win counts here, especially in this first matchup. Boom up against Omega. We'll see if they can bring their A game out. Boom, for their part, has been a bit up and down. Of course, Omega has been also a bit up and down. Like, I think people had a few more expectations for Omega coming in from the lower div. But in this one, in this specific matchup, on paper, this should be Omega favorite. They won 2-0 against Boom last time. It's a best of one. They have no room for mistakes. We already have a bit of the draft blitzing right through. AA and Morris taken out by Boom. So they've got the Arena Ice Blast combination. They've got a solid hero here for FBZ on his off lane. And of course, Omega do start off with a Bristleback and the Lion. So they've got some flexibility here. With the Bristle, it could be Mac playing it mid. It could be Sam H on the off lane. It could also be Tino on the safe lane as well. The Bristle is just really open to the lanes it goes to. And the Lion is just a very strong pause 4, pause 5, instantaneous stun with a Hex. Mana Drain's a big nuisance for a hero like the Mars, if ever, down the line. So you have a lot of options here for Omega to kind of play with now.
That you do, John. We'll have to wait out the next band stage before we can see these drafts continuing, but it certainly feels like it's going to be a very, very sad day for one of these teams that does have to kind of exit the building, have to go down to the lower division. Very hype for us, though. Very enjoyable day of games, I'm sure. Of course, as John did say, they are all best of one games, so don't expect a BO3 happening. It is a best of one each and every series. Just going to get a two-game victory, basically, to put yourself ahead and secure your spot in the upper division for next season. I wonder who you'd consider the favorites in this matchup, John. Like, we haven't really gotten to cast much of these two teams in the upper division this season. But Omega Esports, Boom Esports, do you think one of them is favorited here going into this best of one?
Yeah, it should be Omega on paper because they beat Boom 2-0 in their actual upper div game. So on paper, the head-to-head, Omega won that one out. But I think I'd still slightly lean towards Boom. I think their history up against Omega has been a bit better in the long term. Overall, like when you remember Omega when they were back in the Droid, when the majority of them were kind of a Droid players, felt like Boom sort of had their number as well, going back and forth. So we'll see if they can bring that out. Boom, for their part, has been a bit up and down. I think I'd say they underperformed a bit compared to what people expected from Boom, especially since you see teams like Execration above them right now. So it's been a bit of a rockier upper div Season 2 for Boom, but feels like there's been a readjustment with having DreamerCell back in, and it kind of took some time to really get that readjustment period over with, because they did kind of not have DreamerCell for one season. So just a bit unfortunate with the timing there, but we'll see if they can get back to that top form Boom that we know, the Boom that we were seeing in BTS Pro Series, that we were seeing in the Summit 13, you know, that kind of Boom at their best can kind of really surprise you. So we'll see if that state of Boom is back, and whether or not Omega maintains that win they had, that mentality and playstyle they had when they did beat out Boom. I mean, it was convincing. It was a 2-0, very clean coming out from Omega, and I think that's something you have to watch out for. Of course, just a heads up, I see the draft screen. I did make a bit of an oopsie with the assets. It says Luciano. Of course, we have CML. Apologies about that. I was a bit rushed. I have sent you the fixed files if you wanted, but yeah, it's perfectly fine. Well, we'll have that fixed for the next Omega series anyway, so don't worry about it too much. Still, drafts, yeah, I mean, the bans are finally done. We see the Medusa banned out along with the Centaur, preventing the combo coming through for Omega. They immediately pick up the LC, which is signaling that the Bristleback could be safe or mid. Still open. Like, you're not completely hammered to Bristle mid. You could still run that for Tino, and I believe we have seen Tino play that once, at the very least, in the past year. But the LC is a Sam H hero. We've seen Sam H play a lot of LC. Now, the LC itself has felt hit or miss, but in the right hands, you've got a great Dispel on hand that gives you a free BKB with your Ag Shard and press the attack. You've got a lot of damage that scales into late game. Once you start winning your duels, you have a great target in the Ancient Apparition. Probably not going to have to duel the Mars in the ideal scenario. And boom, go into the Snapfire. So this is looking pretty much what we see from Boom all the time. They've got aggressive lanes with Snapfire Mars. They've got team fight with Arena Kisses and Ice Blast. They've got a lot of great timings to hit at level 6. And they can, once they hit that level 6 mark, they can run as even just 3 heroes and start finding these kills.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like a very strong kind of draft being formed here by Boom. Going back to Omega, I'm kind of shocked that they chose the LC into the AA. So the Ice Blast is going to make it so the press the attack doesn't really do much. I suppose it's maybe not what they're really worried about anyway. But, whoa, a Hoodwink now coming out. So where's everyone laning for the side of Omega Esports? Like, you've got 2 off-laners and 2 supports basically on the side of Omega right now. Very hard to tell where everyone's going. Maybe it could be like a safe lane Bristle or a mid Bristleback, and they could throw the LC off and run Lion Hoodwink support. Boom Esports, they're going to go for the Life Stealer, which does make a lot of sense in this draft. So much Disable on the side of Omega Esports, so having that inbuilt BKB in the Rage is going to be very effective. And as well as that, he doesn't really mind too much against the Bristleback throughout this game. So I think it's not too bad of a carry pick here to make for Boom Esports.
Definitely not. You've got some pretty decent combos. You can at least Infest Bomb with Mars. We've seen Lifestealers, especially in that T1 versus OB.Neon game with Savage. Like, the Infest heal is actually kind of stupid in the middle of a team fight. You just keep your teammates alive for a long time if you use that defensively rather than offensively. Because every time people think about Infest Bombs coming in for the kill, I think it's much more potent when you pocket the Infest Bomb. Go for just the direct run-in when you're Mars, have the Infest for a save spell, and just go around that. It can be a bit hard for Omega to find that burst. They do have the Lion plus Hoodwink, right? That's a lot of burst damage on their ults. For Hoodwinks, it's a bit more of a channeled spell, but the Lion can kind of set up for you. You can still play around that with your duel. You will have to watch for Boom. If you don't catch the Life Stealer out, If you don't manage to keep him locked in, his infest will cause some issues down the line. And we have seen that cause issues for OB.Neon in different series. So have to watch for that. I think Omega have a bit of a step up because of the flex with her Bristle. LT is definitely off. Like, you really are just running it for Sam H. It's one of his signatures in the upper div. He's played a lot of LC throughout the season. But the Bristle being open for Macartino is the big one. They have last pick overall for Omega, so they can kind of see what Boom picks for Mikado first, figure out if it's a decent matchup, if they need to counter pick it with something else on mid, and kind of go from there. It looks like Boom does expect perhaps the Bristle to be on the safe lane as they ban out Sniper and Razor, and just preventing anything that can sap away into Bristle, and anything that has too much range on mid would be really annoying. So Omega, for their part, interesting ban on the Doom. You don't tend to see that too often, but I guess when you run the Bristle, you just don't want something that can really counteract the Bristle, especially considering that down the line the Doom can break as well. So they're just really protecting this Bristle back pick that they kind of started off with, which is really interesting. Like, it was a first phase pick, and even till the last pick, they're kind of saving the Bristle back from any potential counters here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes enough sense though, right? Especially if it ends up being like a carry Bristle or a mid Bristle. You want to kind of allow it to get to that stage where it can pick up the Aghanim Scepter and start being a real nuisance. Because that does feel like one of the big power spikes now for Bristleback is being able to get that Aghanim Scepter and then just start nasal going everyone around you as you run past and just being very, very annoying. Before that, yeah, you can still be pretty strong with a Vanguard and Hood of Defiance, but it does seem like the Ags makes all the difference for this hero right now. Without the Aghanim Scepter, it's kind of just whatever. Still, Boom Esports, final pick for them. 13 seconds of reserve time left to make this decision. They are lacking a Mikoto hero right now, but they are going to go for the DK. So a very kind of safe pickup. I guess it does give you the push that you were kind of lacking on the side of Boom Esports. Overall, though, I like it. I don't think it's a bad pick at all. I think it does kind of fit. If you need the Dragon Knight too, he can always build into something like a Silver Edge later on to have the break against the Bristleback. It seems fine.
Yeah, it's I mean, these three cores are not going to be burstable by the line. Like, you've got Lifestealer, DK, Mars. They have high HP pools and decent enough magic res. The Lifestealer has inbuilt spell immunity. So if you're looking to burst a big core before a fight, none of them are really burstable. Maybe you duel the Lifestealer, try to finger him down before you can enrage and kind of run away. But these heroes just live for a very long time, which is a bit of a double-edged sword, right? The Bristleback enjoys prolonged fights because he stacks up quilts, he stacks up goo, starts to do a lot of damage. Omega do close out with the Arc Warden though, and this is where it gets spicy. That is Artino, Arc Warden, Mac on the Bristle. So it's a Bristle versus DK lane, which honestly I do kind of like for the Bristleback. DK can spam Breathe Fire, go for his Dragon Blood, which is fine, but Bristleback just punishes. Once he has level 3 up, say he goes 1-1-1, starts to apply some decent minus armor, run you down, get the slows off. And it's not the best of times for a DK. You're a melee hero, you really only harass with your right clicks and a little bit of Breathe Fire. The Bristle kind of runs that lane down, and the Arc Warden to close it out. They've got a solid win condition for Omega, so even if Mac goes off to a slower start and gets hard countered, you have 3 melee heroes against Arc Warden. That's never fun.
No, it's not, John. It could be a very good game for Tino here, but we're going to find out very soon. Nonetheless, looking at both drafts, who do you think came out with the favorable draft for this one game they have up against each other?
I would actually say Omega has a really solid draft. I think they can buy the space out for his Arc Warden with her 4 heroes. Bristleback, as you mentioned, Vanguard, Hood of Defiance might not feel amazing. It's still a massive spike, even without the Ags. I think as long as you find your 2 durability items within 15 to 20 minutes, ideally by 15, you'd have Vanguard and you'd finish one of the other one you didn't get relatively soon. If you have that timing, the Bristle is not going to get bursted as well. Like, Boom's draft, they have to get the perfect initiation with either their DK or Mars. Whereas for Omega, they just run down you. They have the Bristle back up front. You maybe wait for a dual opportunity with Sam H. You have 2 heroes that can help you burst with the duel, with the Hoodwink shot and the finger from your Lion. and you kind of just play around at faster pace. So it's a bit easier to execute for Omega. They've got the safety net with the Arc Warden. I think that's going to make all the difference. For Boom, they have to play relatively quick in the mid game. Like, their lanes aren't too bad. I think you have to be a bit scared of the Lion and the Hoodwink, because that control coming through from them is fairly annoying. And I'd love to see that Boom are using their own voice lines.
It's
always
important.
nice to see. I want to hear some Maukimanabos from, I believe that was from Hyde. Oh,
I mean, you've got to use your own
yeah.
support pack. I mean, you can't just, not use your own support pack if you expect to sell them. You've got to try and show it off every time you get it. Because Boom Esports hopefully will do that this game. It's funny, John, I was kind of leaning towards the other draft myself. I was thinking Boom might have the advantage here with their own. I suppose the Arc Warden does put a spanner in the works, but I don't know if this hero is good enough in this current meta. It does feel kind of lackluster to me. Sure, it's still an Arc Warden. Sure, it can still be a powerhouse in the late game and hold the game forever. But I don't know. I think Boom might have the answers. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think for Boom, it's down to blink timings. If they get their blink on Mikoto and FBZ fast, then you can really easily jump in, close the gap with Tino, punish that Arc Warden for being a bit slower. The Bristle, even if he gets Vanguard and Hood of Defiance, if he's not able to distract the enemy team, he's not buying that space out. So you really do have to play that pace here for Omega on your 4 heroes. Whereas for Boom, as long as they don't really drop too much to these supports on Omega, then they can just kind of hold steady, hit their mid-game spikes, play with their team fight potential. And that's really important. Like, the blinks under level 6 has to be timely for Boom. You can see that mid matchup. Mac on the Bristle up against Mikoto on that DK. He is ready for the Bristleback spam. Has the stick, queuing up the wand, which is always what you want against a Bristle. But this initial level or 2 is going to feel great for Mac. Just spam the Quilt Sprays. Mikoto, he has 3 armor. He doesn't have Dragon Blood. Can easily just zone out DK for at least the first 2 waves and kind of build up a slight EXP advantage there by zoning out the DK.
Yeah, I mean, Mikoto definitely going to have those levels up before he can really contest the lane properly. We'll have a look at the other lanes as well. Top lane, Tino going to be up against FBZ and Hyde. He will be supported by CML on the POS 5 Hoodwink, apparently. So there you go, Hoodwink playing POS 5 role now. I guess the hero is still pretty good in that 5 role because you don't really need items to make the hero useful. It is one of those heroes that can just be very useful based on their skill kit. I suppose up against FBZ on the Mars, it's not going to be too difficult to try and win out the lane, I think. Maybe FBZ is able to get some denies off in the CS, but Tino should be relatively safe, assuming he doesn't come anywhere near Hyde or FBZ.
Yeah, and once you have level 2, level 3 up, though, FBZ and Hyde could look for the cookie combo, but I think CML's done a pretty good job here. He kind of cleared out the tree line, just kind of opening it up, so there's not much spear opportunities, at least on the right side of this lane, and they can kind of just focus on last hits. For now, FBZ's finding a decent amount, and this is one of FBZ's specials, of course, the Mars, something he's played a lot of throughout the past year, really, so a lot of potential there, and yeah, you don't really want to trade hits with a snap. You do see Hyde go for the Scatter Blast. No little Shredder for minus armor, but it's already enough to zone out Hoodwink. You don't have much HP. You have a decent amount of armor, but it's a very squishy support that doesn't have the longest range for right-click harassment, so you have to watch that spacing. Of course, the last lane we haven't really looked at yet is down, but you've got Sam H and Shanks on the LC in line. They are on the lane up against Dreamo Cell and Kezcute on Lifestealer and Ancient Apparition. This is a pretty steady lane for them to hold. They are doing a decent job and they're being aggressive here.
Well, that's the one thing, right? If you can catch Kezcute, you can just kind of run him down, and Sam H is not getting lucky with multiple attacks at all. I suppose is very lucky for Kezcute, who didn't take enough damage to die. But that's the thing, as long as Shanks can connect the stun into the Hex, you're pretty much always going to be able to get a hell of a lot of damage out onto Kezcute. There's not really much he can do about it either. Because Dreamcell can try to help out, but it's a Lifestealer after all. You've got to try and secure your own farm. Well, at least for now, Dreamcell doing a decent enough job trying to keep up with the CS. It is I suppose it is a bit of a hard lane here going into the Lifestealer. As long as you kind of aggro the wave away and just stay away from the Lifestealer, it's not too hard to just try and contest creeps. And as you can see, Sam H can just kind of man fight if he really wants to. Dreamer Soul, he'll try to do the same thing. But it can be rather hard when you are up against the Legion Commander.
Yeah, you can see down mid as well. Look how far Mac goes in. He stole the bounty rune. He's just trying to really be aggressive towards Mikado. He's overtaking slightly in last hits, but at level 5, this is where Mikado can start to hold him. In fact, he hasn't leveled his skills and is looking for the kill.
Well, Mikado's going to be somewhat careful though, but no, the Scatter Blast is going to make it in time. And you saw how much damage he took on that last Quill Spray. Had that been 2 Quill Sprays, he would have almost certainly just died. But a very important kill there into the mid lane on the Bristle. That's going to give Mikado a bit of breathing room and, of course, slow down this Bristle back a little bit. Mikado, he was starting to need it as well. He was falling behind in CS a little bit. Now, it looks like he is going to be able to catch up quite nicely.
I love what he did there. He was level 5, but he only had 3 skills leveled up. So he's really pocketing the Breed Fire and Dragon to a level, seeing if they would find that opportunity for the kill. It pays off. He starts to even out the lane. Gets the first blood gold going his way as well, so it feels great for the DK. This is the point where the Bristleback doesn't really zone you out. You can see Mac going into the jungle, just clearing out some small stacks here, trying to build up his gold into his Ring of Health before going back into lane, but they're doing a great job of tracking it. Like, they just scan out and boom, they know the stacks are being taken, they drop an Obs Ward, prevent the stacks, and they're just going to be able to soak some EXP here for Kesku.
It's not easy to get in range of Mac though. He hasn't got the Nasal Goo yet, but he can still just try to run you down now that he's level 6, and you definitely don't really want to risk being in that position. But I suppose if you are Kesku, if you could just soak some XP away from that Bristleback, it would be just as good as trying to steal some creeps away. And Mac, he's still going with the Ancients. Of course, this has left the mid lane and top lane, where CML is going to drop. They lose the Hoodwink. It's like FBZ did manage to catch him out, and it looked like it was a cookie into a spear combo. So there you go. They found a POS 5 support. This has left Tino on the Arc Warden by himself, and you never really want to do that with an Arc Warden. You see Tino in terms of CS, he is actually struggling quite a lot. 23-3 in comparison to, say, the safe lane of Boom, who does have 33-7 on Dreamer Cell. It's definitely a much slower start for Omega in terms of this Arc Warden.
I'm a bit surprised with how slow Tino is taking it. He's not really able to overtake in the 1v1 lane, not just focus on the farm. It feels like he's under threat from the Mars by himself, but that shouldn't be the case. He's going to need some supports to relieve that pressure, open up some more farm for Tino. If this Midas is delayed too long, and if the level 6 is stalled out on Tino too long, then it'll take longer for him to farm up. It's just the nature of Arc Warden. You need that Tempest double to really build up your net worth lead.
Mid-river, the fight was breaking out. They were trying to chase down CML and almost did get him, but CML was able to get out of there just fine. Instead, they'll move up towards the top lane and see if they can annoy Tino a bit more. Hyde still has that Arcane Rune for a bit longer, and CML is going to show himself now in the Hoodwink. It's going to be enough vision to force Tino back. But this still is allowing FBZ to have a very good time with this top lane. And we know FBZ, I mean, Boom has said it many times, but he's kind of like the backbone of the team. Generally speaking, if FBZ's having a good game, everyone else on Boom's going to be having a good game along with him. So this is the one man you probably don't want to allow to have this kind of laning stage.
Yeah, it's way too free of a start. You can see FBZ is already queuing up the instant blink as well.
Oh, CML.
And they get a nice cookie.
Yeah, CML's been caught out. Nice bushwhack, but it will not be enough. Hyde still able to get the last little shot out. Tino, of course, unable to help whatsoever. We'll have to just kind of watch him die, and they'll go after the top tier 1. Back mid lane, they even lost the mid tier 1 tower.
Ooh, I mean, at least they deny off the gold, but this is not good news. Mikado is able to really maximize his health with Dragon Form. I think that's his second spell use, and just take over his lane. The top lane, if they lose this as well, the map is way too small to get a Bristle and Arc Warden farmed up.
Sam H is going to come in, does have the duel, will go straight onto FBZ, and this should be a nice duel win. They will be able to get it in time. Hyde is going to try and go for a TP out, and he's going to be fine. But they got the big one, they got the Mars. It did cost about 4 heroes up top to make that happen, but they do get it in the end.
Yeah, they needed that relief. They need to hold on to these objectives for as long as possible, because you need all the space out for Tino. He's got the Midas up with a Tempest double. though the Arc Warden can sort of accelerate farm. You really need your travels up to have that laning presence as well. And while you make all of those moves happen at top and the jungle, you leave Dreamosol solo. This is still an issue. Like, this Lifestealer has been free farming the 1v1 lane for a very long time. Number 3 net worth, just barely behind a Bristleback. At level 7, has the Infest, rushing the Armlet. And once you have that on the Lifestealer, your burst damage on hand from Hoodwink and from Lion, it might not be enough, especially if Dreamosol's quick to react with his Rage up and running.
Looks like Mac's gonna come in and try to force this bottom tier 1 tower, but he's got no help around. Meanwhile, top lane, the tier 1 is gonna drop. Boom. They get it very easily. No issue whatsoever. Instead, mid lane, it looks like Keskute is gonna get caught out. That's the first finger of the game flying out from Shanks. It is only an AA though. I mean, it's nice to get a finger kill, but you only got the +5 AA with it. You don't lose that mid tier 1 tower if you boom anyway. In fact, it's still full HP. Omega, for now, they're just going to keep the farm up in the jungle. It is a bit tough though. They are kind of splitting farm here with Mac. Mac is at that point, I think, where he needs to start roaming and making that space for Tino on the Arc Warden to allow him to catch up and actually have a game. Top lane FBZ. Quarterback going into Sam H, but really had no help around to secure the kill. We haven't really seen the arena being committed yet by FBZ, but I imagine it should come pretty soon.
I'm pretty scared for Omega. We talked about Boom's key timings being level 6 and Blinks. They've already got the level 6s on their big cores. The supports aren't too far off from that spike. And the Blinks are almost up, Mike. FBZ is about 100 gold off. You've got Mikado about 500 gold off as well. So it's not going to be too long till these two big cores start jumping around, setting up the arena, getting the Dragon Tail stun off, and FBZ TP's home for that Blink. So they might look for a smoke play or a pick off with that Blink Arena Spear combo, and they do go for it. Keskute is with FBZ looking for a kill.
Alright, let's see how it works out. I mean, once you connect the Ice Blast in the arena, it's basically a guaranteed kill every time. Especially at these lower levels, and obviously they want a big target. They don't really want to support. They want Tino. The pings are flying out. They really want that Arc Warden dead. Dreamosol's going to show himself in the tier 1 tower, but FBZ is going to have his smoke broken, but it won't matter. He's in. Ice Blast going to fly through. It will connect very well, and Tino is just going to get bursted down. Can they get a trade going? A nice Hoodwink ultimate, but there's the Infest out. Keskute, he's going to try and run. They'll duel him up. A nice pushback to hold them down, but they are still going to try and fight Boom Esports. They are dropping quite low. There goes FBZ and Sam H. He might just survive, but no. Hyde will be able to get the kill. Now Makoto going to be chased down by Mac, but Dreamosol's going to go into the backside, try to get Shanks down the Lion. It'll be a 1-for-1 again. Mac will keep going on the Bristle. He still has plenty of mana to use up here, and Dreamosol is still trying to man fight this. Can he actually win though? Not quite. CML with the bushwhack will take him down. And in the end, Omega, they'll be able to come out on top. Definitely a nice attempt there from Boom Esports, but it just drags out a bit too long, and in the end, the Bristleback just proving to be too strong at this stage.
Yeah, and those are the two issues we talk about in draft. Like, as these fights prolong, as you've got these tanky cores with not much burst outside of your Kisses and Ice Blast, the Bristle will win out these prolonged fights. Quilt Sprays just stacks up. There's no real limit to Quilt Spray, and it can't be dispelled. So even if you rage up, Mac will still hit you, still stack up the damage, and still eventually win up the man fight. You're gonna need a break on Mac to kind of mitigate some of that, maybe some additional control as well. They need to save perhaps the Ice Blast for the Bristleback to really get the kill going. Otherwise, Mac just stands in front, and Omega now are aware of the Blink. They know what to expect with FBZ coming in. They should look to play with Mac up front. They need to play with this big spike in the Bristleback.
They are. Dreamosol, nice rage just before the bushwhack came in, and now Mac is going to be chased down, and he's actually already lost half his HP. That's pretty much going to be it, though. They're not going to try and pursue them past the tier 1 tower. I think Boom are just very happy if they're holding their own tier 1s. And so far, they have held every single tier 1 tower for the Radiant side. Looks like they are going to immediately smoke up straight after that defense. See if they can find a nice pick off and maybe move in to apply more pressure as Sam H in a nice position to break the smoke and does. That might just be enough now for Boom, as they don't really have a way of initiating without that smoke at the moment. But they are at least going to be able to get into the Dire jungle and take one stack away in the neutrals. It's something.
Yeah. It's a nice little pickup. I think for Omega, they're very close to one big item coming out for Shanks. The Blink is 200 gold off. So once you have this line Blink, you have much more potential to get that instantaneous control in one big hero before a fight breaks out. I think your priority has got to be FBZ. More than likely, you want to take the Mars out of the picture first, prevent the arena from flying through, which will make it harder for Hyde to land some good kisses. So let's see if Shanks prioritizes that here. But they've done a great job of giving this line some space to get some initial farm. Like, this is still a really steady blink timing at about the 15-minute mark. They're starting to get some of that split push going with their Arc Warden as well. Tino's lined up down bot, shoving it in. He's got the backup of his supports in the lane. Of course, your top tier 2 is being shoved in a bit by FBZ. So
it is.
You don't really want that to drag on for too long. And the rest of Boom are lining up for a bit of a shove-in.
Quite shocked at how fast Tino's caught up in terms of farm. Like, he's doing pretty well for himself considering the circumstances. Still ahead of Dreamer Cell, the Lifestealer, who had a much freer time, and Sam H. He's gonna get caught out. The Hood of Defiance gonna be there, but it should not and will not save. Break is out though on the DK. Mikoto just gonna try and run away, and it looks like he's gonna be fine. They commit everything on him, he just won't die, and now Mac gonna get caught out on the arena. However, FBZ, he does not land the spear. Will it matter though? Dreamer Cell, he has a lot of damage along with Makoto. They're gonna kill off Mac. There goes your Bristle. I thought that would maybe be a little bit more favored towards Omega, but losing Sam H like that definitely wasn't the greatest start to a team fight.
Definitely not. He was trying to hide in the tree line, they catch him out. And it was him by himself. He had no backup until he was being jumped. They were much more focused on taking that bot tier 1 in exchange. So Boom managed to get some big kills. And getting the Bristle back as well is very important for Boom and very detrimental to Omega. They have to remember that Mars is sold.
Ouch. Hyde, he just stuns him once and the Ice Blast comes flying through. And there you go, Hyde, letting him know about it. While that was happening, Dreamer Cell, he'll just keep pushing out the tier 2 top tower. And it's not going to take too long along with the siege creep, but the glyph is going to come out. But the counter glyph now. Boom Esports, they are committed. They've lost the siege creep though. But they're just going to use Dreamer Cell and Makoto and slowly chip away at this tier 2 top.
Yeah. The one thing in these fights is that, you know, it didn't happen in the last fight, but if the spear lands in arena, you have to remember that forces the hero to face front. So for Bristleback, that means Bristleback is not going to be active. And if FBZ actually lands the spear in the arena, you're in for a world of hurt there on Mac's side. So he really has to keep trying to dodge that initiation here.
Best out on Makoto. He has the dragon form up. He just needs a target, and Sam H. He's going to be very careful at that top lane. They will more than be happy to just try and jump in after him first. Makoto now going to show himself in that dragon form. Sam H going to show himself trying to defend, but he's been caught out. Ice Blast is there. They've got the lockdown. They've got the LC. Mac is going to try and come in and help out, and Sam H is brought back. They will take the fight, but for now they've only got FBZ, who is still just tanking all the damage. They'll get the duel off. Kescute is going to be able to TP away. Dreamer Cell will do the same. They are unable to stop anyone else. I suppose they at least got a duel victory on FBZ, but they committed a buyback for that. It's not going to feel amazing for Sam H or Omega.
No, definitely not. They managed to defend their tier 2, so in that sense it's a bit more worthwhile, but they need to get more out of it. They go into the Roche here, they're going to try to force it out. Without the arena, it's a bit tricky to fight in, but they can still toss a casual Ice Blast, but all the minus armor Bristleback does give you, it shouldn't take too long, but they will find out.
Hyde, seeing the Ice Blast. What's he doing there? He's thinking about cooking in, but I don't think it's going to be a great idea, and he's not going to make it in time. In fact, now he's been caught out. They'll commit the sharpshooter and the finger and just blow him up. It was wishful thinking with that cookie, but he was scouted out by a warden. I suppose there was no real way it was going to work once they had the vision.
And it's a great objective for Omega to take. They've got a bit more presence here with their bristleback. Mac can afford to really just be that big body up front, force all the attention onto him. And that's going to be key. He has to be that buffer zone between him and the Arc Warden in these fights. He has to be the one getting everyone's focus, copying all the spells. For the side of Boom, they could kind of take it slow at the moment. They could wait for these BKBs to line up, wait for the Aegis to expire first. They're very close to that BKB on Mikato. And Mikato's actually lining up in that jungle.
He is top side. He has found Shanks. Ice Blast gonna land. He stuck around for the Earth Spike, and I guess it probably wouldn't have made a difference anyways. Now, Tino, at least his Tempest Double was being chased down, but they aren't going to be able to get it in time. But Boom really seemed quite dedicated to trying to go after this tier 2 top tower. Makoto with this dragon form now should be able to finish off whatever's left of the HP pool. I suppose in the meantime, Omega, they'll just keep the farm up on Tino, and you know, it is still working out. Tino is top of the net worth board, not really struggling. You've also got the Bristleback right behind him. So Mac still farming just nicely as well, and we'll see if this farm translates later on, as FBZ now is invested up. He breaks his own smoke. Sam H now going to be spotted out. However, Spear does not land, and that's the only stun they had. No Ice Blast even thrown out.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Small mistakes kind of costing them a kill. Can't really even snipe out this Tempest Double as well.
Nope.
Too close to expiry. The side of Omega, the farm distribution's nice between the Arc Warden and the Bristle. I think you're really taking major hits on Sam H though. He does have 3 dual wins, so he has some damage on hand, but kind of want to give him some space for maybe that Heaven's Halberd to come true. Already has the Ag Shard. And that's another major spike for Omega, right? Free BKBs flying through for your Bristle or your Arc Warden. They're going to be kept up in the middle of these fights a lot longer, and they will smoke around now on Omega's end.
I think that's kind of the point of Sam H's game, is to just be with the press the attack purge, and obviously the BKB going to be very effective. It does really feel like it's all in on Tino on that Arc Warden, as it generally is when you have an Arc Warden draft. And Omega, they are going to try and bait the side of Boom in by having Mac take down that tier 1 tower, but that's not really going to work out. Instead, they'll have to invade that triangle, and Shanks is going to be there with the Hex out. They've got the AA. CML, they're going to move in. Ice Blast is there. Sam H going to try and find out, but FBZ gets the arena down. They will continue this fight, and that'll be Hyde going down first on the LC. And now Mac, he's pretty darn low with the Ice Blast down. He might just drop, but it does wear off. Mac now going to be able to escape as Makoto. He will get cookied away. He did have the buyback there onto our Snapfire. Hyde wanting to come back into the team fight, but in the end, I suppose that was favorable for the side of Omega.
Definitely so. They hold on to the Aegis. They lose their Legion commander, but that was after they found the dual win. Anyway, Boom kind of forced to buy back, trying to make something happen. They have to be really careful about these fights. Like, BKB is already up in Mac. He didn't use it in the last fight. He's going to have even longer spell immunity in the middle of it if he wants to. And heck, even after Aegis pops, he's just going to save it for that second life. So your control on the Bristle, it's not going to feel amazing. Omega's done a great job of stalling out with Tino. He's already got his Gleipnir out, saving up for the Scotty next. And once you've got that Scotty, the Lifestealer and the DK are not going to feel that tanky up front anymore. Like, they're not going to get that HP regen they'd like. The Lifestealer's not going to lifesteal as much as he'd love in his name. And Omega just continues to kind of find answers. Boom. They've got this Desolator up and running on FBZ. They have ways to really burst down some of these heroes fast. They need to get a little bit more on Dreamocell. The MKB is going to help him out a lot. And once you have that, you can really start to burst some heroes down. They are still sort of running as three, though, but doesn't look like they're keen for the smoke just yet.
It does feel like Boom might run out of time with this draft if they're not too careful. It's, I mean, you've already pointed it out, but the Ice Scotty is going to cause a lot of problems here when Tino has it up. Of course, the Aghanim Scepter as well being worked on now by Mac. is going to be even more concerning along with that Eye of Skadi. Just so much slow, so much control, and it just feels like you can kite out so much once everything's up for Omega. Boom, they have now smoked up. This is really the key, trying to just burst somebody down before the team fight really begins, and they seem to enjoy just focusing on Sam H, getting rid of that LC, and it looks like they might try again. Smoke's going to be broken. Pings out on Mac. Mac may be a little bit too hard to burst down immediately, and Boom, they are going to think better of it. They'll back off. There was actually a scan out as well, catching them through the triangle. And that's going to be it. Boom are out of there.
Yep, not finding that opening. They did go in a bit blind. They didn't really have the best forward wards before popping that smoke. They got a flip ward down at the very least, so they've got some information to play with. But Omega are happy with us. Like, they don't need to fight. They sit back. They can save up for Max Ags coming through next. And that's the big annoying spike for the Bristle. He's just able to really keep up Warpath on Max charges, so have to just wait out that spike. Boom, though, might run into him.
Pings out. Mac is spotted. Boom, they are struggling to find a way to try and start the team fights now, and I think they're really respecting the amount of farm that Omega would have. Probably understand as well, Tino might actually get involved in these team fights from this point on. Especially with the Gleipnir up, you could definitely afford to get involved with your team. He may choose to maybe decide to try and just finish off the full Eye of Skadi first. We'll see. There's the die triangle again. Icepath's going to fly through. Makoto, he'll go after the line. FBZ, he's going to be there with the Arena Spear right on to Mac. Mac, can he survive? It looks like he's going to pop his BKB and be fine, as now they'll turn on to FBZ. Jewel is out. They'll lock him down. They'll get the kill. Bottomless Kisses are out as well, but it is way too late. It's a bit of a rush job there from Boom Esports. Just seemed like a very kind of panicked initiation, and they didn't really respect the Bristle. They didn't respect the LC, and it does cost them.
Yeah, not coming out cleanly at all for Boom. These engages are costing them a core, and they only really find support. The lead grows up to 3k, and now Omega, knowing these spells are down, they could look to play aggressively themselves.
Mac, Ice Blast is going to land. They won't have the follow-up damage, though. You can already see Dreamer Soul queuing up his own Eye of Skadi now. Along with the Sange and the Ghoul Frenzy is what they call it. The Eye of Skadi, the slow will be quite insane from the Lifestealer. You basically won't be moving. But now Omega have smoked up. No Roshan up. We'll head up towards the top side of the map, see if they can find somebody to pick off, and well, that's going to be a nice one. They found Dreamer's Soul. There's your Hex out. He already used his Infest to try and get the Tempest Stubble, but he's going to get jeweled down. FBZ, he tried to be there in time, but it will not be fast enough, as now Omega, they would love to chase. They can't catch anyone. But they got the biggest target, and that's all that's going to matter.
Yeah, they get to do a bit of a shove-in on that top tier 1, clear out that objective. The side of Boom needs to really be a bit conservative here. They can't keep just matching this Tempest double 1 by 1. You never know if Smart Omega smokes behind. Their vision game is still not the best to spot those movements out. They will plant some more defensive wards by the ramp to start watching that Roche as well. But their tier 2 top now is being shoved in slowly. They are forced to fortify. And even then, their bot's also being shoved in. That bot tower is just gone. Tino clears it out from constantly shoving it in with a Tempest double. So Omega's really getting the map space out to enable their greedier start. They've got the 5k lead. The time to punish this kind of strat has kind of come and gone. And you mentioned that in Grab. Boom needed to play a little bit quicker here, really maximize their blink timings. They were playing aggressively, but some of their target prioritization early on really weren't clean, and they've got to be a bit cautious as they try to build up more farm.
Oh, Sam H, he jumped right in. Arcane was picked up by Makoto. They're going to go for the find now. Sam H will get bursted down. Mac, he's going to try and go after FBZ, but he pops the BKB and runs. He is outnumbered. He'll be okay in the end. A very close call, but an immediate smoke up. Now with Sam H down, they want to definitely try and take the fight. Tino, oh, that'll be a nice one. Tempest Stubble not going to break the smoke. Makoto being very patient. Did he spot Tino, though? Oh, he barely misses out on the right target. Mind you, Roshan is up, so they have that for themselves if they want. But instead, Makoto is still just trying to find another target. Even with the Shadow Blade up, Makoto, he's not going to be able to find anyone. They have pretty much run out of time for Roshan, but they're going to try anyway.
They can still rip through it with Dream Assault's build up. You've got a good amount of damage here, especially once the Solar Crest and the little Shredder on his armor come into play. So it should still melt, but Omega are the ones smoked up now. They don't have vision in the pit. They should know something's up. They don't have a scan though, so this might just go for free here for Boom, and that's going to be Aegis, Cheese, and Shard. Big amount of power spikes here for Boom Esports. They will be a lot hard to deal with. 2 lives in Dreamo Cell, Cheese up in Mikado. They've got safety nets to play with. They've got the open wounds now on Dreamo Cell, and that's really going to help try to kite around Omega. Additional slows on hand is always great, and some additional lifesteal will help them in the man fight. So I have to watch that. The lead of Omega is just down to 1k. Most of that gold is riding on Tino, really, as you've shafted Sam H, and you haven't really allowed Mac to grow too fast. So the investment on the Arc Warden still has to pay off. And Tino is rushing BKB. So the Arc Warden will be able to join in a couple of these fights now. Once that item's up, Boom has to be a bit cautious about that, as the Arc Warden, well, he's looking pretty scary. He hasn't really shown the full power of his Skadi and Gleipnir yet, but once his BKB's up and running, having the Arc Warden in the middle is going to complicate the engagements for Boom.
Boom's now shown back up at the bot lane. Got Shanks around at the tree line. He'll go for the Hex. But for what? Shanks? What was that? Oh, Tempest Stubble goes down as well. Omega, probably a bit of miscommunication there. I think the idea was that the Lion gets in, he gets the Hex off, and the Tempest Stubble comes in with the damage. But maybe Tino kind of fell asleep there, and well, they end up missing out. It was a very strange kind of kill attempt to go for.
Yeah, it's not the biggest kill to give away. I think you're not completely upset, although losing the Tempest Double is probably a bit more painful. That gold swing is never something you want to give off. And Boom, they're not going to ask the questions. They're going to shove in the bot lane, line up for the tier 1, start to open up the triangle a little bit more for invasion. They've got that deep ward watching the backside of the triangle as well. So once they take this tower out, it should be easier for them to look for ganks in that area, get more successful smokes going. And for the most part, Omega's not quite responding. They're focused on shoving up top. They've got a massive creep wave. The tier 2 top is not that healthy. They might end up with a 1-for-1 trade here if you're not careful on Boom's end.
Sharpshooter barely missing there onto Dream Assault. Go ahead and heal up on the Ancients, and well, Dream Assault's about 100, 200 gold away from having the full Eye of Skadi up. You may as well just go finish that off before you get into another fight. It will offer you another big power spike on this Lion Stealer. Looks like that's exactly what they're going to do on the side of Boom, is just give Dream Assault that time. Omega, they just don't seem stressed about this though. Like, as long as Tino's farming on the Arc Warden, they seem more than happy to just keep this game going. They even got the T2 top tower. Makoto, he'll try and TP up to defend, but he's not going to be able to take the Tempest Double out in time. I suppose at least you bought enough time for Dream Assault to have that Eye of Skadi up now. And they might even go in for a team fight this bottom lane. DPC is waiting around to see if he can find a pick-off. And Tino is certainly there. But they don't have anything like a Tinker Ward to really scout Tino out. He's going to back off to the base again.
Yeah, not the best use of time there from the side of Boom. We did see a bit of an infest onto FBZ just to get Dreamo Cell out as well, so they're trying to be efficient and get some farm up. They don't have too much time left in the Aegis here from Boom, only about a minute left. They haven't really done much with it but farm. They do, however, have the Silver Edge up in Mikato. They've got a nice break to deal with Bristle, but hide.
Hyde ends up going down to Tino's Tempest Stubble. Meanwhile, Makoto with the Silver Edge still unable to find a target. Omega have been very good at hanging around their tier 2 towers and not really allowing them to go down. And it's allowed them that protection as well from the Silver Edge that has been picked up. As Makoto, he's going to try again. He does run into Mac, but he can't get the hit off. In fact, Omega, they're going to be there. They're going straight into Dreamer Cell. They want the life steal. In fact, no, it's FBZ that goes down. Now Sam H going to be in trouble, but so will be Makoto. As now Omega, they really group up around the life steal. The buybacks are coming through from the side of Boom, but it might just be too late. Dreamer Cell, he needs their help right now. He is not going to get it. The Aegis is down. Maybe they can protect the secondary life. But Omega, they're happy with the buybacks. They got the Aegis, they got the 2 buybacks they wanted. It's a pretty big win for this dire end.
Yeah, it's a bit clumsy of Boom. Like, they kind of stream in one by one to the fight. They don't really get the infest target they want. They're playing offensively with the infest as well. So you don't have the option to just inject someone with a flash burst to HP. And they aren't really able to do much. In fact, Mikado, why is he man-fighting here? Mikado?
What? Dominating, I guess.
What? Why?
Well, this is why we're doing the tiebreakers, John. I'm not sure what happened there.
He just fought the Tempest double. Just straight up. Tried to fight it and lost.
Maybe he just assumed it was going to expire or something. It's hard to figure out why these guys do the things they do sometimes, you know? It's a lot of gold, but if you can't man-fight it, don't man-fight it. Sharpshooter, gonna fly in. Nice setup there from Sam H. FBZ not gonna get hit by the arrow. They still have a lot of damage though, and it looks like they might get it, but no. Dreamer Soul with the Infest gonna save the day for a little bit, but not for long. Now they'll turn onto Dreamer Cell. Things are looking very bad for the side of Boom Esports as Dreamer Cell is dropping way too low. He's going to try and fight back. They'll turn the glyph on the towers. Omega are looking so darn strong now. It's a 5v3 scenario. How did Boom try to defend this one? They'll use the Kisses first up to get rid of the creep wave. The Tempest Double, it'll stand its ground for a little bit longer, get the damage out. It might even get the tier 3 tower, and it does. Nobody gonna be able to defend it. And Omega, they just wisely back off. No kind of risking the game here. They've got a 13k net worth lead, there's no reason to rush. I like this kind of conservative play when you've got a draft like this. There really is just no rush here for Omega.
They don't need to bang their heads against the wall here. Boom kind of missed out on that early mid-game timing with their blinks. They're scaling towards the late game. I mean, it can bounce back in. You know, Mikado can still itemize to be that big right-click DK, so can Dreamocell. After the Scotties, start to build some durability. Maybe look at the Ags. Honestly, I think Lifestealer Ags is really too strong. Like a 20-second cooldown in Infest can make all the difference, but it's definitely not a priority for Dreamocell, so that's still down the line. For the key thing for Boom now is kind of stall out. They just don't match the power spikes in Omega yet in a big 5v5. You've got the Ags up on Mac. He's just spamming the nasal goo out, getting Mac's Warpath every single time. Tino on the Arc Warden's just too far back. You can try to Blink Initiate on him, but he always shows up after the Blink Initiation's done. So it's just really well disciplined here from Omega. And even Shanks, he's beyond, besides that one mistake he made down bot, his Earth Spikes have been really setting up for Sam H to run up, get the duels off, get the lockdown on one big hero, and then just find a pick off, go into the 4v5. Boom needs to respect that burst potential. It's still a lot better in Omega's hand. Boom do not have the best burst, even with the Deso up on their Mars. They just don't have something like Finger on their side. So they've got to be a bit cautious. I'd say if they can target the backlines, every single time they kill Sam H is nice. I think Sam H doesn't matter as much as Shanks or even CML. Like, these supports with their stuns are just breaking up the team fight of Boom, and they're not able to really avoid it in time.
Roshan is going to be back up. Boom Esports going to make their way over. Spotted out. Omega immediately, though, this time around, not going to allow the Roshan to go. Definitely going to be looking for the fight as Tino with the Tempest double. He's going to keep the split push up at the bot lane. Omega, they're just going to start. And I kind of like this. I like the fact that they're trying to force a fight as Mac. Leave Roshan alone. Look at
You
Tino,
gotta love
though.
Arcane Rune.
Look at the Tempest double. Kescute's gone.
Oh boy.
Or is he?
Oh.
Yeah, he's definitely gone.
Mega kill. Carnage.
Oh god. Arc Warden. Right. Beautiful. And you have to say this as well. Mac, I think this is his fourth Arcane Rune on Bristleback. You gotta love it when you get Arcanes on a hero like Bristle as well. Just keep the spam up. Look at Roche, he's gone. Free Ag's Blessing here to take as well. Really couldn't give that one out to you. It looks like they might actually give it to CM also. We'll have the Boomerang.
Oh, Shanks
no,
gets
they
it.
pass it on. All right.
Yeah,
Fair
I was
enough.
going to say, it's the Hoodwink Ags doesn't sound that good.
But he's buying it though. Like CML has been queuing it up, so I'm curious to see the Boomerang in action. I don't even know what it does. Like, all right, he has a Boomerang, it goes around, marks people. Cool.
Kodo. Gonna spot out one. He'll go after the line. Bushwhack not going to really be there. FBZ misses the spear. They will still get Shanks. But now you've got to deal with Mac and the rest of the crew. Dreamersaw, it looks like he's happy to try and fight, but the sharpshooter does come through. Ice Blast is going to be there, but won't really land. Mac still in danger, but is still running. Now Sam H pops his own BKB. Dreamersaw not able to keep up as Mac looks to try and turn around now. He still has the Aegis up. Hyde's going to be targeted. Meanwhile, on the backside, they've got Sam H on the LC in trouble. Mac, though, he does get Hyde, but Sam H is gone. Mac now very low HP with the Aegis, but the Nasal Goo is keeping him alive. FBC's there. Does he have the damage output? Not quite, but there you go. Now they can set up with the spear. They get him. That'll be a dead Bristle. For the side of Boom Esports, but the bot racks has been pushed in. Tino, he at least got a range racks for their trouble. I guess that's something. We'll see if Boom Esports, if they can try to push some objectives now. I still think it's rather hard going into the Arc Warden as every lane has been pushed out. See what they can get done.
Yeah, it's going to be slow going for Boom. They find some big kills, they make the Aegis basically just disappear, and they get the big target. That's what we were looking for in Initiation. They need to jump the supports first. They need to take care of the line, prevent the Hex, prevent the Finger from coming through. And as long as they keep finding the control of Omega, I think Boom can start to feel a bit better about these fights. So we'll see if they can keep finding those angles. They will need some time here to get the push going back. Respawn in the Bristle, it's not that long, so they don't really have the time to lock in a tower and even consider high ground. They will be able to get some good farm. AC's finally up for Dreamocell, so he is going to do a lot more damage. He's going to be safer from the Quills. I think that's something you kind of forget with Bristleback, but Quills are physical damage. So armor is going to help reduce a lot of that early impact. Of course, it still gets ridiculous as he scales up. You've got the Satanic as well here from FBZ, and we're going to go hunting with a bit of a smoke.
It's so hard though. These Spark Wraiths around. Makoto, he can't really be sneaky with the smoke. Now they just show themselves as Omega. They already knew. Once those Spark Wraiths pop, they know exactly where they are. The fun thing is as well, Omega haven't really fought with Tino yet. Like, Tino's been split pushing this whole game. He's still farming. He's got 5.5k worth of gold sitting there, and he still will not join a team fight.
Yeah, it's just Arc Warden things. Like, he's sitting back, trying to keep the lanes pushed out. I think he understands if he dies, he is worth 37k gold. He will bleed a lot of that lead back towards Boom. This 18k lead on Omega is basically just Arc Warden. You're not really ahead on Mac. You're lagging behind Sam H. They will smoke up on Omega Sando. Looks like they will line up for the top lane. No one from Boom there yet. But they might catch someone out trying to de-shove this wave.
Oh, Dreamer, so he should know the Nasal Goo stacks were there on the Ancients for a second, but he will ignore them. Oh, he's moving up. He may not realize. Now the TP's coming in. Tino, he's going to join for this one with the Tempest double. So he has his team behind him. Apart from Makoto, who's currently at the bot lane trying to split push that out. They'll see the Tempest double of Tino. Makoto, he'll TP in and take care of it. The rest of Boom, they've smoked up again. This time, FBZ, he's going to be the one to find the Arcane Rune, so bit of a bonus for him as they do move into that dire jungle. And they spot out Mac. That's the one they'll go for. The spear going to land perfectly into the Ice Blast. Mac, he tried to survive with the BKB charge, but it will not be enough. And that's a good start because he does not have buyback on that Bristle.
That's pretty scary for Omega. Their big frontliner's gone. They're going to have to kind of concede these outer objectives. They are getting shoved in on bot, though.
Shanks, he tried to come in and get Makoto down, but this time they punished the Lion. Tino, he's going to keep going with the Tempest double. In fact, he's going to try and fire back up against the DK. Makoto force the Shadow Blade and just try to run. He will survive. Meanwhile, the mid-tier 2, it does drop to Dreamer Cell. But this game is a bit too close for comfort for both sides, I think. Neither team really can guarantee they've got this game in the bag. So Omega, they are still trying to split push the top lane. Makoto is still trying to deal with it. Meanwhile, Dreamer Cell going straight through the mid. He's going to go after the tier 3 tower. They're just trying to buy the space for this Bristle to be able to just get back into the game. That's going to be it.
Pretty good set of objectives coming out from Boom. They can now start to pressure to mid. They're still being pressured top, though. They lost their tier 3, so Tino's doing a good job of split pushing here.
That he is, John. As every Arc Water tends to do. Just don't even play the game. You're just playing your own kind of RPG game here if you're Tino. Bit of tower defense.
Yeah, just pushing in, playing your one-man RTS. Boom, though, I think you worry about this side, even just having that tier 3 up. It complicates matters. The farm is still building up. Even the supports of Boom are starting to find some items. E-Blade up in Kescute, so we've got a way of maybe piling on the burst, if ever, onto Mac. That could be pretty nice, and it could save himself as well from some of that physical damage coming through. Very nice for any support to have. Save your own core as well. Big possibility, and they are playing a bit aggressive. They do have the Silver Edge up with the Infest.
Kodo. Move in, we'll spot out Mac. You've got to know he has help behind him. Silver Edge again. He wants the backside, I think, for Kodo, and he's going to run into Shanks. That's the one they want. They want to get rid of this line, and they get him. Onto Mac. They'd love the Bristle next. Mac's going to try and run. Looks like he is going to be alright for now as the Boomerang flies out into the Sharpshooter. Dreamer Cell going to cop the Sharpshooter. But there's going to be no follow-up to it. In fact, on the backside now, Tino going to show up with the Tempest double, but can't really get too much done. So Tino immediately going to start split pushing out the top lane again. Unfortunately, he's also going to get the bot lane. So, Boom Esports going to be stuck trying to defend. In fact, FBZ is going to be very careful, but it looks like he is going to be able to survive the onslaught of Tino's Tempest double. And top lane, Kescute, Ice Blast going to be there on Mac. They'll try to help out. The Bristle's dropping low with that Ice Blast. They'll get a great trade. Sam H, he got the jewel off in time, but it's going to cost his own life. While that's happening, Tino is just bad fighting Dreamers, or rather FBZ. FBZ drops to the Tempest double now.
Oh boy, it's a back and forth. It's an Arc Warden game at its best. 11k lead still standing here for Omega, but they dropped their Bristle, they dropped their line, and LC in exchange for that Mars and A8. It's not too bad for Boom. Like, they're slowly but surely working this enough for it back. They only really have this big split push to worry about every single time.
He's got it. Tips out to Tino. Thank you very much, Mr. Arc Warden, for doing your job. Tino now might actually see a hero for once. Oh, Makoto's going to Silver Edge. He did spot him out. It gets him with the Gleipnir, and now Shanks is in. He's got the dust. They've got the DK. Makoto immediately going to get fingered up, and Tino, he'll get to work with the Bloodthorn.
was unreal.
It is just way too much damage.
Try harder.
Sam H will not stop giving it to him with the voice lines. Omega, they'll get their support duo smoked up again. If they want, there is a Roshan to play for right now. They might just have to wait out their Bristle.
Yeah, I think ideally you want Mac to pick up that Aegis now. Tino's just not dying anywhere. You don't have buyback on Mac still, so he's going to need that second life for security. And that should enable them to really eye the high ground fully. And they're already 1 racks up. They can clean up, get the mega creeps, look for tier 4s next. And that will put Boom in a really awkward spot. They still got power in them on Boom's end, but every single time they split up, or every single time their lane's under too much pressure, they just can't respond.
How is this hero still balanced? I don't... This Arc Warden, no matter what they do to it, this hero is just not fair. Because now they go for the Roshan. Look how fast they take it, John. Aghanim Scepter, Refresher Shard, Shards, Cheese, Aid, whatever you want, you've got it now. Mac is holding the Aghanim's Blessing. Who's he giving it over to? It looks like he's just taking it himself.
Yeah, free up the slot on the Bristle. Allows you to cheese up front, so got that for enrichment. I don't know about the refresh and Bristle though. That sounds kind of meh, I guess.
He'll give it
BKB's
over.
nice.
He might just give it over. I guess maybe he could use the BKB.
Yeah.
Got an Abyssal Blade now as well.
On the side of Bloom, you need to really be careful. I mean, they're just struggling against the Tempest Double. Like, they just can't deal with it. Even if they can kind of gap close, go into the bubble, it just doesn't feel great. I mean, they're down to 1.5 racks here. Net worth lead back to 19k for Omega. They're just, you know, really twacking away, slowly chipping away at the sanity of Boom.
Kodo, do not hit a creep right now, sir. Back, Tino, Tempest Double, gonna be caught. Gonna be it. Oh, I say that, his Tempest Double's not gonna die. They can't actually kill it. And it'll get back to work.
Yeah, just go for the rack slowly but surely. And yeah, it's not fun for Boom right now. Definitely not fun. They're stuck in their base. They're stuck trying to clear out the creep waves. Omega just putting a chokehold on them right now. And they have basically everything they could ask for. Maybe just get, I don't know, Ag's Blessing on your Orc Warden to tidy it up, and an Ag Shard, because why not? Then you're truly all set in farm. Boom. I know what they can do here in terms of itemization. We're seeing the Divine queued up by FBZ. It's that point of the game. You just feel like you need the damage. The Mars is your best bet. Play around with your God's Rebuke there and try to make it work for yourself.
Oh, there goes the Tempest Double again. Gets queued, almost dies even with the Ghost Scepter. He's going to survive for now. I mean, yeah, I guess you've just got to buy the Divine and hope you can burst everyone down with the God's Rebuke damage on FBZ. I'd say maybe Dreamer Soul should do the same, but it is a life stealer. It may not be worth it, as now they've caught him out. They've got the Mars there. Finger's going to be committed along with the Boomerang and the Sharpshooter, but none of it proves to be enough with the Infest. Now they go for more. CML, he's going to be just fine. Mac will try to slow down Dreamer's Soul, but he's going to rage TP away. Oh, but they have the Abyssal. They will stun him up. He's going to just try and run for his life now. Mac will chase him. The Spear going to delay any form of chase left. Boom, they can't leave the base. It's impossible.
No, they have no option. The split push coming through from the Arc Warden's too much. The Divine is up for FBZ. That's the great journey of the courier back home. We'll see if this is enough, because FBZ has looked really squishy up front. As long as the chain stun combination comes through from Omega, he has to really ensure that he's in a very safe spot before committing the damage. Otherwise, you could lose the Divine, and that could spell the end. In fact, Dreamocell loses his Satanic as well in the courier. Not good.
No. That's pretty bad news. That Satanic's gone for 3.5 minutes now for Dreamer Cell, and they're going to know about it on the side of Omega. They want to try and make something happen with this timing. FBZ going to reveal the Divine, but he's right in. Sharpshooter connects. He's still going to be all right with the Infest. But he does reveal the Divine now, and Omega say they do not care whatsoever. They just move right in as Makoto going to show up onto the Bristol. They'll try onto Mac, but the BKB from Sam H going to be there. FBZ still getting to work onto Mac, might find the Bristol back and does with the Aegis. Now Tino with the Tempest double. Looks like he's going to drop. It's Mac. No Aegis up, he still has the cheese. FBZ going to try with the speed, but it does not land. Instead, Makoto, he found Sam H. They'll get the Legion Commander, but he's going to fight back. A nice Earth Spike. They've got the Mars, the finger out. FBZ, he needs help. He's lost it. Divine on the deck, but nobody's picked it up. Nobody noticed. Makoto, he'll grab it. Mac forgot. We'll see if it costs him later on. Because now you've got to worry about this, well, FBZ's got the Divine back, so it's not really too big of a deal. Refresh up, BKB now available. The Abyssal Blade from Mac could have been a bit too much of a desperate play as Sam H jumps in but won't find a jewel. They almost have that melee barracks though, but they aren't going to finish it yet. But they are about 400 HP away from having Megas up.
This is just nuts. Arc Warden just does way too much while Tino's main hero doesn't even show up. It's always just a double. They managed to snipe another courier with a Bloodthorn recipe. So many items stalled out here from Boom. They need to wait for these to be up.
TML been caught out. Shanks, Aeon Disc may save his own life. In fact, he goes into the mana drain for the free magic community, but it's still going to cost him his life. However, Tino got the Megas. Backdoor protection does not exist when you have an Arc Warden, naturally. And so now Boom Esports, they are going to be playing into Mega Creeps. Even with 2 supports down on Omega, I'm sure they're going to be more than happy to hold the base.
Oh, 100%. They've got buybacks up on the supports as well, so if things get dicey, they can just come back in. And Omega can always look for the split push play with her Arc Warden. Boom can't keep all waves shoved out. They just don't have that kind of mobility as the Arc Warden does in keeping these waves out. And they're just going to be able to really abuse it. Like, it's 3 versus 5, and Boom are just forced to kind of play on their side of the map. They can't cross over. They've got to wait for their couriers to be up for their item spikes. Trying to get some farm up. They're trying to get a second Divine here, this time on Dreamo Cell. So, still a long ways off until that point, but they really need more damage. Like, just Divines on everyone. That's the name of the game. I like that FBZ's also going for this overwhelming Blink buildup. So he just wants more HP on hand. It's not about the active in this case. It's really just having more HP to survive the onslaught from Tino right now.
I think the active does help a little bit. The slow is pretty insane, but yeah, I certainly agree that the HP pool is probably more important for FBZ. I think FBZ's been heavily reliant on Dreamer Cell being able to get the Infest every time he's in trouble. But we've seen how fast he can drop if the Infest is not going to be there. Now, CML, he's got an Octarine core up on this Hoodwink. But this is still the past 5 Hoodwink, by the way. He's just had so much time to farm up now that he's at that point where he can afford an Octarine. And speaking of points, John, we're about 3 minutes out from tier 5 items.
Beautiful. Yeah, well, let's see if someone gets the beautiful Giant Ring. Of course, Giant Ring DK
Giant
sounds
Ring
great. Giant Ring Mars would be great.
I mean, DK, obviously the big model is hilarious, but maybe FBZ with the bonus strength, John. Maybe that's the play.
Yeah, definitely. Like, Mars has a lot of strength gain as well, so you can use that DPS on someone while you're in top. It synergizes well with your arena. Just lines up for so much if they can stall out that long.
We'll see. As Smart Omega, they are definitely the ones in the lead here. Tino, Tempest double, should be just fine. Makoto going to catch out CML. They'd love to start with the Hoodwink, and Ice Blast is going to fly through, but CML is still invis, but it won't matter. They'll get him in the end, but Mac now, he'll get started on the fight. The Bristol, the Shanks on the line. They get the Earth Spike onto Dreamer Cell. They want to burst him down through this jewel, but the Mortimer's Kiss is doing so much damage, they might get bursted. Makoto has dropped on the DK Dreamer Cell. He's still trying, but it's just too much damage from Tino. Shanks will move in a great Earth Spike out. He catches both supports into the bushwhack, and now the boomerang out. Mac gonna have his way along with Tino. They will team wipe the side of Boom Esports. The buybacks are there. Boom are gonna try and hold. They've still got both their supports available with buyback to boot. But if you want tier 5 items now up for Omega, you can certainly just hold the base and just go back to the jungle. Don't allow the side of Boom to get into the jungle, and you'll just have a massive item advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Boom. FBZ could not join in. He was busy de-shoving his base, basically, holding the high ground, preventing the mega creeps from hitting tier 4s. So your big Divine carrier was busy clearing out creep waves. Never good news. A lot of the damage was gone, and now FBZ is playing really risky by walking into the triangle. He's carrying the Divine. I mean, he doesn't have buyback gold as well, so if he drops in the middle of that, they just lose Divine, they lose a man down, and that could be the end. They have to be more cautious on Boom's end if they want to have a shot at this.
I think they're trying to get some control over one of the jungles, but now, yeah, there's FBZ getting caught out. Shanks is out with the X. There's your finger, and FBZ,
God.
He's gone. Dieback immediately, Divine on the deck, but it looks like Mac has picked it up, and now the team fight breaks out. If they will get the Snapfire, Hyde's gone. Dreamer Cell, he's going to try and fight by himself on the Life Stealer, but he has not got his own Divine, as now Mac will just chase him down.
930 damage add with a Warpath maxed out. He's hitting for 1,000.
Good. Just perfectly balanced along with an Arc Warden, John. Why the hell not? I knew they were lacking damage.
Are they actually going to go back for Roshan first? They might. They find the Rosh. They're going to take Roshan number, what's this, 6 now.
Oh,
they get
John.
tier 5 items lined up. Beautiful.
We've got a Ballista, by the way, on Omega. So Tino can
God,
take
yes.
it. He's got the Spell Prism right now, but he could take the Ballista. And that would be just impossible from that point on to kill off Tino.
Yeah, he's got it in the career. It's flying out.
Here we go.
That's beautiful. That's just unfortunate for Boom. Let's see if they're actually just going to farm up tier 5s first. Maybe to get a nice Giant's Ring for their Bristle. That would also be pretty spicy, but nah. They're like, all right, let's end this game. Finish this tiebreaker up. Divine up.
Oh, Dreamer Cell. He got hexed immediately into the Jewel and the Sharpshooter. He's gone. That's it. GG's called. Omega Esports, they will pull off the Game 1 and Series 1 victory. And as for Boom Esports, John, they're going to have to move on and try to fight Neon.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit tough for Boom. They need that win to stay in the running because it's a race for basically the first team to hit 2-0, right? Then after that, it's head-to-head. So Omega kind of getting some breathing room, 1-0 already so far. Boom, 1 loss. These are best of ones, so they have to hang in there. They will have to play against Neon. That's going to be a pretty tough matchup as well. But Omega, you know, from this draft, they start off strong. They get the Bristle early on. They have Mac run it. DK versus Bristle mid just doesn't feel ideal. Like, Mikado held out. Sure, it wasn't a complete wash on mid lane, but they picked 3 strength heroes into Bristle, 3 melee heroes into an Arc Warden, and for the Bristle's case, right? Like, these are 3 really tanky heroes. If the fight drags on, you just build up your Quilt Spray stacks, and we saw that happen from Mac. Once he had Vanguard and Hood of Defiance, he was just standing in the middle, getting Quilt Sprays off. Sure, he's not doing enough damage at the start, but as the fight drags on, which it will, there's so much damage to fly through. So Boom, rather unfortunate. They went back to some comfort picks on FBZ, especially, but just wasn't quite enough. They couldn't quite meet the timings to shut down Tino there.
No, they certainly couldn't, John. Of course, with that does mean Boom vs Neon Esports should be coming up very soon. I believe it should be roughly 10 to 15 minutes before we do have that game up for you guys. So once that draft does begin, John and I will be right back to see how that one does pan out. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second series of the day between Neon and Boom Esports, and it is MLP Dota Next Fire. John, it was a bit longer of a wait than we had first anticipated, but we are finally here. And well, I'm going to ask you, before the draft does get underway, Boom Esports, they had a pretty rough game one up against Omega. If they lose this game up against Neon, they're pretty much out. That's it. They're going down to the lower division. There's no questions asked. What do they need to do here up against Neon to try and force to another series?
I think they've got to play pretty quick. Neon's the kind of team to just run at you with very strange drafts coming from the left field. We see them always opt for these really weird ways of drafting out. Like we always see the Yapage. Wind Rangers somehow slide through, so they have to be ready to be adaptive. And this is a bit worrying for Boom as well, Mike, because we said Omega had the leg up in game one just from history, because Omega got 2-0 over Boom in the group stage. OB.Neon also has a 2-0 record over Boom from the group stage, so from the upper div group stage. So Boom have to be a bit cautious. They need to learn from that last series, learn from the last game, come out, maybe get back to a neutral spot, get the nerves off, and try to play as best as they can here, because Neon, they're hanging on for dear life as well. They need this win, and we'll see how they can come out of it on the draft. Of course, I don't think they need to worry about an Arc Ward in this case, but Neon start a very strong combo. Centaur and Lion to kick it off. Very nice dual lane already. Hoof Stomp, Earth Spike, and Hex on hand. Great burst with Finger. Can really enable you to jump in and out really quick with Stampede. So a lot of good timings there. Boom do go into the Bristle first in this phase. So they do manage to get the Bristle back in there, and they've got it fairly flex for Mikato or FBZ or Dreamo Cell to play. Either role is fine for the Bristle on mid, safe or off. So they've got a lot of options to kind of choose for the Bristleback. And we'll see if they can kind of replicate what Omega did with their Bristleback last time. We'll see what kind of harder core they'll go for. I think when you've got that Bristleback core, it's strong, but you need something to close out the game with. You need something that will be like your actual game-winning condition. Like Bristle alone doesn't feel like it's really that here that ends a game. So Boom will need a harder core on hand to really build off of that.
Yeah, to answer people's questions, by the way, John, reason why this isn't on the mainstream is because there's going to be another set of tiebreaker series on the mainstream coming up very soon. I believe their first series between Execration and Fnatic is set to begin in just under 2 hours, which is why we're here and we're not on the main channel. So there you go, in case anyone was wondering. And also the other question that was asked was who are we rooting for? We're not biased. We don't really root for any particular team. We just want some good Dota. That's all we want to see. Nevertheless, we go into the next ban stage. Boom Esports, looks like they're just going to focus on some carry ban outs. OB.Neon, for now, just focusing on some supports. I do wonder where OB.Neon's going to be taking their own draft. I'm sure they were watching very carefully on the last game that Boom did just play. I find it quite intriguing that Boom do go for the Bristle themselves now after having to play up against it last game. Will they be able to replicate the performance that Mac had on the Bristle last game, I wonder? I suppose only time will tell. Some would argue that it was mostly Tino and the Arc Warden that was the real headache that last game, but I guess you never know. Maybe Boom do pick up an Arc Warden later on and just try to replicate the side of Smart Omega. You never know, John. It'd be pretty funny to have just Arc Warden games all day.
Yeah, bring them out in the tiebreakers when everything's on the line. We'll see. We've seen Boom run Arc Warden before for Dreamo Cell, actually, so could be a possibility. Still, Neon are taking their time with their next bans. They do take care of the Elder Titans, who are just preventing some combinations on hand that can fly through, and Boom just preventing OB.Neon from getting these comfort picks out. Natsumi not going to have the option for Faceless Void either. With a Chrono, really good control to play around with a Lion standing outside. You can get Finger inside to help you burst heroes down, and Faceless Void is one of those heroes that really benefits from a Centaur. Like you just don't want to give too much value out on the Stampede to save some of these heroes, to have them really get great initiation as well. But there's only so many things you can ban, and Neon actually take out the IO, so they don't want to give out Bristleback IO, which is really scary as well. Having all that regen on hand for such a tanky frontliner that has early spikes, they're playing it safe, covering all their bases. We've got to see what they start picking up, though. You do have some options for Bristleback counters. Viper could be a good option. They go with the Ursa instead here for OB.Neon. So something that doesn't care for that durability on Bristle. Like, you get cool sprayed up, but Fury Swipes is also really potent. Whether or not you're facing at the front or the back doesn't matter too much for the Ursa. He will be able to sort of overwhelm you. And at the least, you can get the Quilt Spray stacks to fade off a bit faster with your Enrage. So you're going to have stat resist on that. That means the debuff, the stack timer, is going to be a bit shorter. So the Ursa is kind of a great response to that. Because you can't dispel off the Quilt Spray stack, but you can stat resist, I think. So even if you get a huge amount, it's going to fade a bit faster there for the Ursa, so he doesn't have to worry about it too much. And you can kind of itemize left field with Ursa. You could go Diffusal to counteract the Bristle, right? So you drain his mana, you already have a line, you can just stand back, mana drain off. With a Diffusal Ursa, you kind of inhibit him, slow him down, and just twack away. Bristleback with no mana is not really that scary.
Fair enough. Boom Esports, their third pickup, they have been using a lot of reserve time throughout the drafts that we've seen. So I'm not too shocked that they're going quite deep into that reserve time for this third pickup now. But they are going to go for the Snapfire pickup, so, I mean, fair enough. You could run the Snap in the POS 5 or the POS 4 role. Pretty flexible with the Nyx Assassin. I suppose either way, it's still going to be very strong going into this draft. But boom. OB.Neon, will they be too concerned about it, I wonder? We'll find out soon. They do still have options like the Clockwork if they wish to try and counter out the Snapfire. That's kind of one way to do it, is have that Rocket Flare and Hook Shot available. Might be the way to do it. See if that's what the route they want to go down.
Be pretty potent. They go with the Abaddon instead here. Okay. So they've got a Dispel on hand to take care of the Goo now as well. They've got a durable set of frontliners with Ursa, Abaddon, Centaur. And they've got great saves for the Ursa with the Abaddon. Just having that hard Dispel is always very potent. And down the line, once you get some added HP on that shield, if possible, you can really start to get a lot of value from pick. So it's a nice safe pickup for OB.Neon. I'm curious what Boom wants. He needs something with hold to maximize their snap, and instead they go with the TA, and this is a Mikoto special. So they're going guns blazing. That does mean more than likely FBZ or Dreamocell Bristleback. But the TA, we've seen this be really impactful, right? Like, we've seen TAs go for Desolator Ags and just absolutely shut a game down. Then you go into the Ag Shard with Silence. Could be really annoying for OB.Neon. They do have good hold for the TA. Lion alone with Hex can at least kind of cancel off the Psionic Trap TP out, as long as you save your Hex for that, though. So let's see if they can kind of prevent Mikoto from jumping in and out there as much as you'd want. But it's a great looking draft for Boom. You don't have natural refraction melters on OB.Neon side. Nothing like the Viper, nothing like the Veno here. They banned out the Viper as well on Boom side, so you can't even opt for that on mid. OB.Neon will have to look for some other way for Yopaj to kind of handle his matchup here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do give Yopaj. He still has an option like the Wind Ranger, but I don't think that's going to be great in the laning stage. Maybe later on, Focus Fire could be a bit annoying for Mikoto with the refraction, but I'm trying to think of what other options you have. Like, you could go for the Puck's not banned out. You could go Yopaj Puck and kind of combo that up with the Ursa. Be quite decent for OB.Neon. What else would you like, John, in that mid lane? What else have we got?
We don't tend to see Yopaj play this too often, but Kunkka could be really nice here. X-Mark to stop the Templar Assassin from just TPing around. Torrent to burn off Refraction really quick. Both to keep your Centaur and Ursa alive. With the Abaddon. Could be potent, but the issue is it's not really something we see Yopaj play too often. So I'm not really sure if that's something Neon will really eye. Maybe it'll opt to just go for, a safer pickup on the end of Boom. still lacking what feels like a Dreamo Cell here. I think they will want FBZ and a Bristle back in that case. Bristle Ursa lane, initially still really nice for Bristle. So you just pile on the quilts, maybe go for value in the goo, and they do go for Nature's Prophet here. So kind of open way of closing it out, right? You could run NP off for safe. You can run the Bristlebacks off for safe as well. Fairly open. They can kind of consider what else comes out from Neon's end. And Neon, for their part, will close out with a Gyro.
Whoa, what's happening here, John? See, you pass Gyrocopter in the mid lane. Fair enough. That's one way to deal with the TA. Get that Rocket Barrage out. It can be quite a quick way of getting through the refraction charges. Obviously, it's nice clear with the Flak Cannon as well to deal with the Nature's Prophet Treants. That is going to be an FBZ off-lane Nature's Prophet as well. So Dream Assault is going to be taking the safe lane Bristleback this game around. A very interesting draft from both teams. Again, Neon, if they can win this game out, that will pretty much guarantee that Boom Esports is going to have to move down to the lower division. And if Boom can win this one out, then we'll have to watch another series between OB.Neon and Omega. So that'll be a quite an interesting kind of set of events if it does kind of occur like that. But for now, John, game number one, or rather the only game between these two, who had the better draft?
I'm going to lean towards Neon here. I like the Gyrocopter down mid for Yapaj. Rocket Barrage is one creative way to deal with the refraction charges on Mikado. Of course, Mikado should still be able to harass out, but you can't really stop the Gyro from farming. Natsumi is on the Ursa is really nice. Again, you can kind of build into the Diffusal. Looks like we have Dreamo Cell and the Bristle here. So it's a safe lane Bristle, off lane Nature's Prophet. You can expect more activity coming through from FBZ. But for Boom's part, it feels like they've got very sensitive spikes. They need to ensure Mikado has absolutely the freest time mid. They need to stack up the triangle camps, get a lot of gold flowing into that TA to mitigate the downtime between that Deso and Blink or Ags, and then play around once one of those mobility items are up with your minus armor. So we'll see what Boom does. I think Neon's just got great answers to it, though. Like, imagine a Diffusal build-up on Yapaj and on Natsumi, the Bristleback will have no game. Like, there's just no mana to fly out. We've seen the Gyro Diffusal against Bristle, specifically in TI, of course, coming through. Very creative way of doing it, but you could see that again here. It's just a really good game for it on that Gyro, and you can play pretty aggressively with a Centaur, enabling your Gyro to run in, enabling your Ursa to run in early on. I think Neon's got a lot of ways to execute their early to mid game. Whereas for Boom, it feels like towards the end of the laning phase, they will have to focus on the jungle. And that slower pace could kind of hurt them there if they're not careful. So they've just got to watch themselves there. Please.
I'm very, very sorry, but you just got baited.
The voice line starting already. Looks like Yapaj feeling very confident with his draft here on OB.Neon. You did point out the double Diffusal blades could come out here for Neon. You've also got the mana drain on Play Hard as well. So plenty of ways to just drain the mana of this Bristle, make his life a living hell. But it isn't going to be a safe lane Bristleback. So, I mean, no, it is. Excuse me. FBZ is going to be on the off lane Nature's Prophet. So there you go. I guess just draining all this mana is actually going to be quite impactful because Pos 1 Bristle can't do anything with that mana. See how Boom want to try and sort that out.
Yeah, they've got to be a bit cautious. Maybe an Eternal Shroud could help the cause there for Dreamo Cell. Having some mana regen with a shield is nice. Look at Neon. 5-man smoke, as they love to do.
Oh, and Hyde, he ran right into the Play Hard. He can't reach with the Earth Spike. Had they been half a second earlier, Hyde would have almost guaranteed just died there. Does manage to get away just barely, and now Boom Esports should definitely know not to hang around that area. Instead, Boom,
I'm very, very sorry, but
they will go into the other side and just take 2 bounty runes there instead.
30 seconds and counting.
Gonna be an even trade. Nice D ward coming through though, so they're gonna be able to have that ward advantage on the side of OB.Neon for now. Additional gold coming out as well. It's always welcome. A bit easier to control out the power rune side at least. Watch the rotations from the off lane here on OB.Neon's end. And they're still actually going to run up for their own bounty, so it looks like they will try to kind of clean up here.
Yapaj, he does need to be a little bit careful.
Witness will
Playhard's going to move in. Treants are there. A nice Earth Spike out from Playhard onto 2. And the Hyde still managed to get the bounty in, though. So it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade for Boom Esports, even with that nice stun out. Hyde with the quick fingers. Everyone's just going to go to their respective lanes now. So we'll start with bot lane, John. You'll see Dreamer Cell and Hyde there on the Bristle Nyx. CTM already seemingly understanding where they are going to go. Perhaps does move his way down to the bot side. I'm not sure if he wanted to be up against the Prophet, but he is going to have no choice in the matter. He'll get Dreamer Cell.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an awkward lane for Centaur. You can't really stop a Bristle from just winning out with a Quilt Spray. Your harassment out isn't great, and Double Edge, of course, hurts you more, so you might just want to retaliate here. Of course, this is a solo lane for CTM, so he's going to have to hold off by himself. Hyde's going to be able to control up with a creep pulse. Up top is where the tri-lane's coming out for Neon. They're playing with Natsumi and Ursa. They will split it off. Play hard does break the lane. They don't really find first blood. So they're just going to play steady here. It's an Abaddon Ursa lane up against Nature's Prophet. It's a bit tough for Natsumi. Like the right-click damage coming through from Kezcute with a little Shredder plus Blightstone. Minus armor's big. You've got great right-click damage from FBZ as well. So melee here against this dual range is tough. And Jonuel's got his work cut out for him. He goes for Mistcoil level 1. He can't really gap close to harass. They're going to have a bit of a slower start up here in the top lane, and Boom should be feeling pretty good about this lane start. FEZ can just focus in on his last hits and not really be zoned out.
And of course, that does leave the mid lane where you will see Yopaj along with Makoto. For now, it does seem to be favoring Yopaj. Just look at the damage output he gets with that Rocket Barrage every time the refraction's down. I suppose this is why Yopaj really wanted that Gyrocopter mid. For now, it is working out quite nicely. Makoto is suffering.
Yeah, and it's the one thing with Gyro. Because you're mid lane, you can go for bottle, and that means you can really spam at your spells much more often. For Makoto, he just has to sit back, focus on last hit. Look at this!
This might be enough. Makoto is going to eat the Fairy Fire in time. Yopaj will rush for the top water rune. Makoto, he'll have to be very quick for that bottom one. Nobody from the side of Neon are around to try and secure this other bot water rune, so he is going to be able to pick it up. But this mid lane, it's not going to get any easier. Makoto, he's had a real tough time, and here we go again. Homing missile out, and he's going to be forced to back off as Yopaj. He's still going to dive the tier 1 tower with the Rocket Barrage and gets the kill. Now that's confidence.
Yeah, I love seeing it from Yopaj. Styling on mid. And we talked about it, right? Like, Rocket Barrage is a very creative way to just burn through refraction, but it works. You isolate the TA, you force her away. The last hits aren't looking clean for Mikado as well. She's going to have to play in that jungle, and you can see Boom already focusing on getting some stacks up there. Very early stacks coming through from Kezcute to ensure there will be recovery farm, but they're going to have to ensure that that jungle's safe. If it's not, then Neon might just look to jump in themselves with a flag once it's up.
That they will. Hard already scouting out here. Hyde going to move his way back up and try to make sure nothing sus is going on. In fact, he might be able to snipe a courier, but no, he'll miss out. Top lane, still a very kind of standard farming lane between the two teams. So Natsumi should be suffering a bit more than he is, though. Like, I thought FBZ might be able to deny a lot more on the Nature's Prophet, but that hasn't really been the case. While Natsumi is still a little bit low in terms of CS, he's doing just fine.
Yeah, you're pretty happy with the situation. I expected more aggression coming through from FBZ and Kezcute. Like, again, just playing with Lil Shredder and the Blightstones and the range damage output. But it looks like Jonuel's done a really good job of just applying the Mistcoil when needed, get the Dispel off on the Aphotic Shield to remove that Lil Shredder debuff, and really prevent most of the trades from flying through. So Natsumi's still going to have a steady ride up. He is going for a Witch... Well, no, that's not Natsumi. That was FBZ going for the Witchblade. Witchblade rush for FBZ. Once that's up, the MP can really be aggressive around the lanes. But it's still going to be a bit while longer until that's up. Mid lane is still really nicely back and forth. Mikado's now trying to get some damage off onto Yopaj. But he does have a full bottle with a water rune up here.
He was in big trouble, though. Like, that homing missile connected, and with the Rocket Barrage, he would have got a lot of damage in there with the gyro, but Makoto actually glyphed up the creeps to make sure they did not die around him. And that way, he didn't really take that much damage from that rocket barrage that just went out. So, a very nice little play there from Makoto. And now, with the Side Blades, he's trying to get the damage out. Yopaj needs to be careful. He'll go for a run behind the Tier 1 tower, and he is going to be alright. Makoto, looks like he's happy with the way this game's going. Is now play hard. He's going to get caught. And does eventually die as KSQ does make the rotation. But he still has all that knowledge about these ancient stacks that have been happening in this triangle. And again, they are still very, very easy to steal for the side of Neon if they do want to make their way over.
Yeah, they've got the option to just run up. They don't have flak up yet, but I think they're just going to be able to force the side of Boom to be really careful in that area. They've even got that forward ward on the top lane, so they know there are a couple of stacks being built up as well by the outpost. And for Neon's part, they just need to be able to contest. So right around the 10-minute mark, you want to be able to run up there. You can see Playhard really prioritizing these bounties as well, cutting off Mikoto right now. That should lead to some pretty good times, but the TP's there from Hyde. He gets a bottle refill for his mid, so Mikoto's not really going to miss out. The gold is a bit painful, though.
Play
They
hard.
will make a move.
They're going in. Cooldown is there. Makoto is out of refraction already. He's going to try and just survive somehow, but he's been stunned up too long and he's going to go down. And this is not a performance from Makoto you expect to see when he's playing the Templar Assassin. But you've got to give props to Yopaj. I can't really fault Makoto. He's trying his absolute best. But this gyrocopter pick is really just countering out this TA.
Yes, it's just... They've figured it out. You can burn through refraction, you can contest jungle. Natsumi up top's diving deep as well, but not
He won't
enough.
get the kill. Nice little TP
It's
away.
still really good aggression though. Like you force the NP back, you're finding that free lane on the Ursa, you've got phase boots up. You could still go Battlefield though.
Yeah, they get play hard. Mid lane, Keskute and Hyde once again setting up for that easy lying kill. So it's going to be it for now for Neon, but I suppose for Boom Esports, the way this game's gone, a lot of it is going to rely on Dream Missile now, considering he's the top CS on the board. He needs to make the space here to allow Makoto to catch up throughout this game, and although it is a bit early now, once he does have maybe the boots up, he could start making those rotations over to try and be a real nuisance on this hero. So he can't really allow Neon to just have their way this game.
Yeah, you definitely don't want these guys to start running down. Look at this movement out from Neon. They spot the jungle, they spot Keskute as well.
Yep. Earth Spike out, Rocket Barrage. Keskute not even going to try for the deny himself. Meanwhile, FBZ trying to farm some neutrals, but he is caught as well. There's your Hex out. He cannot TP. He will go down. Dream Assault might need to rotate. I mean, these stacks are going to start being taken now. It looks like they, just because they have the vision, they might not rotate yet, but you've got to be very careful. It's going to be a lot of gold.
They are at least securing the ancient stack, so it's a bit better here for Mikoto, getting that gold injection. Unfortunately, that's just going to finish up the power treads. So no Desolator, not even close, and Dreamo Cell actually.
Uh-oh. They've got the damage as well for this Bristleback kill. Yopaj going to get to the front, gets the kill. FBZ, he TP's in, but what can he really do? He sprouts out Skem, but Skem is just going to go for a run as Yopaj now will hold back Hyde. We'll make sure they cannot continue this chase. They do miss out on the stacks. So Neon, they don't really capitalize as much as you would have liked to see them. But at the same time, they're still controlling the map, and even with those stacks taken, Boom Esports, they are only 1k ahead. In fact, they're not even that anymore. The net worth goes the way of Neon, and now they found out Hyde. Spike Carapace is going to be out. Play hard. He might be the one to drop as a nice sprout block is there. FBZ, he's blocked them in. This is like a little shredder happening right in this little gap as Yopaj now is going to try and run, but they should have enough damage and control to eventually get rid of this gyrocopter, or do they? Yopaj down with the Stampede, going to run away. Gives the tip over to CTM to boot. Thank you very much, sir. That'll be it. He's fine.
That is way too close for comfort. Now CTM, he hung around this bot lane. They're around here.
No Stampede up. CTM should not have an easy way out. With the Impale set up, maybe Play Hard can help. With the Earth Spike for CTM, he has to run and wait for more backup as Hyde. Still trying along with the Nature's Prophet, but do they have enough? Play Hard, he's running away now. Yapaj has rotated. They are still chasing this Lion, but Play Hard's juked him out. Now the Earth Spike there. Hyde is blocked in by the tree and Supreme Esports. Meanwhile, Yapaj, he gets FBC on the Nature's Prophet. Will chase down Hyde as well. The homing missile's out. They can't burst it down in time. Makoto, he's going to try and help by chasing down the gyrocopter, but the homing missile will be enough. Still the Spike Carapace will lock down the gyro.
Double kill.
And boom, they still get a very nice trade out of this. It does seem to favor them in terms of golden XP, thanks to the gyrocopter dying. So not really all bad for Boom.
They make it work. They find a big kill. I'm just worried about how much space they're giving out to Natsumi here. Natsumi's just free farming top lane, building into that defusal we talked about. So he is going to look to mana burn the Ursa, inhibit out the Ursa, inhibit out the Bristle and inhibit out the TA, prevent mana from being an issue at all. We do find a tier 1 bot, and Hyde does have Vendetta up.
DTM stunned up with the Spike Carapace, and well, there you go. With the kisses out, he's going to pop the Stampede. He's going to make it, it looks like. TP away, Hyde, no Impale up, there's no way to cancel. Nice little escape there is now top lane. Dreamer Cell, he's been left alone. He still has plenty of mana to play with, so Natsumi is going to have to give him respect. They won't be able to burst him down yet, but they might reinitiate. So Dreamer Cell, he's going to hide in the tree line. He'll have to watch that tier 1 top tower go down. But they already got the bottom tier 1 tower anyway, so Boom should not be too upset.
Yeah, it's an even trade in the end. I think the great part here for Boom is that they didn't actually lose too many stacks. Like we saw them take the Ancients a while ago. They still have control in the triangle. The forward stacks here in the top jungle doesn't look like it was cleared out by Neon as well. So Boom are actually allowed to build up and farm up like this. They're hitting some major spikes. Dreamcell with Hood of Defiance and the Vanguard's already really tanky up front, rushing the Ag. And that's the major spike for the Bristle. And you have to remember the synergy here with TA Bristle. Minus armor is going to be flying through. That's going to help the TA's physical burst with the side blades and the Melt Strike, and help with Dream Assault bursting heroes down with Cold Spray. So there's a lot of great synergy between these two heroes, and you do have to watch just how much fun they're giving out here.
Oh, they found out Hyde. Call down, going to be on 3 heroes. Hyde, he's already gone. Now your Diffusal Blade is up, so Natsumi will probably want to get involved with the team and start joining these fights, maybe around that mid-tier 1 tower of the Dire. He's moving his way in now. And it is a 4v5, so maybe you can start trying to apply that pressure into the mid-tier 1 tower of Boom Esports. Treants are going to scout out a little bit of information as Dream Assault is going to keep the push up himself. Having Missile, though, is going to be there. The rest of the team from Neon, they're going to ignore the Bristle. They'll wrap down towards the bot side of the map, where Makoto is showing on a creep wave, and this is a much better kill, I think. If Neon can get a Play Hard, he gets the Hex off. Natsumi gonna have his way with the TA, the finger out, they have all the damage. Meanwhile, however, so they did find out CTM, he does have Stampede, but won't be able to pop it in time, and now Yapaj, a great cookie out, does catch him. He's gonna try for the TP, and he might just make it, as Natsumi now, he'll jump in by himself on a Kescute, he'll get the Snapfire. It won't be worth his life though, he might need to back with Januel now, will move in with Play Hard. A nice impel there from Hyde to lock down Play Hard. It's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade, but that one definitely favored the side of Neon.
Yeah, they got the kill on TA, they got the snap right, they only lose their offlane in exchange. They will get a lot of pressure on their mid though, they still have to defend this one.
Dream Assault's still going to be cautious, but a nice spread out from FBC. Still your punch, going to get to work. There's your Stampede out now to make sure they catch Dream Assault, and they'll get him onto FBC. He's going to try and run, but it'll be a double kill for Yapaj. And Boom Esports, they got quite greedy there, trying to push in that mid-tier 1 tower, assuming Neon would not be willing to defend, but that is exactly what they do.
And Neon see the opportunity to go for the Roshan. This could be a bit greedy themselves, but with no respawn tap from Boom, the Rosh, it doesn't take too long for an Ursa to melt it. He will be able to go, but Kescute's scouting out.
He's got a haste rune. It will wear off now. Hyde gonna try and slow it down to buy more time for the side of Boom, but it's gone. Natsumi has the Aegis, and that's gonna be it for Boom now. They've got to back off, wait for the next power spike, try to get some farm up while they can, and I suppose they could stick around and defend the mid-tier 1 tower, but they're certainly going to be a little bit more careful about their positioning now. Definitely a scary time for Boom Esports.
Yeah, 2 lives on the Ursus, not something you can really deal with well yet. On Boom, you still need some more farm to come through here from Mikato. He does have the Deso up, so he can melt heroes if he's allowed to, but the issue is control. He gets hexed up, he's stuck in the middle, Earth Spike follow-up, a hoof stops there. He can't really chase heroes once Stampede is out as well. So you might want a fast BKB here for Mikado. It looks like he is saving up for Dragonlance first for some of those stats, which will be nice. It just means with no spell immunity, you might have to play a bit safer for Boom a bit longer. And Neon, with the Aegis up, are just diving deep here.
They are CTM right on the Snapfire. We'll take down Kezcute onto another. They found the secondary support Hyde. He's going to drop. Neon Stampede pop. They saw Dreamer Cell. They want the big one. Yapaj already with the Spirit Vessel up on the Gyrocopter. They will catch out the Bristle, and that'll be another. Oh, Boom Esports, they are falling apart here, John. It's just very bad news. You're still farming well on Makoto, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Boom. Like, they run in, they get dove on. Dreamer Cell feels the need to make something happen, prevent the mid-go, but he might be tanky as the Bristle when 5 heroes pump up against you with the Spirit Vessel up, with the Diffusal up. You can't really hold by yourself. And now, Neon, 15-8, only a 1k lead. But that 1k just feels so impactful because you're playing against a TA who still needs to farm. You're playing against a Nature's Prophet who still needs to farm as well. And FTZ's just trying his best to split push. But you've got the opportunity to invade that jungle, and they found Hyde, but they can't really lock him in. They'll still be able to clear out these camps, prevent some farm from coming out, and just continuously control the map as best as possible.
BZ has been scanned out. He doesn't realize it yet, though, in Yapaj. He's going to force start forward. CTM there as well. They get the stun off. That is a great scan out from Neon. And they are just not giving any leeway here to Boom in this best of 1, as now Dreamer Cell's in trouble. Natsumi, he should have enough, but no, the cookie. Is it enough, though? Natsumi's still going to chase him down. Dreamer Cell going to go into the tree line, but the Stampede is out. CTM going to help. Natsumi scouts out the Bristle, gets the kill. Kezcute, he is stuck in the forest right now. They don't really want to be there, Boom, as the cavalry is coming in. Natsumi, he does get stunned up, but he has the Aegis. Call down is there from Neon. They will not be able to capitalize. So they do end up losing the Aegis. The rest of Neon weren't able to get there in time to help out the Ursa. It won't matter though. They are growing this net worth lead quite quickly, and they do control the tempo of this game. Boom Esports, it just feels like they've got to hope for a miracle this game now. As they chase again, Yapashi just has no fear. They go into the supports instead. They'll get the Snapfire. Hyde, he's trying to help out, but there is no saving Kezcute here as the finger does fly through. And now the triangle belongs to Neon. As Makoto, at least he steals most of the Ancients away. And they'll back off for a bit.
Yeah, they can rest a bit. They've found a lot of good kills. They can maybe wait for some major items to fly in. I'm loving this itemization in Yapash. Right, he goes for Spirit Vessel, Force Staff, then E-Blade next. Like, what even is this from mid? This is not a mid gyro build. This is more like a support gyro build on steroids because of the timing.
Oh, CTM, he got caught out. Nice little pick up there from Boom. It's a great start. Oh, Yapash, he'd be a much bigger target, but a nice 4-staff away. Goodness.
Yeah, just on the edge.
He's not going to play hard, but he's not confident enough to jump in. He'll get back to farming, get those tier 2 items up. And himself a nice Grove Bow on the TA now. While that was happening, Dreamer Cell does sneak the tier 1 mid tower, so a bit of breathing room for Boom, and they'll take it. They'll try to make the most of it while they have it. Skem, he is respawning about 4 seconds now, and we know once he's back up with the Stampede, it gets very scary again for Boom.
Yeah, and Neon's just gonna look to fight. They could maybe wait for some items to be up. Natsumi saving up for the BKB. That's gonna simplify the process, but it looks like they're starting to clump up. They're looking for that smoke play together, and should be able to find it. They don't have vision right now, but I think they can kind of deduce where they are. They've got that ramp ward on top jungle.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Natsumi. Hide. Gonna avoid the Ursa. Still, they look for more. CTM now going to move into that triangle. Does have his smoke broken. Hide. He's going to try and fight. A nice impale. It does catch out to him, but now Dreamer Cell. He's been targeted by Natsumi. The call down is there. That'll be your Bristback probably dropping here to Yopaj as they leave him be for a bit. Dreamer Cell, he is still alive, but does eventually die. Natsumi, he is not done yet. He's still going in, but the rest of the team wants to leave. Or do they? Kodo, Denuel is going to die. That'll be one. Natsumi going back in now, has found a bigger target. He gets FBZ, but an impel there from Hyde to try and help out. CTM dropping low. The Melt Strike will be enough. Now the buybacks. FBZ back into this team fight as Yopaj has been left alone. He'll try to fight this one out now. With a Ghost Scepter up on the Gyrocopter, he'll go for a run. Play hard around to try and help out. CTM will now commit the buyback. Yopaj knowing he's still being chased down, they'll move in. Earthspike going to be way off the mark. Kescu will get the TP off in time. And the buyback from CTM will amount to nothing.
Yeah, it's a pretty good fight for Boom. They managed to really distract with their Bristle. It took way too long to kill off Dreamosil there. And Mikado just comes in with the damage. This is a bit scary. He's got 2 parts for the BKB done. Just needs the recipe. And once that TA is up in front with the BKB, your Lion control is not going to be enough. And your Rocket Barrage is not going to melt Refraction. So Boom's going to get a massive spike once that item's up on Mikado. And you're doing a good job of stalling out here. They're just kind of kiting around the Ursa, which is the really big shortcoming for Natsumi. And because Yopaj went for this really strange build of Force Staff, Ghost Scepter, and Spirit Vessel Rush, like a support from mid, he doesn't have damage. You saw the Flat Cannon do absolutely nothing towards the Bristle there. And it's going to be a bit of an issue if Yopaj is not given some space out after this E-Blade to farm into his Kaya Sanj and just kind of try to pivot towards more damage down the line.
OB.Neon. He'll keep moving forward onto that top tier 2, but Boom Esports, they're going to do the exact same thing. A very close matchup, just less than 1k, just about 1k net worth lead here. Well, tier 3 though, going to be under siege now. Nobody's going to respond to that. They are still committed to that top tier 2 tower. Dreamer Cell. He gets stunned up, Hide. Gonna get mana drained. One Kiss is going to be expended as well. They really want the vision here of OB.Neon, but they are well and truly out. They had the Stampede anyway, so they pretty much always had a chance to just escape there. So Boom not going to be able to capitalize yet. Just kind of be forced to back out themselves. Neon now, they might group up and smoke themselves. They are grouped up still. There's your Ethereal Blade now up on your Page. Still, the bottom lane is being forced in as all this is happening, but it's a much slower process with those normal treants. going to sit back, wait around that Roshan pit, and just try and wait out that next Roche. 28 seconds left for that to come up.
It's going to be really important for both sides to find it. Neon do pop a smoke here, trying to maybe look for a pick off first. They'd love that Roche as well, with the Ag Shard coming through, and could be big if they start this fight right.
Now they're not gonna back off. Boom Esports. Moving in, CTM. Boom. Oh, they've caught Dream Assault. Call down is there. Makoto, though, comes in from the backside, trying to get the side blades off, but Natsumi has gotten to work. The bristle dropping low. It does end up dropping. Hyde in trouble. He's going to try and run now, but Natsumi's going to have his way. He'll just keep going. FBZ, though, and Makoto, they'll turn around now. Natsumi going to be targeted 4 stops every single way, but it's the wrong way that time around. It's now play hard. Going to be targeted. The Earth Spike there to try and hold them back. Now going to blink out. The buybacks from Boom may have given them this free Roshan now. And I say free Roshan, but obviously they paid for it. They do end up getting it. Aegis up on Makoto. Dreamercell, he'll take the cheese. I believe Dreamercell may have gotten the shards as well for himself. Should be a nice power spike now for Boom.
Yeah, that's massive. Second life out on Mikato. He can stand up in front. His BKB is doing a lot of work in the middle of these team fights. Neon, they kind of dropped the ball. They forced the issue. They jumped too far. They couldn't instantly burst Dreamo Cell. And it kind of went south from there. I think right now, instead of jumping the Bristle, you need to jump this TA first. You have to prevent Mikato from getting refraction and just popping the BKB and running around, getting control, getting damage off, as this does open up more opportunities for Boom. They can shove in the top lane a bit, fortifies enough to push them back a touch, and you do get the respawn on Natsumi. But I think our Ursa right now as well definitely needs a BKB. He needs some defensive items up on Natsumi. When he stands in front, if the Impale flies through for our Nyx at a good angle, it's just, he's kind of gone. And the cookie stun as well has been pretty on point in Kesgut, so you want some protection out for Natsumi. He can't afford to just be kited around the middle of the fights, but it is the nature of Ursa. It's his shortcoming. You just run circles around him. He can't really chase you. There's a lot of slows coming through with Dreamo Cell if he just focuses his nasal glue on him. And the traps are also slowing down Natsumi in a big way. So Boom have to be able to play around that advantage they've got over the Ursa in that game. In that case, and kind of just keep building up. 2K lead up for Boom, 22-13, so lagging behind the kill board, but it doesn't matter when you've gotten a nice 3K lead. They've just been able to outform the side of Neon, just be so much more efficient in that jungle than you'd want them to be.
CTM scouted in that mid lane. He's gonna get back to the triangle. Paj gonna back from that bot lane. They obviously understand that they don't want to fight into that Aegis right now. Makoto miraculously just being able to farm up and catch up, and it's top of the net worth board. Going for that Hurricane Pike next. Neon obviously with their own heroes right now, waiting for the next spike, but they've got a basher up on Natsumi. They might want to go. Dreamercell's going to show himself and play hard. Without Yopaj around, they didn't really want to initiate there, and Yopaj's actually going to TP up top and start bombing that lane. So now if you're Boom, you definitely are looking for an opening.
Yeah, you know that the gyro's a bit far out. They do manage to take control back in the triangle here for Neon, though. So I think they're just going to play as 5, try to ride out as much of the Aegis as possible, and keep trying to catch up on farm. I'm getting a bit worried for Yopaj's build-up. Like, he's rushing to BKB, he has the E-Blade up. We've seen that save from the burst damage coming out from TA, and even the quilts, the delays damage from quilts stacking up. But feels like you need some damage to come out in Yopaj soon now. You want to kind of pivot on this Gyrocopter for a more traditional build-up. And for now, it doesn't look like he'll be able to. He's still saving up for that BKB.
Dreamer Cell. Move into the triangle for a bit, but does end up backing off. Very, a lot of tension in this game, it feels. Hyde. Run past with the Vendetta. He shows himself in the mid. Maybe they try to jump the gyro. Oh, play hard. He's the one that goes in with the Hex. Not gonna really commit quite yet. Page? Why is the tomb out? Gets level 20. What does he want?
The seeds of
Rocket barrage damage. Fair enough. Makoto, I mean, they still have the Aegis, they still have the cheese, they definitely want to fight right now. Neon are being very clever with the way they're positioning themselves. They're not giving the opening whatsoever to the side of Boom Esports, so it's going to feel kind of bad for Boom working that hard and committing that many buybacks to get the Aegis and not really being able to get anything out of it. But that may be the case very soon, as it is set to expire eventually.
Yeah, they don't have too much time here. Neon's done a really good job of just waiting this out, sitting back, getting some farm up. They are smoking at right around the right time. So it's about 8 seconds until expiry. And that should be perfect to force a fight here from Neon. If they can get the jump on Dream Assault somehow, or on Mikado, that could be really big. But he's playing it safe. He's hiding under that tier 2.
Again, now Boom, the one's just kind of avoiding OB.Neon. SQ four-staffs himself back. Yapage trying to bait them in that mid lane, but Boom Esports, they know something is wrong here. In fact, now Dreamer Cell's got the Aghanim Scepter up, so perhaps you just go for a counter smoke. That might be the play. Oh, and the Axe on the Nyx Assassin. That's a big one.
Oh boy, we've seen that really cause issues for Neon before. I believe it was yesterday where they just kind of struggled against, I believe it was Zephyr on the Nyx with the Axe. So he's going to be really disruptive in the middle now. Here, Kez Hyde is just going to be able to get all the control he wants. So much control. Neon have to be super careful. This is looking pretty scary from Boom. 5k lead up. They're looking to force something out with their own smoke, or at least with a Vendetta up and Hyde.
Dreamer Cell, Hyde, they're going to move in. They found Natsumi. That's a big target, but Natsumi will turn around onto Dreamer Cell. There's your Hex out. CTM now trying to go down as well onto that Bristle, but he does get the 4-staff away. Instead, onto FBZ. The Nature's Prophet falling low himself. Meanwhile, Playhard does get away. FBZ somehow still alive. Your Page moving back in. They've got one down. There goes your Prophet, but Makoto will go for the fight. CTM will protect your Page as he tries to get up, but Dreamer Cell is all over it. Your Page out of range now. He might just make it out, just barely, as they just can't catch the man. Instead, they'll have to go after the others. Natsumi, he will drop. Januel, he will go down as well, or perhaps not. He is out of there as CTM with a boot hip stomp does save the day. A 2-for-1 trade it looked like. Boom. They came out on top in the end. It just took a while for the rest of Boom to make their way over
very sorry,
to
but
try and join that team fight. But Neon, they had a good start. They just weren't quite able to finish the Bristleback. And FBC, he took quite a while as well to go down.
It's not good for Neon. It takes so much for them to try to focus down Dream Assault, and then they have all these 4-staffs coming through. They have the cookie to relocate Dream Assault, and they didn't have vision to stop Hyde. Like, he just burrowed in, got all his spells. He kept burning the mana on CTM, so he couldn't really get a hoof stomp off until way late in the fight. And that's just a lot of issues for Neon. They need to be ready with detection now. They need to maybe just prioritize killing off the Nyx first, because Hyde is actually allowing the space out for Dream Assault to get off all his stacks, to get off to build up the warpath, and just go from there. It's just looking so good from Boom right now in terms of lining up their fights. And Neon, because of this build-up they went for, because of this kind of really early build-up they went on both their Ursa and the Gyro, it feels like they're scaling towards late. It's going to take so much longer. Like, the BKB is going to help on your Page, but there's a damage issue right now. Like, there's a very big damage issue. E-Blade's just not enough to find that burst that you need. It honestly feels like a much more defensive item pickup here on your Paj, just to ensure that you're not going to melt to the TA or acting as a soft disarm to the TA. But it's not quite there. Like, now at this point, 33 minutes in, just relying on the Gyrocopter spells to find your kills, it's not that strong. Like, it's just not enough. It's not going to scale at this point. And they're going to need to, again, find a way to get your Paj some farm, to build up into maybe more of a traditional Gyrocopter build. Maybe he's down the line, he can get an Ags up, at least a casual Maelstrom if you're really just going on budget items, considering what he has queued up next, and try to go from there. But there's not enough space to get that farm up anymore. Like, Boom's just all over the place.
We're going to continue with this pause, as it does look like Kenscute might take a bit more time. There's your reconnection out, Kenscute. See what they can get done out of this, though. Like, can you actually get an objective? They might try for that bottom tier 3. Force a buyback out of CTM. Or they might just back off. And it seems as though Boom is not going to decide to try and pressure the objectives. Maybe just push out the lanes and keep the farm up, but apparently no real rush for them to try and go high ground.
I think they've got really good scaling into the late game for Boom. I think they see what Neon was building on their Jar and Ursa, and they know that. All right, they've got the timer on Neon. We're not the ones with the timer. We went with traditional build on our TA. We went with a traditional build on our Bristle, and even our NP is not that strange with a Witchblade up and BKB and Hurricane Pike. Like, they're just able to kite around the Ursa when the worst case scenario comes and Natsumi's in front of him. You just force that around, they get the cookie off, they hold him down. Neon, I think what they need to do right now is maybe win out the Roche fight in a minute 40 when that Roche will respawn. They definitely need Aegis Cheese plus, I think the Ags would be much more beneficial over a refresh here for them as well. And once you maybe win that objective, you can take it from there. Boom, they're 9k ahead, which is big, but it's not that substantial. Like, the gap between Yapaj and Mikado is about 3k. Maybe one intermediate item in between, so it's not too bad to play against. Even FBZ is only about a k above Yapaj and Natsumi, so you can kind of still play with this. It's just really difficult. Neon has to execute perfectly, and they always have to watch out for Hyde. Like, Hyde has been setting up so well with the Vendetta and the Burrow. Like, I'd say burst down the Nyx first if possible.
Now, both teams going to just sit back, take it easy, and Roshan is up in 45 seconds, so that might be the objective Boom's waiting for. Try and get that third Roshan of the game, but OB.Neon, of course, are not going to be willing to just allow that to happen. Sentry down, going to scout out Hyde. Hyde doesn't really know it yet, but will run out of range, but no, play hard. He's there with the Dust Out and the Hex. They've got one to get things started. Bigger committed. That'll be one kill. Roshan, still going to be 15 seconds off, though. Bit too early to the party. Suppose worst case scenario, Hyde does have the buyback if necessary.
It's a good way to start, though. Like, we definitely need the Nyx out of the picture, and they immediately re-smoke. They know they can take the 4v5 a lot easier.
Oh, here we go. They found FBZ. Your buyback's been committed now. They're going to try and burst them down in time for the hoop stop. Did not catch FBZ. Instead, they got Kenscute on the snap buy, but he's going to commit the buyback. Januel, borrowed time already popped. He'll try and run. Makoto, meanwhile, gets play hard onto CTM. They want the Centaur dead, and they'll get the Centaur dead. Januel is going to be able to TP out, but you've lost two there. CTM, he can commit the buyback. Unfortunately for Neon, Roshan is now up. They may have assumed it was going to be a late timer, but that was not the case. They were just a little bit too early.
And this is big. They lose out on Aegis Cheese themselves. There's a refresh to hand over onto FBZ. So you're in really dire straits now if you're Neon. 9k behind, 25 to 17. You have to play this high ground perfectly at this point. And for Boom, they have so much room for error. They've got a second life on Mikado. They've got a refill on Remocell. They can go for these tier 2s and start eyeing the high ground. Neon have no option. Yopaj should not be playing outside. He should just focus up on the high ground, hold out with his team, and just hope for the best in the next few engagements.
Esports. They get the tier 2 mid tower, they're gonna back. We get very conservative play here from Boom. Makoto, it's quite funny to see that he's got a Daedalus in his backpack and he doesn't have the room for it. Like, of all things, the Daedalus has to sit in the backpack for Makoto right now. Maybe he'll switch out the boots later on, but I suppose while he's farming, he doesn't really need the Daedalus. It's fine.
Yeah. I think it's fair. Like, the damage is nice, but you really want that pike on hand on the BKB, and you don't want to be kited around by slower speed. Like, TA without boots is definitely feels a bit on the slower end, but there you go. You swap it to now Mikado. Makes the choice. Slower speed, more damage, much better for him. And now he just needs to find a good blink angle. Neon, though, venturing outside of base. A bit risky here.
They've spotted out Makoto, that's the reason why, but Makoto now spotted them out. This could be really bad. Yopaj is in between a rock and a hard place. He'll get the call down. CTM's in. Makoto trying to focus down the gyrocopter, but the finger out. They've got hide. Play hard also drops. CTM getting quite low. Makoto with the damage output will take him out. They both have buyback on the side of Neon. Not so much for hide on the Nyx Assassin. But Boom are going to try and force those buybacks and go high ground.
Yeah, you don't have mana in Dreamwhistle, but he does have the cheese on hand. He doesn't really care about this.
Can they punish? They've got to get something. Play hard. He's right in, but he doesn't have any help. The force stuff is not going to get into the high ground. It may not matter, though. They're trying to focus down Dreamwhistle. Play hard's holding down the TA into the hoof stop now. CTM, they're not allowing Makoto to move, but now Makoto can. He'll try. Yopaj with the ghost form. Going to save the day for Neon. Dreamwhistle, meanwhile, trying to go into the gyrocopter with the force stuff. Will be enough to get him out. Play hard goes back in for some reason. Oh, Play hard is... I think he might have misclicked there, John. Definitely not the way he wanted to blink. Oh, and now Boom, knowing that the line does not have buyback, they will be able to go for a secondary Rax. Natsumi taking so much damage. Yopaj, he's trying to get the damage out, but he hasn't got that much left. CTM will get the hoof stomp in. But there goes your tier 3 tower, and now they'll try and focus down the gyrocopter. Natsumi, he's back after the fountain, gives him the reset onto FBZ, but he doesn't really have that much damage. The damage is not there from our Ursa. CTM, again, will get it started. Call down is out. It's all onto Makoto. He's trying to fight back up against his TA, but Makoto's not dying yet. Yopaj, he'll eventually get him down for 1 life. But they've lost both racks now. That's going to be enough for Boom. There's no need to go overboard here if you're Boom Esports. They'll just set up for the bot lane next.
Yeah, they can just look for the pushback. They've got the respawn here on Hyde, so the Nyx is around with the burrow. For Neon, you do have Play Hard back up. So he can maybe get another good Hex Earth Spike combination for his team along with CTM's Hoof Stomp. They can get the numbers advantage. I think they've been doing the right thing by killing off Hyde first. The issue is they can't really handle everyone else. Like, they can't melt through Mikoto at this point. They can't melt through Dreamwhistle, especially once he's out of mana. Like, sure, Dreamwhistle can't cast spells, but you don't really do damage on the Ursa with his Diffusal. Like, you just don't. It's not the same as, say, Battle Fury, where you could cleave off your damage on the Bristle, try to melt the rest of the team. This was an all-in solution that kind of feels like a dead end for now. Although...
Play hard.
That was unreal.
Easy kill.
Oh boy.
Again, they know there's no buyback.
And my mind are as one.
Boom Esports. Well, they can start applying pressure again. They already have down at that bot side. You've got those graded treants moving in, but Yopaj will go ahead and clean them up. We are at that point now where you'd love to see the gyrocopter with a bit more damage, but it might be too late to switch up builds now. They'll kind of just have to go with it. To be fair, though, you wouldn't mind seeing some Dagons pop up with that Ethereal Blade. It feels like one of those scenarios.
Yeah, would be
Makoto?
really nice, and Mikoto.
Ghost Swarm going to save TTM. Takes down the homing missile. Yopaj is going to get a missile bladed up, but the Force Staff's going to save him. Unfortunately, the tier 3 tower can't be saved too easily as FBZ is going to get right to work. Onto the last lane of Barracks. This will be mega creeps for Boom Esports if they can get him, but play hard. He's jumped in. He's got a big Earth Spike out. Makoto, no. It's going to be Kesku who drops first. Makoto now being focused down. Natsumi trying to get it done, but Hyde in the burrow, just stunning them up. Natsumi, he might need to run. Dream Missile just chasing him down the bristle with the Force Staff. Going to save the day, but Yopaj, he is dropped on the gyrocopter. This is looking to be all over. They've lost play hard. Natsumi will drop and they call it. GG is called. Boom Esports, they will win a series themselves. And that means, Sean, that every team is still tied. And we are going to a third series.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for Neon, but boom, they rinse off. They managed to get this comfort pick out for Mikado. They play a really mean bristle. And I think Neon have outplayed themselves. Right, they have definitely they were overthinking their item build. They went Diffusal on Natsumi, which was fine, and then on Yopaj, Spirit Vessel Rush was okay. Force Staff made sense, but this was a core gyro, and that was much more of a support gyro utility build with the E-Blade. He did not have damage towards the late game, even with his Ag Shard and his level 20 talent. Like, it's not enough at 33 minutes to burst anyone down. And of course, Diffusal Ursa means that once you burn the mana of that Bristleback of Dreamo Cell, you don't actually do as much damage, and you're just being kited around. We saw the Sprout from FBZ do a lot of work. We saw the Trap Slows just be disruptive. We saw Hyde with his Ags just completely control the tempo of those fights. And Neon, I think they might have just outplayed themselves there. Boom played really well. They managed to force another series out to see how Neon does against Omega next. And that will determine it. So right now, 1 win for Omega, 1 win, 1 loss for Boom, 1 loss for Neon. The last one should determine who will get knocked down. And Neon's got to be really careful because they went from major contenders into this situation in the upper div. It's not looking good for those boys, man.
It's looking kind of insane, but we'll see if they can take a game off Omega. Obviously, if they can beat Omega, then I guess the teams are tied again, which might be problematic. But if Omega beat Neon, then Neon has to go down to the lower division, which, like you just said, John, considering they were top six the major just a month or two ago, is kind of crazy. Still, we'll go to a short break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with our third series between Omega Esports, or rather Smart Omega, and OB.Neon. See you soon.
Start it up. This is lit.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our third series. Excuse me, I almost said third, between Omega Esports and Neon Esports. Oh, excuse me, OB.Neon. Keep having to remember they aren't Neon Esports anymore. We are into our third series, so this is the series that does matter quite a bit now. As Omega, if they win out this series, them and Boom do proceed back into the upper division. Neon must win this series, otherwise they are going down to the lowers. Crazy how this is all panned out.
It's nuts. 6th place in majors, potentially facing relegation into the lower div. Neon are stuck in such an awkward spot. And the insane thing is, Neon beat these two teams 2-0 in the DPC. Like, they won 2-0 throughout the season, and now in tiebreakers, best of 1, they drop a game to Boom, and that just puts them in this mess. Neon, if they win this, they're not in the safe yet, because we'll have another round of tiebreakers coming through, because all the teams that have had 1 win, 1 loss in these best of 1s. So we're in for potentially a long day if Neon manage to pull it off, but for their sakes, they'll have to do that. And Omega, if they want to stay up there, they need to go against the odds, beat out Neon. Neon have been looking a bit shaky. It feels like they've been outplaying themselves. Yopaj looked to have had a really good start in that gyrocopter early on, but then, you know, he itemized just for that early to mid game, and once it went too long, his impact was just not there, and the Ags pickup coming through from Nyx was so big, so we'll see if they can shake that off. Omega start off with Bristle once more. We're seeing it come true. That could be Max Hero just being prioritized. They've got the Lion on hand, so they don't have to worry about the Drain coming through here. But Neon, I think they've got a good respawn. They start off with Nyx. That can kind of hold down to Bristle. Also has a bit of a mana burn on itself as well, and has some good stunts. The Viper's a natural source of break, so you have some answers here for the Bristleback already, and even the Lion. Spike Carapace, if you are targeting Nyx and you're not quick enough, Finger might bounce back to you, so you have to be a bit cautious there for Omega, but we'll see what else Neon pulls out, and we'll see if they manage to maybe play a bit more of a straightforward game. They've been doing this a few times in the upper div. I think the panel has been saying it as well, but it does feel like Neon, they kind of think too much in the game. They go for these next level 5-head sort of build-ups, and sometimes it just falls flat.
Absolutely. I do like these 5-head kind of drafts that they do come up with. Like, it's always a lot of fun to watch what they do get up to with these drafts, and it's kind of why we love the team in the first place, is these very different drafts that we're not used to seeing so much. But definitely it is a matter of, you have one game, you've got to win this one out if you're Neon or OB.Neon, so you really don't want to run anything too crazy here that might get you in trouble. Still, the draft will continue now. Omega Esports, third pick for them. They're going to go for the Abaddon. Fair enough. OB.Neon, they'll turn around with an AA though, so that's going to make the life of the Bristle and the Abaddon quite difficult.
Yeah, it's a great counter pick there. Stops the regen game from coming through from Omega, so they can kind of play with that. They've got this great sort of global strat. Nyx running around with Vend. The Ancient Apparition can just kind of line up the Ice Blast, from a mile away. So you can still play pretty far here for Neon. I am curious as to what they take for their Natsumi hero, really, and what role exactly the Viper will play, because it doesn't feel like a Yopaj hero at all. It could just be our CTM hero. So an off-lane Viper could be coming through here from Neon, which could still be nice. I think you might be considering as well just changing lanes. We saw Natsumi playing on the off-lane aggressively for his Ursa last time. You could do the same here. Have the Viper try to lane up against a Bristleback and go from there. Omega though will have, enough time to kind of shake it up, respond here. They could still flex it to Mac, and they go with a Faces Void here for Omega. So they've got the Chrono to play with, they've got good control, they have a decent combo with Void and Bristle, but Neon go into the Raid King, which is kind of nice into the Void. Like, even if your big core is caught in Chrono, he's going to have a second life. You could go Diffusal on a Faceless Void, but that does mean down the line you might lose out in the farm game as well. So I think OB.Neon are covering their bases pretty nicely, and giving themselves more options. They can push pretty quick with the Raid King as well. So they can kind of play with that, and we'll see if they can maybe get that win they're looking for. Still have one pick to go. Omega
think
D
you're,
ban out the Doom.
I'm not sure what's going on, John, but there's a bit of buzzing noise with your mic now every time you speak, so I'm not sure if the RTX voice has played up or whatever, but I'll leave you to that. Final ban-outs are coming in. Neon, one more for them. They got rid of the Tide. They are just focusing in on the off lane, it appears, or maybe even the mid lane, depending on where they think this Bristle's going to go. It looks like they are assuming it's going to be a mid Bristle coming out once again. One more ban. You still have options as well of going for something like an off-lane Bristle and maybe going for like a mid-Invoker. It has not been banned out, so you could go for the Cataclysm build-up with the Void Chrono, and that could be quite powerful. OB.Neon still thinking about this final ban, though. They could get rid of it if they feel like that's a potential pickup here for Omega. They actually get rid of the Lina instead. Meanwhile, Omega, I suppose the Lina maybe just banned out because they think against the Viper, the Lina is probably one of the only matchups that can actually deal with the Viper 1v1 in the mid lane. I suppose if they did choose Invoker, you've still kind of just dominate the lane anyway with this Viper. Who cares about the Cataclysm later on?
Yeah, still kind of scary though. I mean, you do at least have the Nyx as well to counteract the Invoker. That's actually a natural Invoker counter. Spike Carapace on a lot of his else holds him back. The Mandrain's big. OB.Neon take it themselves. They do go for Invoker on their side. Can maybe play with a Cataclysm there, but that does mean that DM is taking that Viper in the off lane. So I'm wondering if Omega go into the Bristle back mid. Bristle against Invoker doesn't sound too bad. Invoker is one natural way to really burn Bristle's mana though. So if he does land an EMP combo somehow in the laning phase, the Bristle can't really sustain. He's going to have to really play around with his bottle top-ups, ensure that he's able to keep that spell spam up, and kind of work it from there. Omega, they're lacking big combinations with a Void and a Chrono. Bristle's okay, stands outside, maybe gets a couple of Quilt Sprays and gets some goo off. Lion can get the finger from outside as well, but it's not amazing. It's not the natural synergy you see with a Void, and their options are limited. Like that Lina would have been great down mid if you wanted to run that for Mac and have the Bristleback go for Sam H instead. But they need something else. Maybe a Queen of Pain could be decent here, but Quap into Nyx and laning into the Invoker is fine, but into the Nyx it's a bit annoying for a Quap. It does give you that combo with Chrono plus Sonic Wave. Could be one way to kind of still get value from that spell, but they're thinking pretty hard about this one in Omega.
They are. And they'll go for the CK, interestingly enough. So that could just be... Where are they laning all this? The Tino's going to be on the Void.
Off lane Sam H? I think Sam H
Yeah.
last night. It's the... I don't know about this one. It's aggressive. It's aggressive that the CK can kind of run up at you and just keep trying to play with the chain stuns with Lion. You could definitely try to win out that lane early while the Raid King doesn't feel that tanky. It's not really the synergy you're looking for with a Face's Void. The Ags build-up is still good for a CK. You don't have the best illusion clear here from Neon's end, so that will be impactful no matter what. It's such a strange last pick though, like... They still run the Bristleback mid against Invoker, so it's still decent for Mac. He can still try to bully out with his Quilts early on, and even a value point in Goo is going to make all the difference there. Ipaj has to really maximize his range advantage. Maybe try to look for angles to get an EMP off, just to prevent Mac from really winning out that lane. I don't know. Omega's draft is strange. Like Void CK, we don't see it too often. They don't have the best synergy in the Chrono. They have ways to play it, but it feels like their timings are all over the place. Whereas for Neon, it's straightforward. You've got this Viper who can buy you out some space. You have the Raid King who just farms up naturally and becomes your win condition. Invoker is really the big one that you have to watch out for. You have to protect it in the mid. Again, a matchup against Bristle can go either way. So you want to enable the opponent to hit his timings here. And if you can do that, I think you can ride through a lot of what Omega's trying to do here.
All right, we'll get into it. Game number one, or the only game between Omega Esports and OB.Neon, unless the side of Neon can somehow win this one out, then I guess we go for a reset. We'll see how this one pans out. Apparently your mic was fine the whole time, by the way, John, so maybe it's just my headset screwing up. There you go.
Hopefully not, but yeah, good to hear from the audience.
I hate as well that people think that you're such an innocent person. They always say, why is MLP so rude to John XY? You guys don't know what he's like in the back. He's a nice guy in front of the camera, but he's no angel, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Don't fall here for his tricks.
I'm still Southeast Asian, you know. It's in our blood. It's in our blood. It's in our pubs. And we've got to see if that's in the blood of OB.Neon as well. Like, honestly, you know why they're losing, Mike? They don't have their support back in. That's it. They don't have their secret voice lines, their packs in, you know. And it would be nice to come in, but look at John Yuel. No good luck. He's not wishing them good luck to Tino because they might get only bashed, he says. So no wishes out from John Yuel. Everyone else in a good mood. Yupaj giving respect to Sam H. Idol Sam H. Of course, Sam H is a veteran. Everyone remembers his run with TNC and TI and that heartbreaking interview. So it's always good to see him back. He's been out of it for a while, right? And he bounces back in with Omega. He's found his space. It's looking good. So we'll see. This is a bit of a rambulan as well, Mike. We failed to mention it, but Filipino team versus Filipino team. Time to duke it out here in the best of one.
You love to see it. And OB.Neon, so much pressure on them, but I think their draft looks pretty nice going into Smart Omega here. Maybe later on it becomes a bit of a problem with the Void Bristle and CK because there's just so much scalability, but at least for now, Natsumi should be alright with the Wraith King. At least in the Chrono, and in terms of bounties, they are going to have a 2-for-2 start as well. Here you go. Mac, of course, going to be in that mid lane on the Bristle. Yopaj is going to be against him on the Invoker. I'm quite intrigued to see how this matchup does pan out between these two. Do you think we see more of just a farming lane between these two heroes, or is there any kill potential, maybe for Mac?
Yeah, there is. There is. You can play pretty aggressive with the quilts, but look at Yopaj. Starts with Wex, goes for EMP. That's what you need. Just bully out Mac, zone him out from the creep wave, keep trying to land EMP. That was a bit optimistic from Yopaj. You know, Mac has a bit of an opening to Quilt Spray, but I think level 3 is the big spike for Mac. Like, you get the Quilt Spray up, the Bristle back up, and you get Nasal Goo ready. Invoker does not have great armor, so you run him down, you slow him up, you can really start to chip through, and if Yopaj can't land EMP, well, it's not a matchup that you really want to have to look towards a logical end. Still, with Cold Snap up, you could look for that play here. Oh, he missed.
If Mac goes for the Nasal Goo as well, right, like on Yopaj, you could chase him down with that slow, but for now he's going to just stay away from it. Top lane, Natsumi gonna get stunned up. Sam H. Hex is out as well. They might have this kill. There's not really much Gen Yuol can do to help. Natsumi, he's gonna Fairy Fire up and keep running, but Sam H has another stun. He just needed the vision, but he won't be able to get it. Just barely survives and gets salved up.
Yeah, and that's the one thing with this matchup here for Neon. There's so much more aggression coming out from Omega and the CT.
You just achieved first blood. Thanks and have fun.
CML. Yeah, a great start there for OB.Neon, and this is kind of what you expect, right? With the Viper, he's probably going to win out the lane. Tino will be able to time walk away any damage, but, you know, you've still got to be careful.
It's dual melee into Viper. So the Viper definitely went out there. Playhard's doing a good job of just zoning out. It's a very defensive lane from Omega, unless some lucky bashes fly through. So you do have to play a bit passively, try to hold out. You can see on mid, Mac is starting to pull a bit ahead in last hits, not by a huge amount. Yopaj is holding out well enough. I think just the threat of EMP Cold Snap has been enough to hold back Mac from really being aggressive in that lane. He does opt for level 2 Quilt Spray though, so he's not opting for the Goo yet. Probably just going to look for the creep cut and just to secure his safe CS and force Yopaj to last hit under the tower.
Yeah. Bit of a farming game so far for these two teams. You can already see just Mac pulling away and farming the triangle of the Dire, and this is something we've been seeing a lot of. Especially around that banner rune timing at the 3-minute mark. They just pull the wave over, and he might just do it again. The thing is, Yopaj can't stop Mac from doing this. So when any EMP's out, He's still going to aggro the creep wave. This time, though, he's not going to go to a jungle camp. Instead, he's just going to completely skip the wave. I suppose that's not quite as bad as going all the way to the camp here for Yopaj.
Yeah, I think this is pretty alright for Yopaj. He doesn't have to lane directly with a bristle. He's still last sitting under tower relatively well, all things considered. So your Invoker's actually not shut out. I think right now for Neon, they definitely need to just hold out in the side lane. Like, Natsumi's lane's going awfully slow. You can see that Sam H has pulled ahead in CS. And a slower start for your Raid King can be detrimental. You can still catch up farm with your Mortal Strike Skeletons in the jungle a bit better. Or at least the Vampiric Spirit Skeletons. But it feels a bit awkward as well if you're too far behind there. So definitely need to find some space out there. And the good news is that they've slowed down Tino a lot more. And for the Faces Void, he definitely doesn't flash farm as much. At least the Raid King has the Skellies, but Void only has the mobility from Time Walk to really play with. And that might not be enough to keep up in the farm game here.
All things being said and done, like, Omega are having a pretty nice time considering their draft shouldn't be this good early on. Like, but you look at bot lane, Tino, it's not the best farm in the world, but he is getting the CS he needs. And more importantly, that mid lane is going extremely well for Mac. He's farming the triangle now. Yopaj building up to an urn, probably going to go for a Spirit Vessel again. Meanwhile, top lane Shanks is going to drop as Natsumi finds the kill, and it looks like Neon did bring up 3 heroes to make sure that did happen.
And they've got the combination on hand now. They can start with a cold feet, get the stun from the Raid King, get the freeze off. With the additional stun from Playhard, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill on basically anyone that shows up. So, great way of buying space out for OB.Neon. And it's at that point anyway where your Viper can kind of solo the bot lane. Tino is not going to get any real relief from just having the support walk off. And you can see Playhard just keeping his position there in that area, keeping track. He's got the forward ward in the triangle. And oh, Playhard.
They'll go in. And spike out. Shanks, he'll have it hex up as well, and we'll go for it. Sam H doing so much damage, but not quite enough. In fact, the cold feet, it's going to freeze him up. They won't commit to the kill, of course, back on the CK. They'll just kind of accept the fact that Playhard has survived. That's one of the big problems I think we'll see in this game for Neon, is there's just so much damage output, no matter which core you look at. It's going to be very hard to try and figure out who you want to aim down in the middle of a team fight. There is going to be a hell of a lot of DPS coming out from every single core.
Okay. I love what I'm seeing here from CML as well. We saw CTM stacking up the camps, and he just blocks it and contests. And they're doing the same thing here in the triangle. OB.Neon not giving Mac free space.
Yopaj going to get caught there by the Earth Spike, and with the Aphotic Shield, Mac is going to be fine. In fact, they'll turn around. Yopaj now being hexed up. He needs some help. He'll try to run with the Tornado. They don't have the Nasal Goo yet, so they can't really slow him up. But Mac, he does get play hard, and will even go after Genuel. The TP attempt is going to be nice, but it won't be nice enough, as Mac will get himself a nice early double kill on the Bristle. That's going to feel very good for the side of Smart Omega.
Yeah, they just finally find the kills. They still get the camps to themselves. They're not really able to contest on Neon's end. And the farm is still flowing in for Mac. He's got the Ring of Health on. He's got a lot of regen on hand. Vanguard not too far off, considering his free farm. So you've got a stable foundation here for Omega. You can play with your Bristle once the item's up. You can buy space out for your Faces Void. Tino is trying to save up for the Mask of Madness. And that is going to be his farm accelerator. And that should line up with when the Vanguard comes out here for Mac. So at that point, the Bristle can stop playing in the triangle. They're still contesting here in OB.Neon's end, though.
Tornado out, Earth Spike. He's going to land. Mac going to have his mana drained again, but he has some stick charges, so we'll turn back around. Hex is out. Shanks, no Earth Spike available quite yet, but he'll drain the mana of Yopaj and just slow him down. Instead, they'll have to commit to play hard. But a nice impel there might save the day. In fact, he'll salve out of there. Yopaj now being stunned up, but Mac is extremely low, and CTM has shown up on the Viper, just in case they could turn this one around. Neon. They will get nothing. They'll go back for the power rune.
Bit unfortunate that Spawn's bot. Like if they just immediately got the power rune, they might have been able to go for a bit more of a chase back into the triangle, look for a kill opportunity. All this time rotating around has kind of freed up Tino's lane. He's free farming by himself. You don't have the Viper to contest. You're getting some good EXP on Tino, level 7 now. CTM just hitting 6. He had to divert to the jungle for a bit as well. And it's a bit of a slower start than you'd want for the Viper, for sure. He hasn't really shut down Tino. So Tino's going to have that mom timing, and he's just going to be able to flash farm soon.
Damage. Frozen up to that top side. Natsumi, he already committed the Wraith Fire Blast, but he has so much damage. Shanks, though, going to come in now with the Earth Spike, and Mac going to commit. Cold Feet again out from Januel. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. He is still fine. Mac can continue the chase. Does force the TP rotation in from Yopaj. It's unable to really get much done apart from just kind of scaring them off. Because at least Natsumi does survive on the Wraith King, and that might be good enough for Neon.
It's a heavy rotational investment for that, though. This is time where the supports aren't stacking. This is time where the supports aren't trying to get some EXP in a free lane. So you kind of miss out on some of those level 6 spikes, whereas Omega is splitting up that EXP nicely. CML is allowed to soak mid, about to hit 6 on the Abaddon. Once you've got that, you can't really jump the guy. Sam H is starting to relieve that pressure on the mid lane. And Tino's really free farming with Mom up. So CTM shows back in lane. He's got the Falcon Blade up, we tend to see in the Viper. I worry about how much space they've given Tino, though. Like, this is not the Void that we were seeing shut down in the first 5 minutes. This is a free farm Void matching your Wraith King after a terrible start. And if they don't do something to stop this, he could just free farm his way to the team's win.
Tornado gonna be there with the EMP out. Nice Impel and the Viper Strike. It should be enough for Tino.
Not enough.
He's gonna time walk and TP away. That's gonna be a real point of concern. I mean, they don't have enough damage with 3 heroes there. That's a Viper that's meant to be very strong right now. And Tino, he just time walks and TPs. That's definitely very bad news for Neon.
It's the one thing with the Nyx, like, if they're not hitting you, you can't really stop TPs with a Spike Carapace. And there's so much space for Omega. They see the 3-man rotation, they push mid with the Phantasm out from Sam H. Towers down to half HP, and that will force a response back. They do lose their bot tier 1, but now the response is towards mid, so that frees up the top lane for the shove in from Mac.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That he will do. Januel, he's going to be the only one around right now in the AA to try and set up a defense, but the T1's already gone. At the very least, they already got the bottom tier 1 tower for Neon, so not all is really lost.
Top tower is no more.
But that 2k net worth lead on Smart Omega is going to be a little bit daunting for Neon Esports, because again, with this draft, you can't really argue that they won't be able to scale better than what Neon will be able to with their own draft.
I think, again, it's awkward for Omega because they've got 4 melee heroes with a Faceless Void. That in itself is super awkward, but it doesn't matter if the Void's allowed to become the win condition by himself. Like, he's not going to need follow-up in the Chrono. He's not going to worry about direct Chrono counters as well. And Tino is still set to hit that timing. In fact, he's going to look for a Chrono.
Yeah, they get one. And the Nyx Assassin with the finger out. Shanks will get it done. I don't really mind that at all either. Right, like usually you'd maybe want the Chrono on a core kill, but for Tino, he just shows up in the lane. He just commits it quickly, gets himself a kill, and that'll be enough for him. He doesn't need to find the core kill that maybe he would have preferred. Just save his time, get back to farming, and accept the kill you get.
Yep, it's not a worry at all. Like, it's a 12-minute Chrono. You mostly see that in supports anyway. If not, you're just sitting on the spell. So you get it off cooldown, you get a kill, you build up, you go back to farming, you buy more space out. For OB.Neon, they do smoke up now. They've got Vendetta up on Play Hard. They could look for a bit of a play if they catch out Tino. That could be big.
I mean, they've missed out on him. Tino's going to be fine. Maybe once he shows them the wave, they could try to make their way up north. And in fact, it looks like they are now. CTM and Play Hard have the courier of Shanks. They should know he's around to bird, and they might have to just commit here. Onto Shanks, who will tank the gank for his carry. That was really nice positioning from Shanks to break the smoke like that. He knew something was up. Will allow Tina to get out. And while that's happening, Yopaj now mid lane. Being chased down a little bit there by Mac and being threatened with his life, but will ultimately be alright.
Yeah, he's just holding fine. You do have to really protect the mid. Podge is just doing good work of holding the back. He's not really getting value from his Spirit Vessel, though. No charges up. They haven't been able to punt with his nice spike on the Invoker, but they're playing a bit more passive. They are buying Natsumi out space to farm. On the Wraith King, he's been free farming the bot lane. He has his armlet up, rushing Radiance. So you still have some good timings coming out on your pause 1 here for Neon. They just need to ensure that once the Radiance is up, they have to win some fight. You still can't draw this game out too late against a face of Void. It's the matter of Chronosphere being an awesome late game spell. It's just one of the best.
Shanks, yeah, he's going to be caught out here on the line. Impale, of course, going to land there, and CTM, should have enough damage to get it done, and does. Do they mind, though? Do they really mind that happening? It just, as long as the other 3 cores are farming, you just don't really seem to care too much.
Yeah, you don't mind. Like, look at Sam H. He went for a Midas build-up onto CK. He's not dying, he's not fighting. Instead of Midas is just paying for itself. As long as he uses it off cooldown, they're still getting good pressure mid, because Mac just stands in front and still manages to force it out despite not having mana. And now you have Natsumi having to show mid to prevent that. So this is time where Natsumi is better off in the jungle or in the bot lane. It's not as efficient for him. All, of course, of Omega are very comfy with the space coming through. And they're just going to hit these spikes real quick. With Bristleback, Mac in this case is rushing a BKB. He just wants to stand in front, not care about the Invoker spells, not care about the Nether Toxin, and that will make all the difference. Once that BKB is up, he's just going to run you down on this Bristleback.
Natsumi getting quite close to the Radiance though on that Wraith King. Still top of the net worth. He's kind of alone in terms of the damage output that is going to be flying out. Mac pressuring that mid-tier 1 tower. Looks like he should be able to get it this time. He does have a haste rune just in case Neon want to try and defend, but it looks like they aren't even going to bother. They'll let it go down. They'll open up the map now for Omega. In fact, Genuel almost got spotted there by Mac, but does manage to back off in time. And well, now this is the point where I wonder where Natsumi is going to be able to farm. He's going to start running out of space very quickly unless they reinvade this jungle, and CTM is going to be able to do so.
He's trying to free up the space here, getting some good wards down as well to keep the vision game up. Side of Omega, well, they're not really looking to be aggressive. Like, sure, they show Sam H in lane, he uses his Midas. You pop the Phantasm, though, but they've got Chrono ready. You want your line around to use that, although Yopaj.
On bot lane, he has been caught out. Mac, he's going to show up, but he has the Ghost form. He's going to try and run now. Instead, they'll try to Genuel, but a nice Tornado won't be enough. Shanks gets the finger. However, top lane CTM, he did kill off Sam H. So everyone kind of focused their attention down to the bot lane. They forgot about Sam H up top, and the CTM gets a much more valuable kind of trade.
Definitely better there for Neon. They do manage to kill off a core for their support, so it doesn't feel too bad. And they managed to bail out Yopaj as well. If it was Yopaj who died instead, I think Omega would feel a lot better, but they didn't really manage to catch him out in time, so gonna be counting your lucky stars there for OB.Neon as the game continues to kind of drag on. 4-5, 9 kills on the board at 17.5 minutes. Not the fastest game. Both sides are just trying to build up that farm advantage. And for now, Omega has it slightly 1k their way, but Natsumi is still the most farmed core. Radiance up and running now on the Wraith King flying in. You've got that major spike on this hero. The mischance might be enough to make it a bit annoying for Tino and for Sam H to focus on the Wraith King. But it's really the burst damage, the burn damage at this point. Like, that burn will really just annoy you throughout these fights. You've got magic amplification as well from the Ice Vortex. So if John Yuel gets his positioning right, gets some good ice vortexes on nearby targets to Natsumi, the Raging Sprint's just going to help him find those kills. So Neon's got a pretty good timer to play with now. And they are sort of lining up top, but they don't really have Natsumi around, so got to be a bit careful with that plump up.
Tino. Playhard's right behind him. They've got him. Ice Blast is there. Is it going to be enough? He'll time walk, but he can't heal up the damage. Sunstrike out. Chrono, he'll try and turn around, but he is going to die with the Ice Blast damage. Still Mac and Sam H going to go into CTM, and they might be able to get somewhat of a trade. They do, but it's definitely not as worth as it was for Neon. They got the Void, they got the Chrono, they got so much out of that kill.
It's very worthwhile for OB.Neon. I'm sure CTM doesn't mind if they're his life for that, although Mac.
Yeah, Mac getting a bit aggressive there in the mid lane. Cold Feet gonna lock him up, and now they can just attack the front. Tornado gonna be off the mark as Mac will run towards the west, but he is still in big trouble as Natsumi's just not done, but the miscoil and a Photic Shield, it will save the day, but now the Ice Blast and Sunstrike not gonna land onto Mac. He'll make a run, he might still tick out to the damage, but no. The Photic Shield is there. Mac will survive. CML, he may go down, but Sam H, he's gonna jump in. Tino's there as well. Shanks, a big Earth Spike out, landing on 2. Now the Rift is there. Playhard is dead, but Sam H also drops, and now Yapaj, he's going to go down on the Invoker. Natsumi is in trouble, but he still has that reincarnation. Instead, they'll aim down Genuel. Another great Earth Spike in from Shanks, but CTM, he's going to show up on the Viper. They'll turn around on that Lion. They'll get another kill. And Neon, they did come out on the positive side. The reincarnation life on Natsumi doesn't really count. Still gotta be careful though. I mean, Tino survived through it. You saw how much they struggled already with this draft, and you could imagine later on, once the real peaks of these cores on Omega are there, it's gonna be very hard to fight into.
Really will be. I think that entire fight broke out because Mac was forcing his issue up front. He's got to be careful. He's not that tanky. If they can turn around, get the chain stun and control off, have to wait a bit more for a reconnect on Sam H. He needs his BKB up on this Bristle to really be safe, overestimating his own durability, giving opportunities to OB.Neon. Still not what you want to do here for Smart Omega. Like, you still need more farm on Sam H. With his Midas up, like he has the blink up and running now on this CK, and that's enough to maybe start some initiation on your side. But you don't want to give openings to OB.Neon. They still have a really early spike they can play into. Natsumi's building into his level 18 now. Once you hit 18, his cooldown and reincarnate is going to be that much lower. It's going to have more time to run around and get some fights going. They're commending... Omega's commending the side of Neon for being so kind.
Well, that's good.
For waiting. Like, no problem. It's alright. We understand 100 ping coming through. Like, yeah, dang. We're back. They're friends. Of course, you can't be friends in a game of Dota, Mike. Someone's got to win.
Absolutely not, John. Speaking of winning, though, Neon, 2K... No, 1K ahead. It does keep switching up. Now 2K again in terms of net worth lead. Omega, looks like they are still experiencing some packet loss and some ping issues. Not today, C-Server. Not today.
Oh.
It's a 4-man disconnect now. It's definitely not the greatest of news.
Never great when your sponsor is an ISP.
I mean,
Hopefully it fixes itself.
it happens, John. Take it easy.
It happens. It happens. Excuse me, my throat. OB.Neon, and they're holding on though. The 2K lead, it's bouncing around. Most of that's on Natsumi. So it's on the right hero. It's all in on your Wraith King. You're not really dripping gold down to your other core. So look at CTM. He's lagging behind by 1K compared to Tino and Mac. And the big one that's painful is Yapaj. He is down by about 2K compared to the Bristle. He's got this Midas on his Invoker. He's trying to build into the Solar Crest. So it's not an Ags Rush. We're not seeing something like the Orchid for control. He's going for this utilitarian Invoker build-up, which can help. It feels like it has a timer as well. Like we've seen that from his Gyro in the last game, where he went for these very fast build-up items, that meant they had to really play fast, and it looks about the same with the Invoker. Solar Crest is really impactful. Doesn't necessarily have the best scaling with your own toolkit for the Invoker towards that mid to late game. And they've got to really maximize this once it's out for Yapaj. Like, you don't normally see that. Midas and then Spirit Vessel, it's like, okay. And then Solar Crest as well. I don't know, it just feels like it's not the impactful item you want. It's not an Orchid, it's not an Ags. It's nothing like that that helps you just get control out.
Absolutely. By the way, for anyone that doesn't know or may be interested, T1 vs TNC is happening on the main channel, PGO_Dota 2. So if you wanted to go watch that series as well, that is currently live on PGO_Dota 2. In case you wanted to watch.
Yep.
Gotta be a
Should
nice
be pretty
guy.
hype there.
Stop jungling. Let's
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Stop jungling.
Should be
let's
pretty hype.
push.
You know, Cuckoo dropped by on the tweet, says John Ignition. I'm not sure if he expects me to sing the song on stream. No, sir.
I think he may have. I think he may have seen you singing on stream yesterday, John, and he thought maybe you take song requests now. So we had a My Way song request earlier on from Frank Sinatra. So there you go. You're getting a few requests, sir. We might have to start a stream. Get you busking. Get you busking for some money.
Yeah, it's the karaoke. You know, karaoke is the national pastime here in the Philippines.
Oh, I'm very well
Everyone
aware.
loves singing. Oh yeah, you've heard it from your neighbors.
I've had many a sleepless night from my Filipino neighbors. Great singing, though. I'll give them that. I don't understand a word they're saying, but it sounds
Oh, they're
good.
asking.
What's happening, John?
I have to translate. I don't know if they're being serious, but they did ask for how much pause time left. But they typed it in Filipino, so I'm not asking for the on pause. I'm just asking for them because I don't know if they're joking, but they seem to want to know at the very least.
No, I mean, Neon's got a lot on the line, John. I don't blame them. I think you've got to take every advantage you get, personally. If it's by the rules, it's by the rules. Who the hell cares?
Yeah, doesn't look like we've got someone watching, so that's fine. You can see CML saying someone's very proud, you know, full of themselves, yabang, because Johnny Well was trying to talk, no one replied. And like, someone's full of themselves. Johnny Well says easy carry, not to me, of course.
Natural.
And still some issues with the internet, unfortunately. You know what it is, Mike?
What is it?
You know what it actually is? They say it's the internet. It's 3:30. This is Merienda time.
Ah,
It's time for Merienda. That's
there
it.
you go.
They don't need to pretend. We know. We know.
You finally figured it out.
It's time.
John. Well done.
Yeah.
Speaking of merienda, what did you have today, sir? Have you had
Nothing
merienda?
yet. Nah, right? We're casting right now, so I can't dip out for a snack, Mike. What do you think I am? Some kind of animal? Leaving you alone to cast here? No, sir. After. Merienda comes after. And I'm likely just coffee. You know, the simple things, Mike. Afternoon cup of
Just
coffee.
coffee. Rather
Yeah,
depressing,
just
John.
coffee. Maybe. I don't know what we have. Yeah, we don't have any snacks right now, so probably just some coffee. No bread, no cakes, no nothing. Simple. Some cafe, you know?
Some what? Cafe.
Cafe.
What is cafe?
Yeah, that's coffee.
Ah, is that how you
Coffee.
say coffee in Filipino?
Cafe. Yeah, cafe.
There
Yeah,
you go.
It's cafe.
I learned a
Yeah,
new
yeah,
word
yeah.
today, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go.
There you go.
I wouldn't mind some cafe myself right now, John. I'll tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Might be a bit of a long wait here between these two, and
Oh, it's a long day if Neon wins. Remember, we've got to do the tiebreakers all over again. Oh boy.
you gotta love it though, right? Like just going all night with tiebreakers. Just never
Thanks,
stop.
guys. Thanks
Just
a-
keep
thanks
doing
a
it.
Yeah, I
lot,
think
guys.
after the
Thanks a lot.
second round, our admin has told me that something else determined. So if the second round ends with a draw as well, something about yesterday's results take precedence. So I don't know, but yeah, it ends after 2 loops. If there's still a endless time loop at the end, a different rubric will be used to break it up. So yeah, that's something to watch out for if we do end up going 1 win, 1 loss for every team twice over, which is unlikely, but could happen. You never know.
Uh-oh. They got the 5-minute warning.
There we are.
Q. The man of business, Ben Q. Will just get in there and let you know what's going on. No playing around from the man.
Yeah, I
Love
mean, you
to see
gotta
it.
love that. He reps that gun icon as well in his name, right? He never changed it. He's always got the gun, so when he all chats, it's all business. You can't say no to the guy. He's got the gun.
It's classic as well. I mean, I'm not sure what the age group is for the people that are watching right now, but when I was young, everybody had that in their name tag. That the gun symbol thing, the AK. So standard, especially if you're at a LAN cafe, you know, playing CS:GO or something. Every single time, without a doubt, I could guarantee half the lobby would have that in their name. Sure, it was the same for SEA as well.
Yeah, for SEA, it's the X, you know, small x, big X, small x,
Oh, we had
underscore,
that too. Yeah.
lowercase, uppercase, lowercase.
We
That was the hot stuff.
That was a big thing in MapleStory. I noticed. I was when I was very young. I got to play MapleStory when it first came out, and that was a massive thing. You had to put the lowercase and uppercase X's in the name. You know, you weren't cool if you didn't. I didn't have them, John. I wasn't cool enough.
Oh, look at you, lame, Mike, very
Yeah.
lame. You know, speaking of MapleStory, brings back memories of Ragnarok Online.
Oh,
That was the hot stuff.
That was the good stuff.
That's where everyone hangs out in Frontera, lag the screen, just
Yeah.
AFK shop there.
The best.
Classic.
The best.
We even had songs about Ragnarok. I swear.
Oh, you showed me that song. What was it
yeah,
called?
yeah. Chixilog, yeah.
Jixie Log, that's the one.
Yeah, the guy who it's about someone bait and switching, catfishing someone. Yeah. It's a catfish song. About Ragnarok Online. It was that ingrained in the culture. Everyone played it except me because, you know, it's back in the days where you had the scratch cards to top up your dial-up internet.
Yeah.
Parents didn't want to pay for the dial-up, and you'd have to pay to play Ragnarok. It's a time subscription. Couldn't play it as a kid. I wasn't that rich. Didn't have internet, you know. Was not a Frontera kid, sadly, you know?
Not a Frontera kid. How sad. I was more of a Morocco kid anyway. I preferred that town much more. Of course. What I would prefer, though, overall, John, is if we got the game underway again, but it does seem like Omega, they are still suffering a bit of loss, and I'm not sure if you can translate that, John.
No, I shouldn't translate that.
Okay, don't translate it.
Dogski mus na daw ang nabuntis sa spakulan.
What the? Well, you're
No.
reading it out now, John.
But if I translate it, I'm complicit in saying this message out in English. I can't. I'm sure chat translated for our good people here. It's scandalous what Mac is saying.
While we've been in this break, do you want to translate that part, John? Are these too inappropriate for you to translate?
Yeah, this one's more. Don't give them any hope. Binu Sundown. He already took it away. He already took care of it. Give them hope. Binuhatan ni Japoy. Carried away by Japoy. And Mac's like, I have no clue about what's happening. But yeah, the initial phrase is, I don't think something I can mention for the sake of all players here that could get people in trouble, even as a joke.
Fair enough.
Well, it's a good joke in the Philippines. Don't get me wrong. That's typical trash talk. Keep it clean, as oh, come on, play hard. That's too low hanging. Stop it.
Terrible stuff. When are you? Speaking of terrible stuff, John, when are you singing again? When are you getting that ignition song going for yourself? A lot of people have been
I
asking.
have no clue. Well, we've been planning something. You know, there's a certain event coming up. Hopefully, we'd have something up for that, but
That's to be spoken
it's
about
a bit
later.
close for comfort. Yeah, it's a bit close for comfort. So I don't know, but
Squeak?
we'll get it out eventually, Mike. Yeah, Yopa's trying to wash his hands. He's the good boy.
All right, there we go. We're finally getting back underway.
Oh,
I
God.
believe the Omegas give the sorry. What can you do? I guess it's just internet issues. You can't really help it. But we are underway again, John. Where were we? Who was even in the lead? It seems like Neon was in the
is.
lead. Right.
Slightly. They're playing with a spike on their Radiance with Natsumi quite nice. Omega have been forced into a couple of awkward spots. They need to wait for some farm on Tino. trying to build into the BKB, and it looks like it's not quite done. He needs the gold to come in. They are making a move up top, though.
But they are. Who have they caught out? It's gonna be the Nyx Assassin. That'll be play hard gone. Okay, so they get the Nyx Assassin. They could try to re-invade the jungle with this. CTM is kind of blocking the staircase right now, but looks like Omega. They might just kind of sit back, keep their own farm going.
Tower is under attack.
Not sure how confident they still feel into the Natsumi Wraith King, but I'd say they should still be decently confident.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the 2 lives down the line is still going to be scary. Like, it's still really potent. The fact that Chrono means that it only really allows you to take care of 1 life on Wraith King, that could be a problem. And the synergy for Omega is still 4 melee heroes with a Void. So it still relies on Tino just solo carrying into Chrono by himself, which is still a possibility. It just needs a lot of farm from Tino. So he still needs more build-up. After the BKB, he's going to need some damage flowing into him. And as the game stalls out, you are happier here for Omega because your scaling with Void feels a bit nicer on paper compared to Wraith King. Double life is nice, but if you're not doing damage in either life, it doesn't really matter too much. So we'll see how long Omega's comfy enough to allow this kind of game, as OB.Neon are starting to clump up bot, looking for that push opportunity.
Play hard. Nice spike, Karaspas. Ice Blast gonna fly through with the Impel setup. Is it gonna be enough? Chaos Meteor even drop, but Mac, he will be able to BKB and turn right around onto Natsumi. There's your ripped in Sam H. They've won it back, it seems, though. Omega, the BKBs were running out. Natsumi gonna keep the chase up now. Sam H is stuck in the tree line, and it looks like he's gone.
Performance.
And OB.Neon, they'll keep going onto the bottom tier 2 tower for a bit. They understand this is when they're going to be strong. Omega, they've got the Chrono up. I don't know if Tina's going to have enough damage, but he's going to try on to Scam. CT, they actually get the Viper. He's going to die. Natsumi now, he's going to be hexed up. Looks like he will still be able to get Shanks on the Wraith King, and now a big Impel out. 3-man Impel from Play Hard. Is it going to be enough? Not quite yet, but they are just trying to focus down Mac on the Bristleback, and it looks like they might just find him. In fact, Tino, he does drop. They'll get the Void. They'll get the Bristleback now. Mac will go down. The Aphotic Shield almost blowing up the supports of Neon, but it's not going to quite be enough. The CML does drop, and now Neon, they want to start moving into that tier 2 tower again, and it looks like they're going to be able to get it.
It's just really awkward for Omega. The damage output from Tino is not enough, and he can't play with a Chronos. Even if he catches a lot, it's actually detrimental. He needs to catch, for now, 1-man Chronos so that the rest of his team can kind of do something outside as well. And OB.Neon are just abusing that well. Their spacing is really good. They've got this quick Ags up on Play Hard, so now Omega's going to have to deal with the Burrow coming through. And that will be an issue. We've seen so many Nyxes with these Ags. Just completely ruined the opposing side. They've got to be ready in Omega. They've got to be ready with detection to stop Playhard from just sitting down there. And the Roche is going to go Neon's way. They're already starting. No Chrono here from Omega, so it's harder to go into that pit. They can't allow it to go for free as well.
Mac's going to try and move in, but immediately he starts getting attacked by CTM. The Ice Blast is going to be there. Natsumi will not stop chasing him down, but the Earth Spike will save us now. Tino jump in on the Wraith King, but Natsumi just proving to be a little bit too tanky, as instead they'll go in onto Sam H. The CK barely going to survive, thanks to that Aphotic Shield. CML, he won't be so lucky. 1 crit will get the job done from Natsumi. Backing on the Roshan pit.
They can't stop it. They know they can't. They've stalled it out, but first Aegis will go the way of OB.Neon. Potentially 3 lives up on Natsumi, and he does pick it up. He's got the AC up and running on the Wraith King. He does a ton of damage. He's very bulky up front. All this armor stacking means that Mac, with a Quilt Spray, isn't actually doing much damage to the Wraith King. There's a lot of physical mitigation on the hero. And for the side of Omega, they need to sit back and keep farming here.
He ran right into a sentry ward, finger out.
Oh,
They
boy.
got the bashes.
Your chronology ends.
Definitely a bit of an awkward sentry ward there, but it does catch out the Invoker. Rest of OB.Neon, they just kept going for the top tier 1 tower, and they do eventually get it. Sometimes it doesn't really matter too much if the Invoker dies now, as Natsumi's looking like a real powerhouse at 18.5k gold with the net worth. Damn H.
Really all about Natsumi in this.
We're gonna avoid play hard, Mac. He forced the BKB up and run, and Sam H is still around with the invis room, but he might need to try and find a way back home.
Yeah, he doesn't really have the burst for any of the cores. He can only really go for the sports. The ideal would be Johnny Well, but he misses out on that opportunity. No vision to help him out with this mission as well. So it does give OB.Neon the clearing to go mid. Play hard standing in the back with a burrow. They can't really play into this, into tier 2 defense. I think right now for Omega, if you're not going to commit Chrono, you have to play high ground. You just can't afford to be up front right now, and that's going to be another free objective here for Neon.
That it will. Meanwhile,
Ooh.
Sam H. Oh! Sam H ends up getting Yopaj by himself. So sticking around in that dire jungle ends up paying off as they got the Invoker again. But they are still losing objectives across the map, so I can't say the Invoker's life really matters that much anymore. I think the attention is to be much more focused on Natsumi, surely. And maybe even CTM. Hasn't been the case yet.
I think they're doing the right thing on Omega. They're avoiding OB.Neon while they're strong. They know they can't force the defense out, so they need to find pickoffs outside, and they still find the core kills. Now, Yopaj isn't worth much. He's bottom of all the cores right now, but you're still getting something for your time, and that's key for Omega installing this game out. Like, it makes it uncomfy for Neon to really go for too many more objectives. They got some space down bot, with Tino just pushing in, finding that bot tier 1, and having a lane to play for himself, and preventing some creeps from running in there. So your bot lane's protected from a flood. Sam H is watching the top, but you can't really stop this. Even if you had the numbers, it's risky, but they will TP Mac it.
A lot of TPs in Mac. Onto Natsumi. Too hard of a target to burst down. They might just try and turn. Meanwhile, the backside, Sam H trying to catch out Yopaj. Tornado's going to be there. Instead, onto Play Hard he goes. Trying to burst down the Nyx Assassin. Finger out will be enough. Play Hard, he's gone. Sam H is still looking for the back lines. Trying to catch out the Invoker. Natsumi moving upwards now, but it's been a very split kind of team fight, and it only ends up in 1 kill and an immediate buyback from Play Hard.
And I think Omega are not exactly happy about that, but they still lose the tier 2 tower. So overall, Neon still finds the objective. They don't lose any major heroes. The buyback's going to allow them to maybe line up for some more aggression. They can start to look for the high ground while the Aegis is up and running on Natsumi. For Omega, they still hold on to the Chrono, and they've got the BKB up on Tino. So he can jump in. He can set up for his team. They are kind of smoked out looking for a hunt, but the scan does reveal where Neon is.
Natsumi not going to be able to get this Wraithfire Blast off. Take over the Radiant side outpost. Neon, I suppose for them, as long as they control the map and they deny the farm away from Omega, they're more than happy. Omega, they've kind of been stuck around this bot side, and you see Shanks just there to try and make sure that Tino doesn't get caught out, but now Yopaj is around and the TPs are coming in. Tino, Tornado, not going to land. EMP not going to land either. Ice Blast, Sunstrike will give the vision. And now they get the Impale off. Where is your Lion? He's gone. Shanks, he left.
The monster kill.
Oh boy.
Shanks left. He must have assumed Tino was fine.
He didn't pop his BKB preemptively. He was just standing there. The Sunstrike gave vision, and that's where it fell apart. I think you just needed to bail there. There's no other play to make for the side of Omega. So a nice kill coming out for OB.Neon, and they get to start shoving the bot lane. They've got the 7k lead now. Omega, they need to find some way to get this MKB up on Tino. He needs to do damage in the Chrono. Their high ground's going to be under threat, and they don't have the buyback, so the Void's gone for 30 seconds here.
That tier 3 tower is going to drop very fast with that alacrity. Play hard with the Aghanim Scepter as well, going to make it very hard to jump Natsumi, but you see Sam H jump right in, trying to get this Nyx Assassin down. He's dropping quite fast now, and they will be able to get him. Play hard. He's gone without buyback. However, they've lost Sam H on the CK. Tino still has 10 seconds to go before he can come back in. Shanks, meanwhile, also being caught up by Natsumi. OB.Neon, they'll just keep going for that bottom lane of Rax. They're going to be able to get it. No problems as Natsumi just never feels the need to leave this bottom lane.
Yeah, he has nothing to be scared of. He's got Reincarnate, he's got this level 25 talent, he's got the -2 second Mortal Strike, way more uptime on his crit, on his steroid. And Tino, even with a chrono, he can't look for the opportunity. So, 1 Rax down, 11k up here, OB.Neon, 14 to 19, 13 minutes in. They're feeling really good about themselves. They can take over the map, prevent the farm from coming through for Omega. And for Omega, it ties into this draft. You can't do much with Tino can't actually set up for his team because they've got 4 melee heroes. Like, there's no follow-up for the chronos. He can't even just throw it out and hope to find a pick-off. Because chances are, he just doesn't have enough damage to do it himself yet. So they still need time to farm up for Omega. They're going to get the MKB up relatively soon. And that should be a nice spike here for Tino. It still doesn't feel like it's enough. He's still going to need more up and running. You do have the Ags up on Mac. So you can really keep the spam up to keep his Warpath up at max stacks. And that's always going to be really nice for Bristle to run around. It also enables him to help out in the chrono. You stand outside, you get some boost out. You can get the minus armor up to help Tino out. But you don't have that much time to use it there. And OB.Neon, well, they're still running around the map, taking over the triangle. We're seeing the Reaver coming through here for Natsumi soon. He's going to have his overwhelming blink done. So more strength in hand, to slow the damage from blinking in is always nice as well. And Omega, it's just looking clumsy. Normally when there's a void, I'd say the high ground looks great. But there's just no synergy to make that chrono work.
Mega. Smoke up behind Mac. Counter smoke is going to be out from OB.Neon. The classic dance through the mid lane. Natsumi, he's going to break the smoke and jump right in with the overwhelming blink. It won't be enough to kill off CML yet. Back. He's trying to slow Natsumi down, but they want to try and aim somebody else down first, and it looks like they have found a target. They've got play hard again with the Nyx Assassin. Now Tino after Scam. They want the Viper dead, but CTM, he's going to be able to Aeon Disc and run. Back on the CML, CTM, he's being caught out. Here's Sam H and Max still trying. Cataclysm going to fly through. But Natsumi's the one who's getting all the kills. Cataclysm doesn't do too much. CTM will drop. That'll be a Viper gone. Sam H now trying to chase down another in the form of Januel. Well, they continue to ignore Natsumi. Now Sam H, though, is going to get caught. And does drop. That was a team fight where Tino just never really got the chrono off, and I guess it just didn't matter. It was still a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah,
Natsumi's going to try for the Roche.
yeah, it's going to be big if they're allowed to take this Roche. Aegis, Cheese, and Ag Shard coming through. Ag Shard for pretty much anyone who doesn't have it would be really nice here. We already have it up for Natsumi to secure the reincarnation, and it goes with no contact. There's no movement, no information for Omega. So you get the Aegis Cheese there where Natsumi passes that Shard to. Maybe just give it to your Paj. The Chaos Meteor, no, passes the cheese instead. Maybe down to play hard with Vendetta would be nice. Magic Res down would be pretty sweet, but he's going to hold on to it for now. Omega need to play high ground. They cannot play outside unless they catch off Yapaj once more. They are going to try to retake control of their triangle, but when Natsumi shows up, you just bail.
I mean, Natsumi, he just goes in by himself every time. So confidently, and everybody just needs to run. Or do they? Shanks and Tino waiting. Yopaj gonna go in. Chrono, it was a blind Chrono, but he gives it a shot and it works out. Or does it? Impel lands. Tino finally pops his BKB, but it might be too late. Yopaj is out of there. Meanwhile, Shanks is gonna die. Tino's gonna try and run now. These BKBs have been a bit late, and it's really costing Tino for the second time this game. So he does end up going down, and now CML, he tried to be around to help, but well, he's gonna die now. OB.Neon onto the high ground a second time this game. Play hard, really rubbing it in. Even with all this nasal goo flying out, it probably isn't going to be enough. Natsumi's, he's not even moving right now. Just walking on the spot, but there you go. It wears off, he'll go back in. Sun out. Oh, that's a lot of damage on Mac. Cataclysm through as well, but the Force Staff's going to save the day. It won't matter though. They still get the kill. There is a buyback, but it seems like Omega, they might be running out of gas here. They're going to commit the buyback. Sam H going to try and Yopaj. Does get the Invoker, but Natsumi going to chase him down on that CK CTM. Meanwhile, after CML, Sam H still trying to fight. Goes into CTM again, but he is going to die. So they do get CTM. Or rather, he is just fine. Just the nasal coup. Natsumi still hasn't lost the Aegis. Sam H is going to try again onto the backside. Chaos Meteor is going to be there. Tino's going to jump in, but there's no Chrono up. He'll try to abuse the BKB timing. It won't be enough though. Natsumi, meanwhile, just one hit CML onto Mac, gives him another crit. The big crits out from Natsumi into the mid-racks. Screw the mid-racks. They want the T4 towers, surely. They'll go for the Megas first. And now it's onto the Tier 4s. And John, it's looking like we're going to have to run it back, sir. We'll have to run these tiebreakers back another time. Why the hell not?
Oh boy. Yeah, so much for breaking up the tie. Neon. Oh, bit of a fight left though.
I mean, there is a fight left, Tino. No, they call it. No. He just does the time walk in the backtrack, and that's enough. He'll let them know you got the shards up. That's it.
Yeah, just a bit of a smooth criminal show off there. OB.Neon managing to find a win, keep themselves in the game for a bit longer. So much for breaking those ties, Mike. We end up with another tie. Every team finding a win and a loss across these best of ones. So we'll have to do it again. I think our matchup will be back to the start. Omega versus Boom once more. Same run through. Afterwards, the loser versus Neon. And then it's Neon versus the winner after that one. So back to the same cycle. Neon played well. I think this time Omega just ran a really strange draft. Like Void +4 melee, there was no synergy. It was very hard to maximize it. The only thing you could say is maybe your Bristleback stands outside during Chrono and spams cold sprays and nasal goo, but it's not amazing. I think they really kind of forced the Void pick when didn't really line up with what they could do with the draft, and OB.Neon just managed to punish well. Like, even if you caught Natsumi out, and you never did, but even if you did catch him in a Chrono and kill him, he'd just reincarnate and suddenly Chrono's useless. So there's always that counter fighting coming out from Neon.
So now what happens, John? Like we've got every team with 1 point throughout the tiebreak.
Yeah, we reset. We go back, we run Omega versus Boom again.
Really, we go right back to Omega versus Boom. We're just going back
That's
into
what I was told.
Okay.
That's what I was told. Omega versus Boom, loser first match versus Neon, winner versus Neon after that one. So it's a time loop. We're back into it, and yeah, it's another set of best of ones, Mike.
Okay, so Omega versus Boom Esports coming up. I guess I'll change the standby screen back to the first one, and we'll run it all back and see how this one pans out. Apart from that, John, I suppose we are going to have to be waiting another 10 minutes or so, perhaps. Maybe 15 for this series to start. I will remind the viewers, if you really want, the TNC vs T1 series is also happening on the main channel if you want to go there and watch that during the break. Apart from that, though, we are going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our first series of the tiebreakers once again. I'll see you soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially here for Tiebreakers 2.0, and it is MLP Dota, and apparently the very busy John Expired. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
Doing great. 2.0, here we go. Omega against Boom. It's rewind time. Back to the start. Tiebreakers end up in a tie, so we have to break the tie again to figure out who's going in and who's going out. We'll see what changes up. Last time we saw this, Omega won out. We'll see if Boom has learned their lesson. They ban out the Bristle, and that's good news for them. We'll see what they play with. Rewind time, repeat. It was bound to happen. It does happen. I'm glad to see more games happening. A lot of games. So we'll see if the tie finally breaks. Now, if this ends up in another tie, I believe, I was told by the admins that they're going to use a different rubric. I'm not sure what that is. We'll get clarification down the line. But this is it. If they still don't break the tie, they're going to have to look at previous results head-to-head. I think they're just going to do head-to-head, which means I believe Neon might be on top because they won 2-0 against both of these teams in the proper DPC. So if you want a shot here, you have to win, especially for Omega and Boom, and we'll see if they can pull that A game out, Mike.
Well, there you go. There's not going to be infinite tiebreakers for the people in chat that really wanted to see those infinite tiebreakers, but you are going to get to see 3 more games between all these teams, and hopefully this time we could just come to a complete answer as to who is going down and who is safe within the upper division. For now, at least, John, the draft has begun. Omega Esports, they go for the Centaur Warrunner and the Lion pickup. Boom Esports straight into the AA, which we have seen a lot of today. Maybe already kind of assuming they're going to need it. I guess it's decent up against the Centaur anyway. What do you want to follow up with, though?
You want something that can help you with a burst? Maybe something like the Nyx again. AA Nyx is a really solid combo. Into Centaur Lion, we've seen it work out against that combination before, so Boom could easily just dip into it if they want to. They are taking their time with this next pick. They might be eyeing perhaps their FBZ hero first, as he tends to be the space maker, really, for Boom in that early to mid game. He wins his lane, he builds up for his team, buys space out, so they might just prioritize an off-lane pick here rather than going for the support duo. They do go with a Tiny, so that might be a support for Kezcute or for Hyde. Still kind of open. For their sake, I hope it's not a support Tiny. We've seen that really fall flat. And the panel across, at least the panel here in the DPC for C tends to not really enjoy Tiny Force. So we'll see if Boom opts for that. Might just be our Mikato here, which is alright. It's not, it's not like Mikato's outright special, but it's still something you can play with. You hit your blink timing, get the Echo Saber, itemize from there. Burst damage is still really good with an AA. Maybe even Dream Cell pause 1 Tiny, but that has been less common in C, but you have that flexibility open. So let's see what they do end up going for. I think I'm fine with it in the core role. If it's a support, well, you kind of lack control with AA Tiny, so you're really only stuck with Avalanche, and it's not really an instantaneous stun. Omega should still be able to dance around that if you do go that route.
Certainly so. We'll wait out the next ban stage, and I think I remember both these teams having a rather long second ban stage throughout their first drafts, so we could be waiting a little bit for this next ban stage to finish up, but it looks like both teams are going to just start focusing in on those position 1s that they don't really want to have to play against. See where these drafts are going to go. John, did you get any kind of merienda between the break time?
Actually, no. I went out. I had a cup of water instead. I had not enough time to make some cafe, sadly. So I just had some water. That's it. Nice and refreshed. It's a hot afternoon. At least not even a cold cup because that would be bad for the throat. So like a lukewarm tap. Well, not tapper, but lukewarm water. That's it. That's my merienda.
Okay.
It's not much, Mike, but we make it work.
Of course. Do you have any idea what's happening with the other series right now? Like I was actually quite curious. I didn't get to look at it because I was so busy in between the break. But I thought, considering we're waiting on this ban stage to finish, and it is taking quite a bit of time, well, maybe we don't want to spoil it for people that might want to watch it later. But how's it going, John? Did you have a look?
I had a look. Yeah, we have a score. So if anyone's wanting to stay here instead and doesn't have time to look at the other stream or doesn't have it open, Close your ears for the next 5 seconds right now. Okay, I'm gonna say the score. Excretion 1-0 Fnatic.
Okay.
Now.
Interesting.
So you can open your ears again, you're safe. Spoilers gone, spoilers gone, you're safe. Yeah, that's the score right now. It's an interesting result for sure. That sounds spicy up there. I'm keen to see how that ends up because frankly, it's all surprises today. It's three-way tied. It still stays tied here. First result up there is, well, kind of upsetting expectations. It's just quite a wild day for C to close out with. Really.
And you know what's really sad, John? And I've been saying this for such a long time, but I think SCA is by far one of the most competitive regions in the world in terms of Dota. And it's kind of sad when you look at the stats and realize that the chances of many SCA teams being at TI are going to be quite low because they're so competitive with each other that the points are a bit too even. That we might only have one SCA team at TI, which feels kind of bad. I guess it's more likely we have two, but just doesn't feel right, John. Especially when you know how close it's been throughout this season 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's been so tight between all the teams, and I think the ideal result for the region would have been if Neon won their game yesterday, but they didn't. They didn't. It's no one else's fault. Neon lost. T1 gets to go up, and they're the ones fighting it out later on. They're on tiebreaker, so you know what can you do? You drop a game, that's it. Boom. Are staying in it though, and they do pick up that Tide Hunter now. So they've got the team fight lining up. We've got our FBZ hero with a lot of AoE control. Really nice with a Tiny. You can just toss in for the Ravage. You're not necessarily constrained to your blink time here for the Tide, but obviously you'd still want it. And in Omega, they go with the Snap into the Ursa. So they've got a really solid pause 1 to go up against a Tide. You still kind of get annoyed by the Anchor Smash, but Fury Swipes kind of makes up for it. FBZ should still be able to get some control in that lane initially and kind of build off. You don't need to worry about the minus armor combo from Boom as they've got the Tide, but they cannot pick the Snap. So they don't have the Gush combination to play with. But Boom, go into the TA. All right, so it's looking like a support Tiny now because they've got the Mikado special.
Is Kuroki drafting, John? TA Tide here. That's very scary stuff. Boom Esports following the old Nigma drafting. In all fairness, though, if I remember back to last year especially, Boom, they love to run this duo. This Tide TA, very popular on the side of Boom Esports. And I've got to say, it's been a while since we've had the pleasure of seeing FBZ on the Tide with the whole dad bod thing going on. Makoto, obviously, we saw the TA just earlier on. But having the combination together is always going to be nice to watch. Unless it's TI Grand Finals and it's happened for the third time already.
Yeah, it's still really strong to have. It's the minus armor combination. I saw someone in chat, a certain someone asking, Crest, shout out to you. Shut up now. You've got your shout out. I have nothing to relate any of this picks to you. So there you are. You get a free shout out. Crest PH, rank 200 or something, 8k MMR offlaner, yada, yada, yada. There he is. Follow him on his socials or whatever. Whatever.
We also have a mod apparently, so there you go, Chris. Now that you're here and you've gotten your shout out, start modding the chat, would you? Because it's been a real mess today, and I've had to put it in slow mode, even though I really dislike putting it in slow mode or banning people. But you've got to do what you got to do, John. And well, Crest, we'll see how long he's planning to stick around. The saddest part, John, I've got like 20 mods on this stream, and it's not one of them showed up. So there you go. We've finally got somebody.
Yeah, we've got one. I wonder where Stinky is, but he might be busy writing his novella. Still, bans go through. You see the respect ban for the Faces Void from Boom. I mean, from Omega for Boom. So they're preventing, say, Chrono Ravage combos coming through. Very potent in the right hands. Void just messes up Ursa, and Rage doesn't change the effect of Chronosphere. It's still going to lock you in for a long time. So it's a safe ban to enable that Ursa just get all that he wants. Boom. Take care of the Batrider and the Razor. So the Batrider just to prevent the TA from being run down. A Razor maybe signaling something under safe lane to come in. That doesn't like it. So something melee, something that can kind of get run down, sap damage off. Wondering what Boom does go for. It does look like we're lacking our Dreamo Cell hero unless they run the safe lane Tiny, which is still a possibility, but I don't know. It's just not very popular in Southeast Asia, so We'll have to see what they do consider. Troll last ban out from Omega because they saw that Razor ban. One of those heroes that hate Razor, so just ensuring that Boom doesn't get what they want here.
Apologies, by the way, about the dog barking. My wife decided to invite people over tonight, so it's gonna be fun. Trying to keep Luna quiet as well, but we'll see if we can make that work. Boom Esports final pickup here to finish off their draft, John. They seem to need some kind of safe lane carry. Anything you're expecting?
I see an opportunity for Jug, although it's not best. Slark would be nicer. They go with Drow for Boom. So this is something we've seen from them before. Drow plus TA is something they love to run, but we haven't seen it recently since, well, Drow was kind of feeling off. Now, she doesn't have to worry about Abyssal blink-ins from the Ursa. There's still some good mobility here from Omega, though. Stampede is enough to gap close on the Drow Ranger. So Dream of Stealth's still going to have to watch his spacing, but I think they've got a really nice draft to enable Drow. Minus armor with a Tide, minus armor with a TA mod. It can help to enable your Drow range to just stand back, get damage off, and help you sustain these fights. And of course, you can kite around the Ursa. If he doesn't get a blink, Frost Arrow him. He's running around. Sure, he's got Enrage, but your Frost Arrows are, it's an orb effect, so you're always going to keep him slowed up anyway. It doesn't matter. And that should help to keep the Fuzzy Wuzzy away from you for quite a fair bit.
Omega Esports, though. Final pickup, John. Mid lane is what's lacking right now. They don't have the option for something like the Viper. You saw the mid Gyrocopter earlier on from Yopaj to counter out the Makoto TA, but I don't think Omega Esports is going to go down that route. At least I haven't seen them try it. What else do you want in that mid lane to just really burn through the refraction and counter out this Makoto TA? Because we know if he does take off, like he did in that game up against Neon, it's going to be very hard to keep up. And that was a game where he was struggling throughout the lane. Imagine what's going to happen if he has a good game on this TA.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot to contribute to his team. I think Omega, they might be stuck with only, say, a Kunkka pick. I think that's the only one that really takes care of a TA. You'll have a triple melee lineup against a Drow, though, so that can feel a bit awkward. You have to run into the Drow. You have to kind of clump up, and Ravage kind of ruins. So they go with the Ember instead, which is one other way. Flame Guard is constant DPS, so you've got a constant burn to melt through the TA refraction. Holds up the mid lane well enough. You can kind of dodge through the side blades of Mikado here. You don't really block Mikado's damage, though. Most of its damage is physical or pure, so kind of watch yourself there on Mac, but it's a playable lane. It's a really different set of drafts compared to our first round of tiebreakers here, so we'll see what comes out for Omega and for Boom. We'll see if it's going to be deja vu, if Omega can find a win, or if Boom can break the cycle, bring us a new timeline, and find that win themselves. Could be a good one to watch.
Well, John, with that, I've got to ask you the hardest question of all, sir. Who came out with the better draft for Tiebreakers 2.0? At least for the Series 1.
I would lean towards Boom. I like the Tide with TA, despite it losing in TI. I like the Tide TA with a Drow Ranger. The minus armor synergizes Drow. The Ember Spirit's one way to gap close into Drow Ranger as well with the Remnants, but Ursa's still going to be running around. I think once your Drow gets a Force Staff and Hurricane Pike, feels a lot safer against the Ember. You've got Hyde as well, who can play a more defensive Tiny, blinking in and tossing the Drow out. So you've got some save here, and you've got some good timings. You got Comfort Heroes for Mikoto on the TA. He is such a beast in that hero. I think for Omega, they have to play pretty quick. They don't want to just AFK farm with their Ursa. And they need to be able to run and gun every time Stampede's up and Fingers up, find a couple of kills, get their team fights going their way. Boom has more downtime. So if you see Boom expend a Ravage, you know you can take the next fight. Your downtime early on, your longest thing to wait for is really Finger. And that's it. And you don't really need Finger every single fight. As long as you have Stampede, you can gap close and take it from there. So I think Omega has to play a lot faster and tighter, whereas Boom has a lot more leeway here and just kind of, take it easy, jump into the mid game, and take off with this TA.
All right, let's see how it goes down. Game number 1 between Omega and Boom Esports. See how this one pans out. Should be pretty interesting to see if Boom Esports can kind of just force it back their way and put Omega under the pressure up against Neon up next if that was to happen, but find out. They are going to group up on the top side, Omega. Wouldn't mind going for a first blood attempt here, but they are going to get the high ground. They'll move their way up. Nobody watching that from Boom. Kodo. Going to be spotted. Sam H will run past and...
30 seconds and counting.
Well, they know about each other now. It's a bit too late for Omega to try and set up. Sam H still trying to suss out whether there's a ward there. Makoto. Of course, you can just clap at them. Which is very nice taunt there for the T8. And we'll get into it. Game 1, 2-for-2 trade on the bounties. No first blood occurring. TML looks like he's still sticking around this mid lane, but they're waiting for Kezku to try and make his way back into the lane. And well, now he's going to run right into them and take quite a bit of damage out. They have the cookie as well, but CML's going to wait it out to try and go for the first blood, and it looks like they've got it. Kezku tries to eat the fairy fire, but it is not going to be enough. The patience from Omega does end up paying off.
Yeah, it's a nice little kill to start off for themselves. DML with the additional gold is gonna feel nice. He can rush the medallion in the lane, gonna help out the cause for Tino. Of course, you have to watch this bottom lane as well. It's dual melee into the Ursa, but it's an Ursa into Tide. Once you start getting the anchor smash up, it gets a little bit tricky for Tino to last hit. Still, with level 1 Gosh, FBZ can't really gap close and do as much, and Hyde is just gonna try to get the creep pull going. CML gonna twack him a bit, but without the early orb of destruction or the Blightstone, without that up, can't really out-harass Hyde, and gonna be able to get that level 2 on FBZ. So the lane should equalize up top. You do have Dreamocell on the Drow with Kezcute on the AA. Sam H is there on the Centaur with Shanks on the Lion, and this one's pretty potent. If you can land your Earth Spike, you can get the follow-up Hoof Stomp, you can harass out the Drow. She's not that tanky in lane. If you can somehow gap close there, you could put Dreamocell in danger. So Dreamocell's got to stay a bit safe, but there's a lot of slows on hand for Boom. They've got the Chilling Touch, they've got the Ice Vortex, and they've got the Frost Arrow. So if you misstep, you could be stuck in a very awkward spot there as well on Omega's end.
That you could. Well, it's the mid lane right now. Makoto going to be up against Mac on the Ember. And Makoto is leading in terms of CS right now, but Mac, he has a level 2 Flame Guard up. He's going to be able to get through the Refraction. Hasn't gone for the Sleight of Fist yet. He's just having to think as to whether he wants the chains up. He'll continue holding the skill point for now. Makoto's still going to be able to just farm up just fine, though. Much easier than, say, the Gyrocopter game, at least for now. He'll have his bottle up as well, so he gets to get a full reset, get that water rune up, and looks like he's going to be all right.
Yep, no problems mid. It's one of those things where, as an Ember, you can melt your Refraction, but you don't block the Psyblade's damage. So Mikado's harassment is just still something to watch out for there for Mac. He's not really going to be able to stop it unless he dodges out with a Sleight of Fist, but the uptime for that spell is fairly low. Down bot, though, they've been making aggressive moves on Tino, but it's not quite enough.
Tino, he's going to be all right. FBZ, it's going to force him to the other side of the lane, so he's in a bit of an awkward pickle here. This Hyde's going to perhaps run into him on this Tiny. Now they do ping him out. Hyde wants to go for this. FBZ, he has the Gush. It will land on Hyde. He'll just keep chasing it. And this is going to be a lot of wasted time out for Tino. Not going to feel the greatest as Hyde is not going to leave him alone. This is really smart from Hyde to just keep the chase up. Tino tries to juke him out, does get to the low ground, but Hyde, he has the avalanche if he wants to commit it. It looks like he won't. But, that would have been at least one wave that Tino missed out on.
Yeah, it's a nice win for Tino. You can even see mid, once Mikado starts to apply the pressure at level 4, Mac gets the brunt of that damage. He's forced to salve up, so that's 100 gold drained away for regen. Whereas Mikado doesn't really cost him anything to get that done. He's got the cheeky Blightstone to get more minus armor on that Ember every single time. So it's a bit risky for Mac. staying there as a melee hero up against TA. And Mikado at level 5 is much more secure. Level 3 Refraction, level 2 Sideblades up, gets his Water Rune with no contestation. Mac gets his secured as well. They've got the early rotation from Shanks. They want to make a play down mid.
Gotta be careful though, the Observer Ward is gonna scout him out. Makoto, he may not find out fast enough though. Mac is there, Earth Spike is gonna land. Makoto has some help coming in, Hyde. Avalanche tosses up, but Makoto is still gonna drop. Maybe they could try to trade Mac's life, but no. Mac's gonna survive. In the end, Makoto, who is top of the CS board, is gonna drop his top lane. Dreamer Cell is gonna try it to Sam H. Sam H is pretty darn tanky, but has managed to juke him out, and looks like Dreamer Cell is going to end up giving up on the chase.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity to kind of make up. Omega 2-0 start, feeling great for themselves here. They're building up stacks as well in the jungle to clear out. Whereas for Mikado, dying once kind of sets him back. He's having a really great lane. He didn't manage to really see the rotation. The tree line is making it hard for him to spot it out. And I think you might need to maybe start to build up some stacks here for Mikado. There is at least
CML
one ancient double stack.
Gets tossed into the T1 tower, tries to Fairy Fire, but Hyde got him. We never really talked about the fact that this Tiny was a pos 4, but so far Hyde's been doing some great work.
Yeah, he has. He's been active on the map. We saw him cut off Tino a while ago. So he's doing his job. I think for a lot of other Tinies, they tend to play really passive. This time around, Hyde is getting more activity out. He's getting his levels up. Still wants to rush the Blink, of course, and that's always a bit slower in the pause 4. But I think in this game, it should still come out in a timely manner. So you've still got that good spike to play with your burst damage potential. And FBZ is just kind of perfectly fine sharing this lane a bit. In fact, Tino.
It's going to be alright for now. Big stack up here for our mid Ember Mac. He's going to be able to go ahead and clear that out. Makoto. He's going to go do the exact same thing in his own triangle, but he's got ancient stacks rather than just your standard large camp. Very kind of similar mid playstyle between Mac and Makoto right now. Nothing really too different going on. Because neither mid really wants to rotate yet either. So just a little bit too early for that.
Yeah, I'd say for an Ember it's much more feasible. You've got burst damage on hand with a Spirit Bonding if you want. You can maybe look at the top lane. Really, you'd want to kill that Drow off. As the bot lane feels a bit tanky to jump into and commit for.
Sam H still such low HP on the Centaur down at bot. Oh, excuse me, top, but he's been surviving. This bot lane, they are still trying to find a way to set up on the side of Boom. Mega forced her back. No real action going on across the map whatsoever. Just a lot of D-wards flying out. Hyde gets one there at the Radiant jungle. Spots out the courier of the Snapfire. He's going to leave it be. Does rotate into the mid lane where I suppose he could... He can't really do much by himself right now at this level 4 Tiny. He might just go ahead and soak some XP.
Just try to get the levels up. It's about that time where Mikado just dips into the jungle. Tries to farm a Desolator. Of course, they do make use of that here.
And Keskut, he's going to drop. Is he killed there for Mac? Mac, he's not going to rotate top to try onto Dreamer Soul. He's out of remnants. Instead, he picks up the Haste Rune and... Oh. Stampede was just popped. And we have a pause. And they are chasing Dreamer Soul. This is very awkward. He literally just pressed the button.
Yeah, I think Dreamer Cell's still probably gone here. They've got a long duration. There's no gust to push them back. So Tina should still be able to find the angle. And if they're lucky, Sam H can follow up with Hoof Stomp, get control.
Alright.
Probably not enough, but we'll see.
They've got the go-ahead. Stampede is there. Dreamer Cell is still alone, and it looks like nobody's going to TP up. They're going to let him die. Not the greatest of news for Boom, but for Smart Omega, you've got to be happy.
And it widens their lead, 4-1. Less than 1k net worth. they still have sort of left Mikado alone despite that one death. He's still allowed to clear out these stacks, still allowed to triangle, which is a point of concern. Your TA is still going to hit that timing with the Desolator. They're already clumped up bot as well for this
Right.
push.
Avalanche toss out. CML already getting so darn low, but not low enough to kill. He'll make a run as Shanks now is there to help. In fact, Mac's going to rotate on the Ember, and they will just chase down Cascute on the AA, and they do get him. Hyde, he is not safe either. They know exactly where he's trying to hide. Mac, well, Avalanche is out, but it's not really going to do much to help out Hyde, as eventually Shanks will be able to secure the kill on the Lion. On the brighter side, Dream Missile was pushing in the mid-tier 1 tower, but they did glyph it up in time. So not really that much damage being dealt by Boom.
Not as much as you'd want, and even find the Lion kill coming out for you from Boom to kind of tie that up. Should allow them to take this bot tier 1. They have lost their top in exchange, so it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade here for Omega and Boom. And for Omega's side, well, they've still got the kill lead. They're still building up onto Ursa. They're getting really good early aggression out. Really keen to see that Tino is going for the defusal as well. So it's not the farm build up. He just wants to be able to get his slows off, get the damage off, and that will work in stark contrast against Boom. Boom needs to farm. Boom needs to take it slow. With a faster Ursa build-up, I think you might find yourself starved of space if Omega just keeps forcing the issue here.
Run in, they have found the TA. Mac, gonna get gusted up. Silence is there, but the Stampede is gonna allow him to get out as Makoto now in big danger. Ravage though from FBZ, gonna save the day as Makoto somehow is gonna get out with his life intact. It's like they just didn't have anything else to throw at the man.
It's a missed opportunity for Omega. It's a bit of a trade. You know you don't have Ravage to worry about for the next minute and a half, 2 minutes and a half. And that's a lot of free time now for Omega to maybe look for a clump up, look for an opportunity to get killed. You've got Finger ready on Shanks here. Could look to just get that spell on cooldown. Hunt down the Drow. I think that's going to be the big one. Dream Assault's just kind of farming up still in the jungle. And the fact that you're allowing both the Drow and TA to sort of farm like this is not really ideal. I think Omega, after the mid, really needs to start contesting this jungle a lot better.
Yeah, BZ going to be around to make sure he defends. Hooky, gonna land on target. Still going to show up. In fact, the whole side of Boom's around. Due back now. I mean, this whole time, Tino has been freely farming that top side, and it's one of those things for Boom. They can't really afford to lose the mid-tier 1 tower. They need all the space in the world in that jungle. Looks like they kind of have no choice but to let Tino farm this whole time and maybe put trust in their own cause to be able to fight back later on. Sam H will not stop onto this tier 1, but now Dreamer Cell's in. Ice Blast. Not really going to connect on anyone. He does survive, and in the meantime, Hyde's the one to drop.
Yep, he tries to make a move. They're smoked up. They're still trying on mid as well, but Kisses are
Oh,
fine.
that's a nice chains, Mac. They're going straight after Dreamer Cell. They want the Drow Ranger. Mortimer's Kisses, though, not doing enough. In fact, now they're trying to run the other way. They ran out of spells. Cookie's there. Max dropping low and is going to remnant out as Tino does move in onto Dreamer Cell. It does get the Drow Ranger, but you've lost Shanks to boot. So they'll lose the Lion and the Centaur, but they do get that Pos 1 Drow. You can kind of argue who had the more worthwhile trade. It's Makoto now. It's going to get chained up, but there's no follow-up for it.
It's a bit better for Boom. They managed to get some decent punishment for the Drow dying. You're still not happy about losing Dream Assault, though, but Mikado's staying alive. Mikado's making great use of this Desolator. The damage is flying through really nicely from the TA. He's allowed to just farm like this in the jungle. Blink Dagger's going to be up. Their tier 1 still stands. You're pretty alright with this for Boom. And you've got Ravage up in FBZ, so you can actually take these fights now a lot cleaner. Omega have to be a bit cautious if they don't have the burst damage on hand. Chasing a bit too long, so close to an objective, does give Boom enough time to respond.
Oh, nice stun out by Hyde. Tino going to come in and clean up. BZ Gonna move in on Sam H, but he's always got that cookie to escape, it seems, thanks to CML. Boom, they are not interested yet in fighting in any way. They're just gonna keep the farm up, keep everything going. FBZ. He gets spotted by Sam H now. Cookie, not gonna be in range. Probably would have been too tanky anyway on the Tide to really focus down.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Boom will just keep up the farm game.
It's not quite the target you'd want to go for. They do have a major spike with Mac now finishing up the Maelstrom. So they've got a lot of damage flying through from this Ember. One Sleight of Fist can melt one of these heroes down if they find a good creep wave for it. And they just kind of need to play around that. Tino is spotted out in the top jungle now.
Nice blast. Not gonna land. Stampede away is enough. You have the blink now up on Sam H and that Centaur, so you could start making some real big rotations out if you're smart Omega. This might be the perfect timing as well, because Makoto is looking like he wants to push in that T1 mid. In fact, the whole of Boom are here now. No Stampede up, they've got that blink hoof stomp. Sam H gonna move in and does get the backside. He's got both cores with all the DPS, but the Ravage is out from FBZ. They've bursted down Sam H. He was a bit too early to the party. Nobody else was there to back him up. FBZ, he's gonna drop, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. But it felt like if he had the backup, you really could have just wiped out Dreamercell and maybe even Makoto. But it just was not there.
It felt really strange. Mac, he didn't manage to throw out the Remnant Bomb. He didn't manage to get the Sleight of Fist chains off. Just not enough DPS coming through. And, well, it's a missed opportunity. But with Ravage expended, Tino can start to rush. And Boom can't allow that to go. They know it's happening. He managed to go in time, so it's not going to be taken for free. But that does mean Omega can smoke up and look for an opportunity.
Absolutely.
Go for me. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Roshan on the way now, Tino. Playing no games, we'll just get it started. Bashes out though, making it a little bit rough for Tino, and it's giving time for Boom to move in, but a big hoof stop. Sam H, he got all three. They will jump in, Keskut and hide. They're going to drop onto Makoto now. There goes your TA. He'll try to Meld Strike, but it's going to do nothing. And the whole time Tino was just taking the Roshan. Didn't even flinch.
Yeah, this is scary now for Boom. They have to face off against an Ursa with 2 lives. Tino also will have his BKB up by the time the next fight rolls around. And that's always the risk for Boom. Once they expend Ravage, they know they can't really take the next team fight well. They're going to lack one big piece of control. They have to just sit back and farm and kind of get punished for being in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Boom now, win condition still Makoto. He's still top of net worth. They're trying to get some catch-up farm on Dreamercell. And it's slowly building in, but Shanks has the blink and could go hunting here.
Sam H, to be spotted by Hyde. Hyde, he's not going to get the blink initiation he wanted. Did force the TP rotation in from Makoto to try and help out with the kill, but they get nothing for their trouble. Omega, immediately seeing that, are going to be more than happy to just back out of there. Still 13-6, 17.5 minutes in. 1k net worth lead for Omega. It's mid lane, CML, he may be caught now. FBZ's going to show up. Ice Blaster's there. Matt, he does get the chains down, and CML still is alive as now Sam H. A nice double hoof stomp again. They'll burst down Keskut, and FBZ, well, he's going to pop the Ravage. They're going to try and fight back. Makoto's there onto Mac, but it looks like Mac is going to be alright. They might lose Sam H, and they do lose Shanks. And the Ravage, in the end, it does pay off.
Yeah, they find a couple of kills, but I feel like it's not enough. Respawn times are short enough that these 2 heroes will be back up while Ravage is down. And they're just stalling out for Tino's BKB, which is going to be up in about 30 gold. And there it is, flying out now. So Tino's got Aegis BKB along with his Diffusal Blade. Even if you manage to kill Tino off, you're not going to have the control for his second life. And Omega are not going to be too upset by that. They still can look for another opportunity to come in. The disarm's almost up on Mac. His Heaven's Halberd is just one part away, and that will absolutely ruin Mikoto. Like, once you get the disarm on the TA, she will just stand there, not doing a single thing. The BKB is going to help Mikoto out with that, but he's still a ways off from it, so 2 parts away. Going to be a major spike for Mac once that's up. We're going to have to be a bit cautious, though. You know, if they jump him, he still has Aegis BKB.
Nice blast. He's gonna land on the backside. Mikoto doesn't jump in. Tino is there, just kind of staring him down. Move into that tier 2 top tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire structures are falling. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. Dire should look to the top tower.
It's a pretty slow siege. You know, ideally, you'd want Sam H to tank the front, but he needs to stand back for the stuns in case someone jumps in. Hyde is still playing that tree line. Sam H might spot
Sam
him.
H. He's going to spot him out, does find the Tiny, gets the double edge off, and they've got the follow-up stun. Finger is there as well, and well, that'll be another. Hyde to drop the tier 2 top tower. Set to fall as well. Boom Esports, I mean, they're still farming. So you've got that kite for you, but they're not finding the objective trades.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they're not even going to try for the bottom tier 2 yet, and maybe that's just because they don't really want to defend into the Aegis of the Ursa. But now Omega's smoked up, and it looks like they're going to run into the triangle of the Dire.
They could catch a really nice target there if they're not careful. Right now, it's just Kezcute, though. It's not this big.
Your smoke didn't
boy.
break.
Oh, Shanks. Too quick.
Well, they would have gotten a pretty big kill. I believe somebody was in that triangle, and yeah, Dreamer Soul was around, but what can you do? It happens, Tino.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gonna have to back off now with the rest of Omega, and you see Boom immediately trying to capitalize off the mistake that was made by Omega. There's still vision over the side of Boom in this triangle. Aegis does expire though. I don't think the side of Omega will really be that interested in fighting into the side of Boom now, or maybe they will if they could get FBZ first. But he's not an easy target to burst down. DZ moving forward. Sam H going to be targeted, but there's your hoop stomp out. Hyde is going to get the toss back. Tino, meanwhile, trying to fight, is chasing down Dreamer Cell. They've got the chains out. The Drow is trapped up. She needs some help because Macatino, they won't leave her alone. And there's your hoop stomp out, but now the Ravage. FBZ trying to turn this one. It may not be enough. Hyde is dropping. Mikoto has been hellbirded up. He is disarmed and cannot fight as FBZ is going to be the third to go down. Hyde will buy back immediately. But it's going to amount to nothing. It almost felt like a rage buy back there from Hyde.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. I think they were just dissuading them from chasing further, maybe jumping that TA. So they save out Mikoto by just having that threat. It does cost them a lot. And that was a great Heaven's Halberd reveal from Mac. He's had it for a while. Manages to make great use of it. They win the fight. They force the Ravage. Omega can go again. They have no cooldowns to wait for. Stampedes are relatively short. They can go straight for the tier 2 towers.
Middle tower is under attack.
Tier 2 mid. This is about a third of its HP, but Boom Esports, they're going to be there to defend. Smoke up, Omega. They want to fight. They know the Ravage isn't there. There's no real reason for them not to just try and fight this one out, and they don't necessarily want to go after FBZ, but it looks like they may have to run into Kezcute instead. Kezcute, he'll get stunned up. I suppose the best case scenario is your AA dies and everybody else gets out if you are Boom Esports. That's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, it's not too bad. You do lose the Ancients here, so it's a slight stack going the way of Boom, but they're keeping chase. Tino,
Dire's middle tower is
TP really forward, doesn't get the blink time, but you can see they're hungry for blood in Omega, and that's enough zoning out to actually clear out this tier 2 mid, so we'll find a nice objective. That'll leave only the bot lane left for Boom standing, and they do have the tier 1 still there, so it's fairly protected, but their triangle's still not safe. They still need some farm to fly out for Mikado. The BKB is still kind of lagging behind. Is going to be up so he can fully buy out, and that's a smoke timer there for Boom.
Nice scan out into the triangle. BKB now up on Makoto, so he definitely wants to try and go for a fight.
Never refuse gold given.
Boom, they're not going to run into their own triangle. They're going to try and go into the Radiant triangle, but Mac, he's going to remnant out, and he was the only one around. BZ, Earth Spike gonna land. Shanks trying to set up there onto the Tide. Just lock him down with the Hex, but this time FBZ, he does have the Ravage.
Rune of illusion.
Gonna be a lot more cautious fighting in, and they are still chasing, but he does have help around FBZ if he needs it. In fact, they almost scouted up Makoto there on the TA, but he's gonna be able to blink his way out. It's just fine.
There's a lot of tension building up here. Like, the next Roche is 30 seconds away, so if any one team wins this, they'll probably take Roche as well.
Sam H trying to get Dreamer Soul. The 4-staff gonna save, but Mac is there. Avalanche not gonna be enough. He will man to the chainsaw and continue running. They've lost Hyde though. That'll be a dieback on the Tiny, moving up to Makoto, trying to take down Sam H and does get the Centaur. Now FBZ,
Ooh.
the Ravage is in. He finds 3 with the Ice Blast, and they look to just burst them down. They delete the side of Omega Esports. 3-for-1
boy,
trade in
that's-
the end.
It's pretty dicey for Omega. They force the issue, they go a bit deep in the chase. And now, Ferocious respawn. Boom can look to go in. Do not have Ravage, but the respawns on Omega are fairly long. So they can probably clear this out with the Deso up in Mikado and the damage output they do have on hand. That is Aegis, Cheese, and Ag Shard. That's going to enable a lot more from Boom. Let's say Ag Shard on Mikado, silence on the traps. It's just going to ruin a lot of potential there for Omega, and looks like they do actually give the shard to Dreamosol instead here.
Damage. Shanks is gonna TP away.
Yeah, they've got the Hypothermia now for free on Dreamosol with the Ag Shard, so there it is. Stacking on heroes, reducing regen, increasing damage, and if they die with Hypothermia, they're gonna do AoE damage per stack. Always nice. Well, so a lot of potency on Dreamosol now. Yeah, it's actually pretty scary. And the kiting issue is starting to come online. Like, once you see Tino get slowed down, once you see the BKB fade, he can't really do as much on the Ursa. It's just that he's kind of stuck in that spot. His Enrage just doesn't help when a slow source is really just an attack modifier. And it's just consistently reapplied anyway, so Ursa's angle of attack is just very limited in this.
Yeah, absolutely.
radiant structures are fortified.
Lane, Premasil. Good start on that bottom tier 2 tower now, Boom.
Tower has fallen.
A lot more confident now with their own draft.
4K lead up now for Boom. They're hitting these item spikes real well. Omega, it feels like they're kind of stuck. They need more items to flow in. I think the big one is max BKB into Ags. Like, this Ember really needs a BKB to stand in front. Ags to help in the mobility, compensate for the fact that Ursa has none. Run around the map. They will have to surrender to tier 2. They can't really fight outside their base right now. And the chat wheel starts from Boom. They're asking where you're going.
I mean, they're definitely more confident now, right? Like throughout this game, that 20 and 11, it doesn't look great in terms of kill score, but the net worth lead sitting at 5k their way is definitely going to feel quite nice. And Makoto just running around with the Aegis, of course, so confidently. Be pretty hard to try and fight into. So Omega will just keep avoiding Boom Esports, but I feel like we've seen a similar story before when it comes to this kind of Diffusal Blade Ursa. It just, I don't know if it's going to transition as well into the late game against Drow TA and Tide. It just seems like it's probably not going to offer enough. We'll see though, as Makoto's jumping right in onto Tino. Hyde. Well, they're forced to stampede. That'll be enough.
It's not the longest spell on cooldown, so it's not going to feel too bad for Omega, but that's still a minute and a half where Boom can just force the issue up top. Tier 2 faults, that's the last outer tower, and because they still hold Aegis for a minute 40, they can just go high ground.
They do. Is there anything that can really stop them? Hyde, Avalanche, and the toss back he's got. Sam H. He will lose his own life, but they've got the big Centaur. Chains out, Mac is going to try and hold them down, but it's not going to last long enough. And now, Boom, they still have the Aegis. They can just keep going. Without the Centaur around, you at least want a buyback forced out. Shanks now, a nice double stun out, and that is Sam H buying back. So they've got the Aegis, and they've got Dreamer Cell. They end up getting a little bit greedy there. FBZ, he still has the Ravage. He goes in, but Makoto jumped out. Now they'll Ravage up. They'll try to fight, but it looks very, very forced, or maybe not. Tino is dropping very low to those Sire Blades, but not low enough. He'll survive with the Enrage. The stun is out. The Tide might just go down. Kezcute is gone, and yeah, Shanks is all over them with this line. And BZ eventually is going to drop. Even with the Aegis and Cheese, it just didn't prove to be enough, and maybe a bit of miscommunication at the end there with Makoto and FBZ. As Makoto blinked out, but FBZ jumped in for a Ravage. It just seemed all over the place.
Yeah. So I'm not quite lining up for Boom. It felt nice when they found a pick off in Samage. They did force the buyback, but their high ground doesn't work out the way they'd want to. At least they found a tier 3. The bot lane's something that Omega's always going to have to watch out for. But Boom kind of need to go back to the drawing board, reassess that entire engagement, and kind of work together as a team a lot better, because Omega has a huge opening now. It's mainly off the back of Shanks as well. Like, it's not just that small misplay, but Shanks lined up the double Earth Spike, and that just enabled them to get the big initiation they needed. It made the buybacks worthwhile, and just means that they've got a bit of an opportunity to keep trying to bring this net worth lead back their way. They are still lagging behind by 4k. It's about 2k on each core, which honestly is not that bad. And it's still playable for Omega. They start lining up for that bot set of towers. They take tier 1, can't go for the tier 2. But there's still one outer tower for Boom Esports to play with, and they will actually smoke up here. They don't have Ravage, but it's like they kind of want to punish Omega for stepping out a bit.
See if they can make it work, but Omega, they've already backed out. You've got Mac left over, though. He doesn't have a TP in front of the 15, and he might show himself in this wave in a second. But no, FBZ shows up. He thinks better of it. He'll sit back into the tree line, and probably will just survive another day now, as he can just go for the creep skip. Eventually just TP out safely. Things are out, though. They really want to try and go after this Ember, but I think it's going to be a little bit too challenging to catch him. Still going to try. Ice Blast going to be off the mark. Mac will now TP. No Ravage up yet. And yeah, Hyde, he can't get in range for the Avalanche. He had the blink, but it would have been completely blind. Yeah, and Mac kind of makes him run around for no reason.
It's a good waste of time coming out from Omega, dragging Boom around just a bit. Wasting some time, buying some space for Ursa to keep trying to farm up, keep trying to get these item timings on Mac. He was going for the Shivas. It looks like he's diverting for the Ags, staying on plate mail. And I think the Ags is just key. You just want more remnants, you want the mobility, you want to jump the back line, burn through the TA, burn through the Drow Ranger as much as possible and work from there. So let's see if they can keep farming that up.
Oh,
As,
Hex out.
Mikato.
They've got Makoto on the TA, they got the Earth Spike out with the Stampede, they just want to make sure he dies. He's still going to BKB up though, and might be able to find a way out. They do have a Basher on Tino, but it won't matter. Makoto blinks away, and is going to make it. They committed so much for that kill attempt, and nothing will come out of it.
A bit of a shame there for Omega. Of course, that was a BKB charge popped by Mikato, so he's down to his 6-second charge, which is still alright. I mean, it's longer than it was before at 5, so 6 is definitely still playable here for Boom. Omega, for their part, Stampede is not that long. It's still just 90 seconds. So they can kind of look to reset. Next Roche is a bit longer, though. 2.5 minutes on the respawn. So neither side's going to be able to find that. And it feels like both teams need that Aegis Cheese to go high ground. Like, you can tell Omega's kind of hesitant to force the issue. The high ground defense of Boom is just really good with Ravage. The same thing for Boom. The last time they tried high ground, it didn't line up well. That was with the Aegis Cheese, so they're like, alright, if we couldn't win with Aegis Cheese, we're going to need it again to have a shot. They will smoke up, though. Ravage ready. They could look for a big team fight here.
They could. Double damage as well on Makoto. Going to be pretty devastating here for Omega as Mac is going to get caught out. Avalanche tosses down to the Ice Blast and the Ravage. That'll be Mac gone. FBZ looking for a bit more. They're going to jump in though. Buyback is there from Matt. Finger out. Makoto. Oh, they turn it right back around on the TA. Dreamer Cell now on the Drow. He's going to eat the cheese. Makoto will buy back. He's coming into the team fight. The multi-shot is there. Mac goes in onto the AA. They also kill off Hyde, but Hyde does buy back. Mac, he's frozen up. Makoto now, Melt Strike, still Dreamer Cell so darn low. The kisses, can they kill him? Not quite. He will escape, but Makoto, he's going to die back on the TA. FBC's dropped as well, and you've got Dreamer Cell out, but what does that even mean? Your TA just died twice.
That is big for Omega. Boom, overextending, overestimating themselves there, and the only silver lining is that there's no Roche yet. So Omega can't just go into Roshan, get that close to the high ground. Yet they're going to have to wait a bit more. It gives you more time for the respawn on Mikato and buys you a little bit more breathing room here. But Omega is starting to look scary. They're running in. They know when their buybacks work out. They just need the security of Aegis Cheese, and they can start to consider that high ground, and that's where it gets scary for Boom. Every single time Ravage is down, you know Omega's going to look to re-engage, and the only reason they aren't right now is because, well, Boom's so far behind after losing their series that they're playing safe on the opposite side of the maps. Omega don't really have the opportunity to cut through right now. They will be satisfied in getting farm up, and we're inching closer and closer towards max Ag's timing. He's only about 800 gold off. Has to be careful into these two heroes, though.
Oh, Avalanche. Not going to make it in time, and it's lucky for Mac that Roshan spawned up. He only remnanted back because of the Roshan. He did not see Hyde. They would have had enough time perhaps to get the gust off, but I guess Mac always had BKB, so it's not too big of a deal. He probably would have survived anyway.
Yeah, if he was quick enough. This is pretty big for Omega. They get the free Ag's Blessing. So you've got the upgrade on Tino. Lower cooldown on Rage and usable through Disabled. So locking in the Ursus a lot tougher. Tino's going to be able to run around, do what he wants for the most part. Boom does get the respawn on their TA, so Mikado's back up along with a Ravage. And they could look to play outside her base, but it's so risky into Aegis Cheese. They've got to be a bit more cautious. Maybe if they find a pickoff, it can work from there, but we've seen Omega, even one hero down, they buy back and just rush back in. It doesn't stop them at all.
Aghanim Scepter now up on Mac to Bird, so just so much more mobility on that Ember. They move up to towards that top lane. See if they can find a pick off, but the scan is out from Boom, and they scan in the correct spot. Kodo just getting his spidey senses tingling there. He saves his own life. The thing is, Makoto, if he dies, they're losing one lane of barracks almost guaranteed. Definitely he can't leave the base right now. There's just no way.
No, and it's so risky. They have to play in the high ground. They're pretty strong in that defense as well for Boom. Ravage, it's always good in those really tight spots. So there's no real pressure to step outside of base here. They can just kind of hold, wait out for Omega to push in, and kind of punish any sort of clump up. I think that's the best play right now for Boom. They are lagging behind net worth. It's a 9k lead for Omega. They've managed to overtake. Tino is top of the board right now. Scotty is pretty much done if he wants to buy it out. And they will go for that smoke play on Omega. They know they're ahead. We just need to pick off and the high ground's opened up.
FBZ. Hide. Might break the smoke and he doesn't break it in time, but they still make the jump up and they'll still get the tiny. Keep in mind that is a dieback on Hyde. Everyone else from Boom just continuing the split push game though. Aren't gonna mind too much, they'll just keep the pressure out in the other lanes and try to force Omega back.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
So,
Radiant's
still holding
bottom tower
steady.
is
I think Boom don't really mind losing the support outside. It's stopping the push into their high ground while Aegis is up. Still about 2 minutes left on the Aegis. So time's ticking here for Omega if they want to maximize that spell. We've got good wards, but the sentry does spot out the ward.
Oh, CML.
CML.
He got force-staffed in by FBZ. Nice little cheeky kind of play there from FBZ, but CML, he had the cookie, of course, to get himself out. He's all right.
Cheeky. I thought CML would have a force staff, so if he could have gone for the force staff play on the tie, that would have been nice. But the opposite happened. Still not enough to really break open some action here for both sides. They're being patient. There is a double damage rune in the top river spot, top power rune spot. So they've got a massive damage spike potentially coming through here. And that could be really nice. Looks like they will hand it to Mac on the bottle. They're going to be able to pop that as need be. And this could be the little spike they need to go into the high ground. Look at the traps from Mikado just all over the top lane to prevent a push out and just getting some vision down. It's not often you see this, but he is really focused on just making sure that the top lane can be left alone and just push himself.
I mean, this is all he can do. It's the one way he doesn't have to focus on it 24/7, but now Max jumped in. He wants Kescu. He won't get him though. The Glimmer Cape is going to save as now Matt will try into FBZ, but no, he still wants Kescu. Avalanche is going to be dodged out, Remnanting the other way, gets a sleight of fist, but now the toss is going to lock him down, but they can't stop him. He wasted 4 of his remnants on that, but who the hell cares, because now they're back in. Sam H, he got the stun, the force staff. Who force-staffed him out?
H? It was Sam H. He's doing it all. Blinking in, stunning up, Brainiac, and now move forward.
Mac, he went a bit too far. You'll lose the Aegis. BKB just to make sure he can get out. They've got the mid-racks down. That's going to be enough for Omega. They're in no real rush.
Yeah, they're still really happy to get to use the Aegis before it expires. Mac forces out buyback. They feel great about the fight. There is still an opportunity here for Boom, though. They've still got Ravage on the respawn. They can force a really good hold here. They've got a million traps to clear out the creep wave. So it's a bit hard to siege onto the high ground from the top lane. You might want to consider the bot lane. Or, you know, get some sentries down to just clear out these traps. Could be another way to kind of handle that. But with the Aegis gone, Omega could opt to play it safe instead. Hold back. Maybe finish up this Shiva's Guard on Mac, which honestly it's already done. Kind of wants to get it without buyback, and I think he just needs about 200 gold to get to that. So you will have it up. Side of Boom. Looks like they are buying out the smoke. They might want to step outside her base once respawns on FBZ with a Ravage. I think they need to make a play happen.
I think they're realizing how far behind they've fallen in net worth now. 17k net worth to be exact. In advantages on the side of Omega. Smoke is there, but which way are they going? I mean, Makoto just bought his nullifier out, so he's got no buyback gold in this TA. Could mean a pretty bad position if Boom was to lose another fight. Omega, they're still grouped up as 5, so you're going to be fighting into 5 of them at once. It's not like you're really going to be able to find a pick-off. And they aren't going to make their way over. They're going to sit in the triangle and try to farm that up instead. That's about all they're going to get out of this smoke.
It's not going to lead to that kill outside base they desperately need. Omega, for their part, well, Roche is not up yet. Still going to see in a minute as to when that timer is. They can't really take that objective. They do have enough space to shove in the top lane. Down to just tree traps, cut off the waves. And that's still going to be enough to kill off these waves, though. No opportunity there, but they still wrap around with another smoke of their own.
Oh, there you go. Keskut immediately bursted down onto Hyde now, but the Aeon Disc is going to save him. Sam H, though, going to the backside, not going to be able to find the TA. Instead, it's onto FBZ, but Makoto, meanwhile, on the backside's got Shanks on that Lion. FBZ dropping quite low himself, and Tino and Ravage going to be committed to try and save himself, but the Remnants forward, they will be able to catch him out. On the left side, CML is going to drop,
I saw that and
but I think it's going to be quite difficult to try and defend high ground now. You haven't got Ravage. It's going to make it tough. Both supports don't have buyback either. Omega, are they going to try and go high ground, though?
They could. I think the one issue is they've already taken the melee racks on the mid lane, so ideally you'd go top here, try to clear that out, but again, Mikado's done a fantastic job in just zoning out that wave, keeping the traps up. So the bot lane would be safest, but there's still a tier 2 to dig in. And it's just not quick enough, or as quick as you'd want with the support respawns being as short as they are. No option for the Roche as well. It's 2.5 minutes until respawn. Bit of a longer timer there. I think Omega will just keep the status quo.
Omega, they're just going to hang around. 20k net worth lead now for the side of Omega.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Boom still hanging around in that dire triangle, but both teams really want that Roshan. 1 minute 40 seconds left.
Just a bit of a wait period here. For Boom, this is great because Ravage will be back up by the time this next fight breaks out. So it's going to allow them to contest the Roche if they want to. Having that AoE control will make it easier to line up the Ice Blast, easier for Mikado to try to burst up and down. They will smoke with a Ravage up. Just wanted to get the kills and then go into the Roche themselves.
Top tower is under attack.
Avalanche. Not going to land.
It's a bit rough. They really need to start with that. I think FBZ just going in lane was less at angle. Sam H.
Sam H going in. Tino is out. Finger has been committed. FBC is still in danger. Remnants forward, Mac. They've got Keskut. They've got FBC. Dream Missile is still being chased down, but no, they'll find Hyde instead on the Tiny. Aeon Disc has been procced. He'll try to run, but they have the control and they'll get him down.
You 13 mana boy.
Stop!
You make best situation
It's
out
a
of no situation.
big opening for Omega. Roche, 13 seconds away. So they're going to be able to clear that one out relatively quick. Can I just say this is an extremely farmed up line in Shanks, and he probably has the highest finger death kills count that we've seen in a while. 9 kills up, along with his 70 HP per kill. It's a lot of HP. It's a lot of damage coming through. 3k HP Lion. That is a treat as they go into the Roche. Aegis Cheese, refresh Ags, all the works coming in. And speaking of Ags, CML has his ready. Going to give the freebie out to, should probably just give it to Shanks, honestly. If not, Sam H. Sam H could use it. There you go, Stampede upgrade. So damage reductions there, free paddings there, longer duration. Boom. They have to somehow play this high ground. They still have Ravage. They have buyback on FBZ if it becomes imminent, but you'd rather hold with his respawn within 10. And Omega, it's a clear path to the high ground. They don't really have much to wait for here.
Tower is under attack.
Sam H, 5.5k HP right now. Hyde gonna toss him back. I'm not sure if that was the greatest idea, but Sam H, he'll run now because the Ice Blast on Hyde is gonna die. Mac meanwhile on the backside, he got the AA again. Keskute should drop here. Mac does get him and does get himself out as they get the T3 tower. Gobble up is out. They will move in. It's like they do get FBC on the tide. Hyde also being caught is going to try and run. Dreamer Cell still going. Sam H, the hypothermia stacks there really starting to add up, but he will get cookied out as the chains are out again on Makoto.
Mac?
Chains out again. Mac's very, very ballsy here, but he's going to find Hyde. It'll be a tieback again on the Tiny.
Jeez. It's just styling. He uses a refresh, gets the remnants back up, just goes all the way in. They find the top racks. They found the mid by the creep wave pushing in. There's only the bot left, but there's a tier 2. You can't go Megas yet. They've still got this amazing, massive 35k lead, 42 to 15. Boom. They haven't been able to really use the Ravage. They're just not able to find the initiation they need. The damage output from Mikato and from Adremo Cell is just not enough. Like, these heroes, they're not the most amazing late game carries as well, and they even find a courier with Mikato's Demon Edge, so the MKB's not going to be up. The least, he bought the item while saving for buyback, so it's not completely bad for Boom. They do have buyback ready on Mikato in case, but they will have to just watch themselves. Down to one set of racks to defend. They can't help tier 2. They need to get a good Ravage here from FBC. He has to line his shots up.
They do. BZ chained up now the tide. Cookie gonna land. A spike from a mile away, but they aren't gonna make the jump in yet. Might need a bit of a reset here on the side of Omega. They're in a real pickle. I mean, 38k behind. How do you even come back from this? It just looks so darn rough.
It requires a lot, and you can see Shank's range. Jesus.
It's huge. Sam
He went
H.
for the 25 Earth Spike. He went for the Earth Spike talent over the Hex. Over AoE Hex. He just wants to be hitting from a mile away.
He has been landing some massive stuns though.
Look at it.
As they go in. Remnants forward, Mac. He has no fear, this man. He's in onto FBZ, but he's going to be careful not to lose his own life. Just trying to chip away at the tide. And oh, there's the gust out. Dreamer Cell. Chained up, but he does mantra it off. Mac, BKB, going to try and back off. Refreshes and is out.
I guess a successful defense. Racks still hold. Omega are gonna eat the cheese, reset, and look for a different approach here. Just need one Rax. Megas will be up.
Chains forward. FBZ gonna drop onto the TA. They go. Makoto, he's gone. Keskute will drop as well. Mac just jumping right in, getting it done. Buyback's committed. They'll commit the Ravage as well. Where the hell's our Ursa? Tino, he got tossed back on the Ursa. He's going to be fine with the Aegis.
So, they found a kill, they found a buybacks. The rack still stands. Sam H. Keen. It's difficult. Boom's putting all they can to save these racks. And despite finding the buybacks, Omega needs a bit of a reset themselves. They will smoke up. Maybe they'll go and look for a different angle. Lines were drawn across different lanes. They'll look for a bit of the wraparound here while one kind of distracts them.
Omega. Oh, Makoto, no. He gets hexed up. They've got the TA. Get out. Remnants, no. They've got him. No buyback. Keskut, he will drop Mac. He's been an absolute menace on this Ember. He will go for a bit more now. FBZ, maybe mana drained, Hyde almost dying in the fountain. Looks like they are going to be alright, those three, but you're defending now into Megas basically as they are about to pick them up. They've got to try. Remnant forward, chains out. Mac, he's just been afraid of nothing, this guy. Sam H is in, he gets the hoop stomp off, finger out, Hyde's gone as well. Dreamercell, FBC, they call it. They've had enough, and we have a repeat of what happened in the first series of the day. So there we go, John. It's a 1-0 once again for Omega. Nothing changes for the first series.
Yep, that's a great result for Omega. That sets them up. So now all that needs to happen to break this time loop, to break this perpetual loop we have, is for Boom. They're going to be playing next up against Neon. See if they can pull that off. But Omega play fantastically here. And they get this tree melee lineup that still dealt with a drow. They couldn't, Mikado as well couldn't get the lane he wanted for the most part. It was very even. And he was sharing too much farm with Dreamwell. They couldn't get enough space out to get both heroes up to their max potential. And it just kind of fell flat from there. They couldn't really escalate. And it's a fantastic time. Mike, I don't know if I can say this, okay? So if you weren't watching the other series, and I'll fill you in, if you want to know what's happening there, but don't want to be spoiled here, I'd suggest cover your ears. I'll give you 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mike, Execration just 2-0'd Fnatic.
Wow. Congratulations to Execration.
What's happening?
SCA, dude, it's a very competitive region, John. People don't believe us when we say it's very competitive. It could go any way, and, well, there you go.
Oh.
As for us, Jonathan, we have our next series on, which I believe is going to be Boom vs Neon again. So
yep.
we'll be coming back with that in hopefully 10 to 15 minutes. For now, it's MLP Dota and John X Fire, and like I said, we'll try and be back ASAP with our next game. In fact, I do have to change the standby screen, so never mind that. John, do you want to say something while I'm doing that?
Yeah, it's Southeast Asia Dota, right? I guess that's what happens when people eat Mariana. I mean, it's rough all over the place. Who would have expected this result? Tiebreakers round 2 for us, and well, the victory of that last of the series in the mainstream. Again, I'm not going to spoil it more, so if you want to know, check it out in the PGL channel. But we've got maybe two more games here, depending on what happens in the next game, and Neon hopefully bring us out of the time paradox, but Boom Esports as well, they can play their hearts out. We know that they've done it once up against Neon. We'll see if they can do it again.
Let's see. We'll switch over now to the break screen, and we'll be back as soon as that Game 1 draft has begun between Boom Esports and OB.Neon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the 5th series of the day between Boom Esports and OB.Neon. It is MLP Dota and John Expire once again. John, lucky it's gone to a Tiebreakers 2.0 because I didn't realize up until now that you've had the toothpaste shirt on the whole day. But now I can see it. There you go.
Yeah.
I thought you looked rather fresh today, John.
Yeah, you can see my teeth are all nice and clean. I haven't had merienda. They're all very clean, very
You sounded
fresh.
very angry when you said that, you know? You're just like, I didn't have
My
merienda.
teeth are closed. You know, I'm smiling, showing my jaw. Very nice chompers, you know, very nice. And we have very nice games all day. All day. So nice
day.
that we have to do them again. Boom up against Neon. We'll see if Neon can actually close it out because they played really well early. Oh, God. Sand came first pick for Neon. There's a chance for this for you, Paj, as we know. And I'm already worried this is going to end up in another loop, and we're going to have to see what happens in the next game. But
Worried?
that's me writing it off. This could still be good.
What are you worried about, John? Another loop? We just keep
Oh,
going.
no more.
Forever.
Yeah, forever. That's it. We never end. Dota never ends. And I love the opening from Boom. Nyx, Bristleback, Bristleback mid perhaps for Mikado, but again, likely FBZ or Dreamocell on the safer off. Neon with a Sand King. This could still be CTM. They've got the Mirana combo. They've got the Burrow Strike Arrow. I say that, but the last time Neon did this, the panel was saying the same thing, and they ended up with the Opaj Sand King anyway. So we'll see if they kind of next level themselves once more in Neon, or if they start to run something a bit more standard. I think when they go standard, it feels a lot better for them. We were seeing elements of that in their last game up against Omega. They played a much more straightforward draft. They won it out. So I think if they kind of reel themselves back, contain the madness a bit, they can definitely have that opportunity. But Boom set themselves up well. Nyx, Bristle, they protect the Bristle from the Nyx. They've got this kryptonite of Neon. We've just seen them struggle against Nyx when the Ags is up so many times. Not just in the tiebreakers, but in their last series against T1. It just caused so many issues. So I think Boom has the right idea to make Neon feel awkward. And we're going to have to see what else flies out in the draft, as it's still rather open for both sides. Bristle could be flexed. Sand King could be flexed. So still a lot of options, still a lot of ways to go with either draft.
It's rather beautiful to see that people in the chat, by the way, have been a bit concerned about our well-being throughout these tiebreakers. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We've done a lot longer than this. This is nothing. Trust me. We've done 16 hours at a time. Trust me, this is nothing. This is child's play for us at this stage. Don't you worry. We're having a lot of fun, in fact, casting these tiebreakers, because after this loop, right? Like, let's say the exact same thing happens as last time. That's it anyway. They're not running a third tiebreaker, unfortunately. We are just gonna. I don't know what kind of rules they're gonna go by, but they might go by score. They might go by game time. I'm not 100% sure, but this is it in terms of tiebreakers. So we've got potentially 2 more games and a minimum of 1 more game. And, as of right now, if OB.Neon can beat Boom Esports, that's it. Neon, they'll make it through along with Smart Omega, and Boom Esports will have to go down. Otherwise, if Boom can win, then we're going into our next game once again between Neon and Smart Omega. But thank you for worrying.
Yeah, appreciate it. Love to see that chat cares. You know, we care for you guys as well. Still, the draft is something we all care about here, and Neon have picked up the Tusk. So it's looking like our Pos 5 Tusk are play hard Mirana, unless they do something funky here. Like, I don't know, you could go really left field. Let's say CTM Tusk, Yopaj Sand King, and play hard Mirana. That could happen if they were feeling silly on Neon. You never know. This is a team that goes very left field. Boom. I think they're going to just expect that to be a much more normal Tusk on the 5 role here with a Mirana 4. And probably just still trying to figure out where Sand King is. But they're still kind of weighing their options here. They could go with a very steady Pos 5 or Pos 4, depending on what they want to do with Nyx. I think when you have a Bristle, you could really just go for... You know what is fun? Lion's fun. You know why Lion's fun?
Why?
You hit your talent, and you restore the Bristleback's mana. Hey, right? That's next level stuff. You could do that.
I mean, maybe that's the play. Boom Esports, I wouldn't be surprised if they take it. We've seen a lot of Lion today, John. Be very unsurprising to see the line pop up once again. 40 seconds reserve time left. Boom Esports, they are going to use a hell of a lot. But it is going to be the Treant Protector this time. So they switch it up a little bit. It's, could mean a bit more of a slow game here from Boom as well, though. Like the Treant, we know it likes to hold those tier 1 towers for a very long time. So maybe they're going to just try and slow the pace of the game down. And you can already see with Neon's draft, they do seem like they're going to be playing quite fast. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see both kind of styles clash together.
Yeah, I think right now Neon's going to need a little bit more push on hand to overcome that Treant. They go with a Morphling. Okay, so this is feeling a lot nicer. This is not feeling as strange. I think it's starting to look like the Sand King's offlane for CTM. And we've got our Natsumi Morph. Maybe Yopaj, but I don't really remember if Yopaj plays it too much compared to his other signature mids. So they've got some flexibility still left here for Neon. Boom, for their part, I think they need to pile on a bit more. Like, they've got that early pacing out with a Bristleback. Once you get the Vanguard Hood of Defiance, they've got Treant to protect. They've got good team fight. Maybe something to follow up on the Overgrowth, because Bristle alone, it's nice. Yeah, you clump them up, you get Quilt Sprays off, you get the Nasal Goo off with the Ags up, but it feels like you need more, and Boom will go into the Spec. So they're keeping their off lane open for the combination with the Treant, but they've got this really defensive lane now. Can be offensive early on, level 1 to 3. If you get a good dagger off and the slow from Treant, you can run them down, but it's very hard to zone out the Spectre. This is still potentially a melee here into a Sand King Mirana lane, so there's always potential for a Caustic Finale Burrow Strike plays with the arrow. But your Spectre, for the most part, it's like playing with a Warlock in lane, right? Shadow Word and Living Armor both will keep the Spectre alive. She can just focus on farm. If things get dicey, your Treant can dip into the jungle and build some stacks. So you'll always have a recovery option there for Boom.
Okay. Final banouts to come. Boom Esports, Batrider being removed, OB.Neon. I mean, I guess they got to focus on those mid laners as well, unless they just assume the Bristleback mid's going to happen again, in which case I suppose we're lacking an off lane here for Boom Esports. Maybe that is just going to be the case. Maybe Makoto says, screw it, give me the mid bristle. Give something else over to FBZ. We'll see soon. OB.Neon, though, they are going to have quite a bit of a think about these bans. They want to be very careful with where they tread. It looks like they are going to start off with some mid bans, so maybe assuming that FBZ is indeed going to take the Bristleback.
Yeah. Just kind of spacing it out a bit. They don't want those combinations. Like, it's a lot of AoE hold that can come out from Boom. The Dream Coil can set up for a good haunt. The Overgrowth can as well. And of course, you've got the Bristle who enjoys having heroes held down. So the Nasal Goo and Quilt Spray spam would be annoying, just preventing those kinds of combos. Love that Boom do take out the Necrophos, as there's always a slot for it. CTM could have taken it on the off lane while Yopaj runs his mid Sand King. So they just don't want that Reaper Sight to counteract the Spec. We'll have to see what Neon picks. I think if Neon ties up their draft with something really fast on mid for Yopaj, the Spectre might not have enough space to farm. You're talking about Spectre Bristle. Both heroes need some farm to really hit spikes, especially Bristleback. Like, we say he's fast-paced, but you definitely want the Ags to be out after your Hood of Defiance and Vanguard, and if you're sharing farm with Spectre in the jungle, there's not really enough space to get that timing fast.
Certainly not Boom Esports. There are their final pickup now. What is it they want? Is it the mid lane? Is it the off lane they're going to pick for? 20 seconds left to make this decision. So much riding on the line here for both teams. You don't really want to leave it to the new rule set that's going to come by as well, right? Like, if we end up in a third tiebreaker, there's no more games left, so you don't want to leave it to whatever the judges decide, kind of thing. As they would say in boxing and mixed martial arts, you want to try and get it done while you still can. And boom, they get the Nature's Prophet up.
Not my favorite pick here. It doesn't really synergize with your
Oh,
Overgrowth
there
all
it
too
is.
well. Oh my god,
Yes,
Neon,
yes.
Oh, Thank goodness they get the Broodmother. It's still a Yopaj Sand Kingdom.
Of course it is. Yeah, Yopaj, he's on a mission to prove everyone wrong with this mid Sankey. He's gonna make it look amazing. One day, I know, after all this practice in these SEA DPCs, he's gonna get to the point where he's the best Sanking player you've ever seen in the mid lane. But we'll see if he can make it happen right now, Johnny. He's gonna have to be very impactful this game. We know that Dreamerson, the Spectre, is going to want a lot of time to farm. You don't want to allow that to happen. He is going into the Bristleback in the mid lane with Makoto, so Sand King versus Bristle, a bit of a weird kind of mid lane matchup to watch, but do you have any kind of idea as to who has the advantage in that mid lane matchup?
I would say Bristle feels a lot nicer there. Sand King could still play around with Caustic, but Bristle can just play with Quilt Spray. So you can still stand back. I think the one king the Sand King has a little better is he can clear the wave out a lot faster with Caustic. So if he clears it, he can dip into the jungle a bit quicker for the camp as well. And he has a bit more mobility with Burrow Strike to get the Water Rune. But if you're going to go for Caustic Sandstorm for a farming build on mid, you're not really going to be able to leverage that. So it's a bit more even. It's mainly a farming lane. There's not much kill opportunity unless the Bristle or the Sand King oversteps. It's more than making a mistake rather than outplaying them. So it's really down to just holding steady mechanics for the matchup. What I'm keen to see is how much CTM does in this game. Broodmother into Treant is a bit hard because Overgrowth will lock you in and your Spiderlings in, and it makes it really easy to line up that AoE damage from the Treant, and of course, Bristleback in these prolonged fights. Cold Spray comes out, the spiders die. And there's also that weird anti-synergy up against Nature's Prophet. So if you have a lot of Spiderling, your spiders can comp the initial jumps, but if they don't catch the last few jumps, and the last jump lands on a hero, you get the amped up damage, right? So it's like a 50-50 dice roll with a Nature's Rat with Broodmother. We've seen that actually happen before, right?
Yeah.
Like, it can kind of go against you, and we'll see if that's going to happen here for CTM, but it's a very different draft from the first Tiebreaker 1.0. Very different here from Neon. I'm just keen to see if they can make it work.
Let's see if it happens, John. Game number 5 of the Tiebreakers. Boom Esports versus Neon. See how Neon will get this one started.
Always ready for a fight.
So they're going to head down as a group down to that bot side. Natsumi just straight up to the top of the Morphling. Not interested in getting involved in these early kind of bounty rune attempts. Meanwhile, OB.Neon, they don't really need him. Pings are out. I believe Makoto did spot out Play Hard. Both teams trying to scout out where the Observer wards are, but
30 seconds to battle.
fun fact, there's no Observer ward in the mid lane yet. Like, they haven't even got one on Makoto. They've already placed them.
Holding on. Yeah, they went for the side lane wards instead. Cliff ward to watch the farming pattern stacks, and a forward ward on bot to maybe watch out for the arrows. So it looks like they're just protecting themselves here on Boom side. Not really looking for aggressive wards, looking for, say, mid control. They understand that the mid lane is just going to be farmed. I think when you kind of surrender to that mindset, you don't really need vision there because you don't expect supports to come in. You really just sit back, clear out the waves, and go into the camps every now and again. So it's going to hold steady. It looks like they are shifting out, though. I am very mistaken. Dreamocelt's mid. Dreamocelt's mid on the Spectre up against Yopaj on the Sand King. So they shake it up as well in Boom. They go different.
Mid
Why, though?
Spectre.
Yeah,
How does mid
why?
Spectre work?
That's my question as well. Like, yeah, I think the Bristle could have laned fine here. Instead, they want the Bristle versus Broodmother lane. So Dreamocelt, you're already seeing he's zoned out by just a Caustic. He's still going to be able to find last hits under tower. So it should be even for farm, but I think Yopaj he does go for Burst Strike level 2. So he's not going Sandstorm. He knows that if Dreamocelt comes into last hit, get Caustic on each creep, Burst Strike, nuke down Dreamocelt. Can be a bit dicey there for the Spectre.
I mean, this Caustic finale is going to start hurting quite a bit, and there you go. The Burrow Strike with the Caustic. Really annoying Dreamocellt. See what Dreamocellt does do a bit later on is, of course, bot lane. CTM going to be there with Play Hard against Makoto and Kescue. Now, even when CTM has the Spiderlings up, there should be a pretty tough lane to try and make the Broodmother work, and of course, Makoto, he's not really going to care about the insatiable hunger of CTM. You can run up to the bristle, you can hit his way as much as you want, but he's going to keep stacking up those cool sprays, and eventually CTM could be in danger. So I'm quite intrigued to see how Neon's going to try and make this laning stage work.
Yeah, it's a bit tough. You can see they're really being aggressive with the Nature's Grasp here, and once the cool sprays do stack up, CTM's not that tanky. Even play hard. Be a bit cautious. So the idea seems to be that, okay, our Spectre might be run down, we want to slow down the Brood instead, and this is definitely working out, but Dream Assault's kind of holding mid fine, so I guess it kind of pans out and gives us a chance to explore that last lane up top. Natsumi's on that Morphling, Johnny Wells on the Tusk. They are up against FBZ and Hyde on the Nature's Prophet and Nyx, and this lane's a lot more passive. It's the most passive out of all of them. Just steady farming lane for Natsumi. You can maybe try to harass bot.
Bot lane, CTM. He's the one to get the first blood. Now that's something I was not expecting to see. But Kenskute ends up dropping Makoto. He's going to try and punish now. Meanwhile, Playhard does end up dying to some neutral camps, I believe, as CTM. Is he going to die? Makoto, one more cool spray would do it. But he's not going to be able to reach CTM. He does not want to dive the T1. Meanwhile, top lane Hyde. He's going to get bursted down by Natsumi. Well, it's a great start for OB.Neon.
They're really making use of their lanes quite nicely. I think you have to be really cautious about a tree here. Like, you have a lot of HP, you don't have a lot of armor. So once that Brood runs up to you with the insatiable hunger, the bonus damage will rip right through, and there's not much Mikado can do. He's got the Soul Ring up for more Cold Spray spam. He does offer 0-2-1, so no goo. I think if you want to kill the Brood, you need goo down the line. Maybe a 1-2-1 build here to get that slow off, to kite out CTM. Could be the way to play, especially if you manage to land that Nature's Grasp. For now, CTM's kind of dipping in and out very nicely. He's a bit behind in last hits, though. Mikado's definitely having a free run in terms of CS. But I think as a Brood Bunter, you don't mind as long as you're not really shut out here.
Absolutely not. Bot lane, though. Makoto. He's going to drop. CTM and Playhard, they're still making this lane work. Kenskute is going to try and run. He'll be alright. But boom, these lanes aren't working out like they're meant to be. Makoto's already died once. You saw Kenskute, he also died earlier on. CTM's getting a bit too much out of this laning stage considering the matchup. It should not be working this way, but Neon is still making it work.
Yeah, and you really don't mind this. Neon are still getting solid EXP, solid farm. Natsumi's got a very free lane up top. I think the one thing that is just kind of holding Neon back a bit is that Dream Assault's actually holding his mid lane really nicely on the Spectre. He's finding CS. Yopaj kind of trying to zone out, but he did go for a 2-2-1 build, so the Caustic doesn't hurt as much. That does mean once the wave starts dying, Dream Assault can start to apply pressure with his really nice right-click damage. Still, they are trying to chase down bot, but there's a Brood Bomber who can crawl over trees. Kenskute can as well.
They're just running over the tree line. Keskute's not going to be able to find CTM. Makoto, he couldn't reach with the Quill Sprays anyway, so CTM was fine. I mean, the rest of the game still 1-3. Bottom lane, Epicenter, Yopashi made a rotation over. Makoto again is going to go down. So the Sand King making a very early rotate, which you don't generally see at the level 6 mark, but he's had a great laning stage by the sounds of it. Made the rotation down and makes it work. Meanwhile, top lane, they are going to try and go into Natsumi and Genuel, but those two are going to be fine. 1-4 now. Neon still well and truly just looking like they're having a great game.
And this is a really good start for them. It means that they can kind of split the farm out for Natsumi because Yopaj and CTM gets that really early start. They can just kind of build up. They are chasing down Johnny well, though. He's going to be safe under his tower. So.
I'm more worried about Makoto, John. So CTM's just really giving it to him. Genuel looks like he did end up surviving the top side. Boy, oh boy, it's a very stressful kind of game already for Boom as Makoto now loses his courier. CTM has been making this laning stage extremely difficult.
It's not. Mikado has to hold back. He does have the value point in the goo, but you're at the point where the bonus move speed for CTM in the webs is just too much, and the arrow lands.
Oh, again!
Play hard. He just lines it up.
Every time I look away as well, John. Every time I look away from that damn lane, it ends up happening. It's that's rough. That's his third death of the game already. He had decent CS to get the game started, but now it's not really gonna feel like much. CTM, he's overtaken completely.
It's the bug strat. Sand King plus Sand King plus Broodmother's all too good. They are clumping up top though. Yapaj.
Yeah, Yapaj, Burrow Strike away, Hyde. He already committed the impale, so won't be able to keep going. Be able to back off.
But you've hit the spike now in CTM. He's got level 6 up, so here comes the Brood spam, the Broodlings.
Babies
and
are up.
they're going to be able to shove in the towers. Now, the Treant Living Armor is going to slow this down a bit,
I mean,
but it will still eventually fall. You can't stop the Brood Bomber from taking over.
does it still work in the same way as it used to? Like, the living armor can be removed based on how many hits it takes? Because that's going to kind of make
it's
it
by
pretty...
duration now.
Alright.
Just by duration, so it lasts, but not enough to stall. There's still way too much damage. They're going to try to trade up top here. They are shoving in with the Treants. It's not as fast, and you can see Neon just kind of lining up around mid or surrendering to top. They don't care for it too much, as they're just going to be able to play in their triangle and play fully in the bot lane. Like, CTM is free to take over this bot jungle. No one can contest him right now, and this does mean he'll be able to build up into whatever build we'll see on this Broodmother when it does come out.
I mean, Yapaj is going to be huge at this rate. I mean, he's farming a bit too well. Alright, he's around in the Nyx Assassin. He sees what's happening, but he can't really do much about it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's still a 1-5, almost 9 minutes into the game. At what stage do you think Dreamer Cell might be able to really take over on the Spectre? Like, are we talking extremely late into the draft of Neon? Do you think maybe they could come up a bit earlier?
No, it's definitely late. Just the nature of the Spectre. We're probably going to see the Blade Mail build up, and it's already being queued up by Dreamosol. You could maybe go for a Diffusal faster play. Diffusal Manta could be one way, but
Natsumi.
They're ready alone. Oh, they miss.
They missed the Impale. You really can't afford for that to happen, but Boom's had quite a few games today, so maybe just starting to feel a little bit tired. Every game means so much. Bottom side, Makoto is being chased down again, this time from Januel and Yopaj. Instead, oh, they ran into Dreamersaw for a second.
A bit scary. Dreamosol doesn't have a safe spot to farm in. You can see.
He needs some help. He's pretty tanky now, but he needs some help. Yapaj is in. Burrow Strike is there. A nice impale though. Hyde lands on a 3 heroes. Snowball's out to try and save the day, but they have gone too far. Neon will be punished. Makoto gets a double kill out. What an impale out from Hyde.
Yeah, they lined up for that one in OB.Neon Sand. Gotta be careful about diving too deep.
I'm dead.
As that does give Neon a lot of good kills and helps them bounce back in. Now, the one big thing that's happening though is Natsumi's farming insanely well. Natsumi is way far ahead in CS, just about 500 gold above the Spectre, so it's not a massive amount. But I think what we're looking for here is Natsumi for Manta into Ags, probably looking for double Sand Kings. And once you have those double Burrow Strikes out, it is pretty scary. Like, it's a lot of control, a lot of damage that you can follow up on. And we're seeing CTM also go for this utility Broodmother, the durability build, into the pipe. Maybe Guardian Greaves down the line for his team, so he's just focused on keeping everyone alive and just going from there. You could still pivot for right-click damage down the line, but just having that added durability is going to help you live a lot longer in these fights, and you are still winning out the farm game. 2k up for OB.Neon, 3-5. We're waiting for Yopaj to finish up the travels for more move speed and presence across the map, and then into the Yules to fix mana issue. Still maybe thinking about going on to Dreamosol, but a bit too far forward. I think as this game slows down, you feel a bit better in Boom because you do need to catch up in Dreamosol, but you're not really doing anything about Natsumi. So it's like a trade-off.
Here we go again. CTM getting started. Makoto again is still very tanky now with the Vanguard. CTM, he might bring the Spiderlings over, but again with the Vanguard, it's going to make it very hard to get the kill. Hyde has been spotted by that sentry. CTM going to back off at the right time. While that was happening though, FBZ ends up dropping across the map. They play hard setting up again, and Natsumi was there with the follow-up damage on the morph. And bottom lane, are they going? Yeah, they are. CTM, as soon as he sees Hyde leave, he wants to go back after Makoto. He won't have the damage, but he just wants to kind of send a message. Like, Makoto is not welcome at this bot lane.
He can't be allowed to farm. And that's where the Bristleback feels super awkward. Like, you have to give all the safe jungle farm towards Dreamosol, so the camps he can go to are limited on Bristle, and he's not quite ready yet. Like, Vanguard is nice. You block out a lot of the damage of those Spiderlings at least, but the Broodmother itself is still a big issue. Hit of Defiance is up. That's going to help you a little bit more with the added HP regen and magic resist as well. Should be able to tank through some of that burst on hand from Neon. I just don't know if they're really winning the farm game. Boom's farming on Dreamosol, but Natsumi's farming a little bit faster on a Morph. And Morphling doesn't need as many items as a Spectre.
Oh,
Spectre
stun
does
out.
need a lot.
CTM gets stunned up by the Centaur. While we look away again, play hard. Kills off Keskute on the Tree Protector. And play hard is really starting to haunt me now, John. He just keeps making me miss kills. Oh, not very good at all.
He just keeps landing those arrows, I think, when no one expects them. Yeah, they've got that solid combo with your Paj. Like, you can't disrespect the Burst Strike arrow combination. It's a lot of burst damage, a lot of control. Very easy for the Sand King to follow up with the burst. And the side of Boom, we haven't really seen them maximize this, oh.
Burst Strike, arrow in. But it won't be enough. Hyde had the backup. Looking back down at this bot lane because it feels like there's always action here. Makoto and CTM. Now, CTM's still able to freely farm up. He's really just trying to not feed those Spirelings back the way of Makoto. Oh, and it's happened again. Hyde is going to go down. Natsumi gets the kill. Meanwhile, in the mid-river, they are fighting over a DD rune, but Yopaj is able to pick it up. 3-8 now. 3k net worth lead though for Neon, and I mean, it's kind of like you said, Natsumi's farming way too well, and you look at the two heroes below him on the net worth graph, and they are both OB.Neon cores. Boom Esports, it's one of those games, they're going to try and bide their time, but it's already looking very tough.
It really is. I think they've got to play around. We haven't seen the Vendetta really maximize. We haven't seen an Overgrowth fly out. We need to play with some of this team fight. They do smoke up here on Boom, looking down mid, perhaps forcing that mid tier 1, maybe dropping into the triangle. There's a massive set of stacks being taken by your Paj and Natsumi, and I don't think they mind. The mid's going to be shoved in. They could still come in time for the defense. We've got FP Burst Strike ready to go. They could actually look to counterplay.
They could. T1 mid tower though, going to be left to drop. Boom Esports. They get something very valuable there. Yopaj on the high ground waiting, but Hyde is going to scout this out, but Yopaj, he saw him. They do haunt him. They want to try and fight. Arrow going to connect on Hyde. Again, he's gone. Januel, though, getting quite low himself, but will it really matter? Overgrowth is down. Januel and Keskute both dropping. Now the Burrow Strike in. They found FBZ on the Nature's Prophet. There's your Burrow Strike out, Makoto. He's going to try and fight this one out by himself. Just turn your back and run, sir. Just try your best, but it looks like CTM is going to have enough to get the job done. Look at all those Spiderlings. Just beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Looking like a router there, Mike, as OB.Neon really start to take over. 4-12, 5k lead. And boom. You know, they force the issue. They take the mid-tier 1. They walk right up. And again, it's always under the sentry. Like, there's just no room for Hyde to get the information out for his team and set up the stuns. He just cannot walk around. Neon is just ready. And we said Neon's kryptonite was the Nyx. Well, it looks like they've finally paid the Nyx respect by having a million sentries around the map. And Neon, knowing that some of those spells are down, no overgrowth, no haunt, they're going to go for a smoke play themselves.
Yeah, there's just no downtime on OB.Neon. Like, yeah, you haven't got the Burrow Strike, but who the hell cares? Excuse me, rather the Epicenter, but who cares about that? Smoke broken, they have not realized Dreamer Soul was right below them. Instead, Hyde gonna run in and spot play hard. He'll go for the kill, but a nice Burrow Strike in Yopaj. He was waiting. Hyde is still gonna get the kill, but he will die for it. Now the Spiderlings getting quite low. Who is he gonna chase down? CTM? It's gonna be FBZ on the Nature's Prophet as Makoto. He does get Januel. Can he find any more? Might try. It's like everyone from OB.Neon wishes to just back out. Guardian Greaves up from CTM. But they won't continue. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade in the favor of Boom, and that's going to be enough for OB.Neon.
It's a bit unfortunate they lose their support. Could have been a lot worse for OB.Neon. So Boom, they don't find the biggest kills, but they do bounce back that lead a bit. Back to 4K, it bounces back to 5. But it's very important for them to find those kills. Give themselves a little bit of that momentum going. For the side of OB.Neon, just a little bit more patience. Natsumi saving up for the Scotty into the Ags. We will see the double Sand King coming through. Maybe even, God help us, a double Broodmother. That actually sounds really disgusting. You go into Broodmother as a Morphling, you pop Insatiable Hunger and use a Silken Bola.
Oh.
What do you do about that? What do you do about that?
Not much, John. Arrow. Not going to connect. Yopaj. A Blink Strike does, but doesn't really get the burrow he wanted either. Can the Morphling place the webs down though, John?
I think so.
Oh.
I don't know if it will apply only to Morphling or if it will apply at all to Morphling or if it applies to Brood. I'm not sure if that skill is tied to the hero itself. So we'll see when it does come out. I'm keen to see this now. Neon, they're keeping things spicy. Always love to see it.
Insatiable Hunger is going to be pretty stupid anyway, right? Like it's.
Oh yeah.
You're basically giving a
Bola.
Satanic over. Yeah, and the bowler. Here's a Satanic plus a disable for you, sir. Enjoy, Waterboy.
Oh, it just looks like Australia during the floods, right? A hell lot of webs all over.
Absolutely.
And you can't do anything about it. It's just a nightmare field. And it's gonna get worse when Natsumi gets the Ags. Alright, so I'm keen on this. The Scotty's still a ways off, so the Ags is still some time away. That is time Boom is using to farm really nicely. The Manta's almost done on Dreamosol. It's a nice spike for your spec. Not enough to really pull up ahead of. I think not only are we looking for items on Dreamosol, but we're waiting for his level 20 talent with a plus 400 HP as well. He needs that space to finish it up. Mikado is trying to get his Ags up and running. So it's the typical build-up of Vanguard, Hood of Defiance into Ags for our Bristle. Again, he still needs about 2,000 gold to finish it. So it's still a ways off before these item spikes, and it's like both teams can kind of relax while waiting for that to come out. I mean, both sides are just keen on farming.
Boom certainly is. Neon, I'm not sure if they should be too keen on farming, but I guess they have a lot of faith in this Morphling as top side. Yopaj was being jumped there by FBZ, but help is coming. Oh, he went for the burrow, but his team's backed off. Uh-oh, Hyde lands the Impale off. They've got the Sand King. Neon, they were making their way over, but they kind of just started running the other way as he blinked into Burrow. And now Boom Esports are going to go for the Roshan attempt.
You can't allow this to happen. You have to move in fast. First Aegis is going to step up for Boom to fight in quite nicely. But without the Sand King, they don't really have a good access point, so it's just going to melt. Lots of minus armor coming through from Mikato. Good right click damage from FBZ, and Dreamosel's protected. They've got a lot more going there. CTM's just trying to line up on the bot tower, though. Trying to go for an objective trade, but TPs will come in for the defense.
Can he back off? Impel does land. They might just try to clear out the Spiderlings, and they'll get a little bit, but it's not going to be much. So Roshan for a tier 2 tower. Guess that will allow the side of OB.Neon to take the Radiant Outpost away. That's one positive. But for Boom, they're going to have Dreamer Soul up with an Aegis. And that's just going to mean he feels so much safer across the map. I don't even know if they'll even fight with this Aegis. I think Dream Missile's literally just going to try and use it to farm and catch up to Natsumi. But the bot lane may not be where it is to farm though, because there is still a spider problem here. He will actually step up to CTM. Suppose he is going to try and stand his ground.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, he does, because he's popped the Blade Mail, but Genuel's in. Arrow does not connect, the Mantle will save, but the Burst Strike is in now from Yopaj. And there goes your Aegis. Where the hell is the rest of Boom? Oh, they can't TP! The Outpost is gone, the tier 2 bottom tower is gone. Dream Missile, he's going to try and haunt his way out of this.
Oh boy.
And now, Makoto, he was desperately running to the Outpost to try and give him a TP point. I think Dream Missile, he didn't realize it.
Oh boy, that is big punishment out from OB.Neon. So the Aegis is basically worth nil. He couldn't even farm with it. CTM's just really showing off with that E-Blade up, getting the control and burst off. And boom, they're playing against 7k depths. Their Spectre is still down by a pretty substantial amount, and they're just all over the place here in Neon.
Arrow gonna connect. Onto Hyde. Oh, it is looking so tough now. Like, to lose your Aegis like that and your actual life, you lose the mid-tier 1 tower, you lose a support, 8k net worth lead for OB.Neon. It's just small mistakes that keep costing them, but that's exactly what they are, John. They're mistakes, and OB.Neon, they're going to take advantage every time.
Yeah, they're the kind of team that, you know, once they see a crack, they're going to blow it wide open, and they're holding themselves steady here. They're still building up very nicely on Natsumi. He's not died. Right? They just haven't pressured a Morphling at all. Well, they could have, and maybe now they can. High TP's in with a Vendetta. They don't quite have the sentry around. It's a bit further out.
Yopaj missed
Oh,
the
dust
strike. Dust is there. They now see Hyde. Shards. Where are you going to land? Natsumi. He might just keep going. Makoto, meanwhile, does have the Aghanim Scepter up. Wants to try and fight, apparently, but Yopaj, he wants to do the same thing. They try to shotgun him down. It's a lot of magic first, and they do eventually get him. But they do lose Yopaj for that. FBZ now going to be targeted. CTM trying to find himself in the backside. Let's try and maybe snipe FBZ, and there goes the Spiderlings. FBZ going to die to a spider problem as Dream Missile. He's going to try and fight back. Genuel, he'll get the snowball off. Natsumi, he will happily chase down Dream Missile. There's your shotgun out. This is looking really bad as Boom will lose another life. You're going to start asking yourself the question, John, how are they going to come back from this?
They need to stall. Stall. Build up on Dream Missile as much as possible. Split push with your NP and your Bristle. You just have to shove lanes out with these two heroes now. You cannot fight. Try to get really big in the spec. I worry about that though, because you're 11k down. I love the build on Skem, man. Skemberlu, man. Dagon with the E-Blade. This is it. This is Neon at their spiciest. And they're just doing their best to get the burst damage off.
I mean, it makes sense,
It does with the E-Blade, yeah.
Even the spawn Spiderlings, like, it does 520 damage now. It's actually a lot of damage with a Dagon on top and an E-Blade. OB.Neon, they're in. Hyde, he's been caught out. There's your arrow from Play Hard. They're going to try and haunt and fight back. But Moonlight Shadow's going to be popped. And the only thing they will get is the Tusk. At least for now is Makoto. He's still trying to go on the Mirana. TP attempt. Is it going to be good enough? It is. They can't get him. And what is Yopaj up to? He's just hiding for now. I thought maybe he was going to try and turn this fight around somehow. He's going to find Kezcute. Burrow is going to be committed. Kezcute didn't have the overgrowth yet. Still dying to the Epi and does get shotgunned down by CTM. FBZ, they're going to be there to try and punish the Sand-King. And Yopaj eventually is going to die for his attempt there. But now Natsumi's going to move in. With the Eye of Skadi up, things become that much more difficult for Boom Esports. And now CTM has that Dagon up. In fact, it's Dagon level 2.
Yup. It's scary once he goes in with the E-Blade. The shotgun blast comes through for Natsumi, and the Dagon drive-by from CTM's to follow up. So there's a ton of magical burst. This is This is kind of ridiculous from OB.Neon. They do drop a couple of heroes. You are seeing Boom make use of these openings themselves. Once OB.Neon splits up, play a bit too aggressive, the punishment is there. But speaking of, Mikado does cop it. It's his back, though. He has to be facing forward for it to really work out here.
Yeah. That just kind of sending a message, it feels like, is... Wait, hold on. So he's got a Satanic now and Natsumi coming out. He's decided to not go for the Aghanim Scepter.
Oh,
It's a bit sad. Yeah, a bit sad. It would have been pretty funny,
this-
though, with Satanic plus Insatiable Hunger, John. Now, that would be too much lifesteal.
Yeah, that would be. Might cause a value overflow, but I doubt. I think our game's coded out very well. Maybe they're banking on Roshan number 3. I think that might be the play. It's like, all right, we'll just wait till Roshan number 3 in the game. Take Roshan number 3 first, and give the Ags if ever it comes out to Natsumi, and we'll give you your spiders. This is the smarter play. Like, damage is definitely necessary for Natsumi. We're feeling our Spectres getting a bit tanky. You know, the dispersion saving him for a bit, and the bristle back as well really is the big one. Like, once his back is turned with a shroud, the magic damage is not going to burst him by itself. And if you can't turn around, face his front, you can kind of just only do so much without damage.
Yapaj getting caught out bot lane. Genuel, he's going to rock up and maybe try to set up a kill for his team. Chance not really going to hold down Hyde. Snowball will be there. Spike Carapace is already out. Now Dreamersaur will haunt in. Genuel, he tried, but now the rest of Neon, they just need to run. But Natsumi, he's got the Satanic. He might want to try. It looks like he kind of does.
We'll scan.
Okay, FBZ spotted. Sprout is there. Natsumi waveforms the other way. FBZ trying to BKB-TP. It's going to be enough. They've lost vision, and now Kescute. He gets the overgrowth into the Mirana. That's going to be play hard gone. Natsumi is now going to have to try and TP his way out, but Hyde knows he doesn't have an impale. Couldn't really stop him.
Alright, so Neon gave out some kills they shouldn't have. Yapaj dies again. Not great news. They lose their supports. They don't find a trade. These are big openings for Boom. Not enough to really swing the net for it completely neutral. But it goes down by a good amount, from 12 to about 10k. I think for Neon, they're getting a bit aggressive. They need to play as 5 when they do this. They can't go in 1 by 1. I say that, but you have Dagon 4 on CTM, so he could probably blow someone up. As long as it's not the Bristle, you get the E-Blade, Dagon plus Spiderlings up. And that should be a kill. I think for now, Neon might want to set their sights towards Roshan. Just take the Aegis, take the cheese, and take the Ag Shard and go from there.
Here we go again onto the Bristle back. They throw everything at him, and it's going to work out, it looks like. Makoto. He cut. Oh, FBC. What is happening? He's going to try and fight, but...
What? Oh, boy.
There's some communication issues going on here. I mean, maybe he thought the Bristle would be tankier, but surely you could see all those people in that fight before you TP'd.
Yep, it's very, very, very optimistic. Now the high ground's definitely opened up. No overgrowth for a few seconds. Spectre by itself just can't do it without the Bristle up front. So you have to watch this tower. Natsumi's keen on just clearing it out and taking racks.
At least Hyde's got the axe, so he can hold them back a little bit. But they both strike him up. Natsumi's right in, and well, Hyde, he might regret being here now.
They're unstoppable.
They do get Kescute, and now the Spiderlings will surround Hyde. Get eaten alive as Genuel does drop. Now Dreamersaur's trying to fight on his own. He gets a double kill and tries to haunt the other way, but Natsumi will chase him down. He'll get the Spectre kill. You've got buyback, but I'm not sure that's going to make any form of a difference here for Boom. This is just looking so tough now. First strike out. Makoto, he's just not tanky enough. They'll wait it out. Can they kill him? Makoto, he's barely tanky enough this time. Natsumi, gonna try and run. Reform away. Has he been caught out? No, he just TPs. He just TPs. Yapaj now back in to try and help out CTM and Makoto.
Oh my god.
Dagon right to the face. Thanks a lot. And Yapaj, he's just standing there waiting. He's almost daring them to come up the hill.
Yeah. He They managed to get a lot out of that for OB.Neon. They don't manage to find a Rax though. So at the least, you could maybe argue that was a good defense from Boom. A very costly one though. As the side of OB.Neon, they've got an 18k lead. They've got the full Daedalus up on Natsumi. His right click damage is through the roof. And now they found someone up top.
Yeah, they did. Missile, shotgun is there. The Spectre is going to drop. FBZ is going to try and run with the BKB. He should be fine. But that's a tieback onto Dreamer's Cell, which I'm a bit more concerned about. And well, now the Roshan's gone. Shards up. Natsumi, he'll take it for himself.
And a double damage. Beautiful.
Why not?
You get everything you want here.
Hey, somebody pick up the cheese.
Oh, someone actually left. They actually left it.
Natsumi, he threw it behind.
What? All right, I guess they don't need it.
He just tossed it.
Who
He's
needs
littering,
cheese,
John.
man? Spiders don't eat cheese. Water doesn't mix with cheese. So there you go. Into the high ground. Mikado. That's DD.
Yeah, it is DD. He's going to be very careful. However, Natsumi dropping a little bit. Oh my goodness, Makoto. 1.7k crit from Natsumi. And that's it. They call it. GG well played is called. They can't defend. They haven't got the buybacks left. And that'll mean Neon, they will be safe for the upper division. So will Smart Omega, but unfortunately for Boom Esports, they will have to go back down to the lowers.
Yeah, that's a rough time for Boom. The powerhouse, the Indonesian powerhouse of Southeast Asia now forced in a very awkward spot. And Neon, they break the time loop. Because they managed to find that win, the third series doesn't need to be played because both the teams in that series would have already had a win each, whereas Boom had a 0-2. So I think that settles it. I think in terms of ranking afterwards, it's head-to-head. So that does mean Neon places above Smart Omega because they won the DPC lower div matches they played, but very well played to OB.Neon. They play fantastically well. They run this amazing offlane brood coming out from Scam. Just plays out of his mind. And Yopaj, we were doubting his mid Sand King, but against a mid Spectre, I think that kind of made it a lot easier for him to pop off. Boom. They kind of overplayed it as well. Like last time it was Neon taking it too far with the strange build-up in Yopaj for basically what was a super farm gyrocopter support. This time Boom just outplayed themselves. They run Spectre mid to avoid the Broodmother lane, and instead it gave Yopaj a lot of room to build up, and they still lost out the Brood lane anyway. Like the Bristleback still got shafted. Dreamer Cell couldn't get as much mid because it's still a Sand King for Spectre, and just kind of fell flat. So unfortunate for Boom, but they'll have to go down to the lower div. That's a huge loss for them, but Neon get to stay safe. They're not going out, and they get to stay in. Good news for the Filipino boy.
Absolutely. With that though, John, that is going to be it for tonight, I believe. I don't think we're having the Omega versus Neon matchup after this because we already have the one team that is going to have to move its way down. So I believe that is going to be completely it for tonight. It has been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. This is obviously the last series we were going to cast for the lower division of SCA this season. And obviously after this, you've got the Major, you've got TI after that, and maybe we'll be back for the DPC season afterwards. There may be a tournament here and there that we can't talk about yet in between, but well, you'll find out very soon. Apart from that, though, I know it's been a bit of a rough night. I know we had to, chat's been a bit funny today, John. It hasn't been as reliable as it used to be, apparently. Some people have been spamming some naughty things, but my apologies for having to put you all in slow mode and emote mode and all the rest of that garbage. Something's just needed to be done. Apart from that, though, we'll throw a raid over to the PGL main channel because T1 versus TNC, I believe, is still going on. But from John and I, it's been an absolute pleasure this season. We'll see you all again next